Okay, what's up? I made it. I'm here. We're gonna do some game dev. I come here every Wednesday and Thursday. I take a week off every few weeks, but this ain't one of those weeks. I'm here working on this game about an alien invasion. I want to do some level design and a little bit of work on this shader. Someone in the live chat was just like, hey, I made a shader that might help you here, and it is awesome. Look at this. We can target things and we can attack them. We've set that up. I mean, already looking at it, I see a few concerns. I mean, I can barely see that it's breaking down into pieces. So, I want to kind of just get it to be designed a little differently. You're actually supposed to be moving. Let's get that movement going. It's like it's set up like an endless runner. It's going to be like a roguelike game where you are an alien who is invading Earth and you must abduct as many humans as possible. So yeah, I'm gonna get started on that today. I want to make some level design stuff. What's up, Frank? Welcome. We've got a bunch of these like chunks here, and these chunks, I'm gonna pause it again because it really kills the bit rate. It makes everything look a little glitchy if I play it too much, and well, that's not a fun way to start the stream. But yeah, I'm pausing it. The player won't be able to pause it, but we can pause it because we're all powerful devs. Okay, anyway. Hey, what's up, Zombie Fish? Welcome. And so these are kind of blank, some of these, right? I want to fill some more of those in, and yeah, I'm just going to keep plugging along with the level design. Now, sometimes things come up that make me, want to, work on, code, fix a bug here or there. That happens, and that's real, and that's part of this process. Look what happens when we attack this. Oh, you can't even appreciate it. You can, but like the shader is just obliterating it. What I'll probably do is I think I'll take that white section and I'm just going to make it transparent. So that way we don't gotta worry about, it covering everything, and then we can have like a light glow. Honestly, I'd almost rather have something that was like an outline. That may be something more to look into is an outline. I might hop onto Godot shaders and see if we can't pull something else out. What's up, Goldie Rocks? Thanks for stopping in. Hope you're doing well. Yes, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a little bit of level design, but I'm gonna start out with shader stuff. So that's gonna be my numero uno. So let's do it. Why did I say it that way? Why would I do that? All right, let's see what we can come up with. Now this shader, we can, I'll tweak it a bit. I might as well, since we already have it and it's cool. Someone in the chat suggested it. By the way, I love suggestions. I will say that, if you have like a big sweeping idea and you can't tell me how to implement it, then we probably have a problem. And if I don't like the idea, I'm not gonna do it. But but that doesn't mean I don't welcome it, especially if you're like a senior engineer, developer, coder, and engineer. Then I especially am down with critique to an extent and will do what I can to be better. I promise, please, I just want to be better. All right, anyway, enough of that. So, are you subscribed to this channel yet? Did you know I stream all the time? You might want to know that I stream, and I'm even working on videos someday too. So, yeah, hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. Thank you if you're willing to do that. I appreciate it. Zombie Fish says, I've been making 2D games for a few years. I love hearing about the stuff you guys are working on too. I love that. That's so cool. Yeah, here's the thing. 3D, for me, I prefer it from a visual standpoint. And that's not to say I don't love 2D games. Some of my favorite games are 2D games. But in terms of making stuff, I love working in a 3D environment. I love that I could just be like, zoop, 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 just like spinning around everything and like see it in 3 dimensions, and I can do a little bit there and go inside of it and teleport through it. I don't know, I love 3D. I actually find 2D very challenging because we live in a 3D world. And so I'm always trying to get 2D to make sense in a 3D concept, and it makes my brain melt. So I cheers my tea to you for being a 2D developer. But and a lot of people say like, oh, 3D is so much harder. Yeah, there's some extra steps. Absolutely, in certain, especially with movement. But you know, you can also make a 3D game that has 2D movement, you know? And you can still essentially be making a 2D game. It just has 3D assets. Um, you know, there's still going to be some like calculations you have to think about, but overall, I think it's a little overblown that it's like wildly more difficult. What's up, Thought T? Welcome, good to see you. You got a game called Tamed on Steam. Best game you made. You got a game on Steam? Let's go, zombie fish. That's awesome. Wait, I want to see. Tamed Steam. I don't even. How do I even find it? How do I even find it? Is it this? Is it this? Neato! High five! That was like I was smacking you. I was not trying to smack you. I was trying to smack your hand with my hand. That's so exciting. Platform game inspired by Little Nemo Dream Master. Tame creatures, whoa, and use their abilities to navigate through each map. That sounds so fun. A free code? Nice. I accept codes. I will say, I do, as far as playing games on stream, I usually do that, I always do that on Fridays, but it's like an unlisted live stream. And it's basically, it's like an opportunity for people in the hyper game dev community to post games that they're working on our Discord server, art, whatever they're up to. And then on Fridays, I do an unlisted stream where, you know, there's not like the public eye and the stress of all that. And we just hang out and I play their games, and I play test their projects, things like that. I would definitely try. If you gave me a code, I would try it out in that stream if you're interested in feedback or anything like that. Cool. Congrats. Yeah, absolutely. Foxy says, my brain melts too after some YouTube comments. Okay. Well, you know, politics not the topic today. We're all about game dev. We're all about game dev here, but yeah, I know the world has some problems. It sure does. And you know what? This is our respite from those problems. It's our respite from those problems. I'm not saying I'm not on the same page as you are. All right? I'm just saying I'm reading a different book right now. Does that analogy work? I don't know. Anyway. All right. So there is this cool shader that Fonty made. And you know, Fonty, I mean, Fonty is the person, by the way, who made that shader. And I would like to, I have a feeling that I want an outline shader. But let's tinker with the one that we have right now and see if we can't get it to be good enough. And the reason why I'm concerned about it, let me see if I can find it. Here, it's this right here. So there you can kind of see it. Again, I'll show you in the game. The reason why I'm concerned about it is because I want you to be able to see the thing you're attacking being destroyed as you're attacking it. So, like this building right here. Oh, this isn't a good example because the shader isn't all the way applying. Here, this one. So, like if I click on this building, you almost don't even notice things blasting off of it. And then the particle effects are like a different color than the shader, which is kind of weird. And so, you know, not that we couldn't update the particle effect shader too, but whoa! We just get a bug? Whoa, oh, see, this is what can happen. Sometimes other tasks become important. Attempt to call function get children in base null instance on null instance for hover effects begin. For really, what did I click on? Oh, was it because I clicked on a cow? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe it's because I clicked on a cow. I wonder if that's it. That's probably it. So by the way, in this game, I said earlier, you abduct creatures, humans or animals, to get points in this game. And actually, when I added this shader last night, I don't think last week, I don't think I actually it is that. I didn't test it on the cows. I see. I see. Okay. So it's trying to get oh, because it's also spawning. Okay. So we need to say something else. We need to add something extra in here. If target, and it's going to need almost its own shader, but for now we're going to say if target is in group meet. I also feel you, zombie fish, being inspired watching other devs. I feel you entirely. I got taken over by a little bug that crept up. If target is in group meet, and then I actually want to say with an exclamation point to say not. If target is not in group meet, I'm probably gonna want. I'm definitely gonna want a shader to apply to the meet objects. That is to say, the humans and the animals. But for right now, I'm just going to we're just gonna comment that out. Is how this is gonna go, so we can keep moving. But anyway, so the problem that a concern I have with the shader is that it's going to obstruct us destructing obstacles. But maybe not. I'm gonna tinker around with it a little bit. Okay, so now I can pick up the animals and abduct them just fine. And so basically, and I think there's some more visual communication we can do here, but basically when you drop the thing you're abducting into this orb and the orb fully goes off screen, then your abduction number goes up. And the only reason it waits to fully go off screen is because it's like, oh, you want some more? Oh, you wanna abduct some more? I think we could probably just overall speed it up a bit. That would probably just help and make everything fine. Because I think it's a little confusing. It looks like it didn't work. You know, if I do that and then I grab it really fast before it counts it, it looks like it didn't work, but it did work. Anyway, all right. So that's something. Let's work on that shader. So I'm gonna move. Oh, we had a thing in there. We did have a thing in there. If you want to keep that shit, yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm actually gonna do the white section transparent because the white section is, at least in this. I mean, obviously we could just make it different, but yeah, I'm gonna try it. Oh wait, you're saying we could you can make the black color. Oh, I was thinking I could do it here. Let's open up that. Where'd that? There it is. There it is. Okay, and then let me pull this up so it's visible over here. Okay, so if we break down this shader parameters and stuff on the gradient, I was thinking we could just make this transparent. No? Oh, thought T was potentially right. Unless there's a way to turn on alpha transparency somewhere. It would appear we do need to do what? Wow. Well, I'm glad we have thought T here. That would have been uncomfortable to realize I have no idea how to do. All right, let's try that. So the gradient is just a mask, right? Yeah, right. I totally know how to interpret that into a meaningful understanding. I don't. Okay, so down here, color of highlight is a different parameter. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I see. Right. It's like a color ramp or something. I see. It's wow. So we're setting what the color is going to be. Fascinating that there's still a white bar on there. We're setting what the color is going to be in these areas. We're saying, so like I can make this green. Whoa. Oh, that looks awesome. That looks super cool. Okay, and then if you look here, there's actually no alpha option on this. Oh, there is. Wait, there is. Oh, but it doesn't work. Okay. So that still didn't do anything. So we still need more than doing. We still even if that is a mask, defining the alpha here isn't doing anything. What if I make that 0? Oh, okay, that's terrible. All right, let's do what you said to do. That's probably the right thing. Yeah, shaders are awesome. Shaders are freaking cool. A good website for finding shaders, and they always include like the license on there, and it's usually Creative Commons 2.0, godotshaders.com. I will put that in the chat, godotshaders.com. It's a great little website that lets you, and I'm probably going to go there because I have a feeling I want an outline, but I do want to try ThoughtT as much as possible because ThoughtT is someone who I appreciate quite a bit. Oh, you've never used Godot. Godot is awesome. Godot, I love Godot. What did you make your other game in? I do love Godot so much. So, oh, we talked about that. Yeah, we don't need to. Okay. I'm like, oh, I missed a message. No, not that one. Okay. So we're gonna, at the end of the shader code, drop in an alpha and just say the alpha is the highlight mask. And that's gonna be enough. We need a little semicolon at the end of that. Oh, now I'm surprised that it still is. So maybe I need to reload it. Is that it? That's probably it. I probably have to reload it. Maybe if I would have hit like a Control S or something, it would have worked. There we go. Nice. Nice. Yes. This is better. This is better. I still feel like it's overwhelming the destruction, but it's better. You know, and then at some point, like how much am I going to you know, nerf everything? Oh. To the point where you can't even see the shader anymore, you know, that it's not even helpful. This is pretty good, actually, though. Okay, so let me just, I'm making a couple adjustments. See, it's like, it's almost starting to get not that visually helpful. But like this shader, I do wonder if there isn't something that we could do. Yeah. We did this, no? I've done this? I believe I have done this. I wonder if this couldn't be a better shader for, I don't know. You need to use more words. I don't understand what you're saying. Not. Can you be more specific? But yeah, I have a feeling that an outline is going to be more what I need. I set the highlight color to black. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I gotcha. Okay, let's try that. Change that. Adjust this. Oh, but see, that's very bright. See, I kind of, well, it's tough. It's tough because like now we're kind of back in the same boat where it just obliterates the entire mesh, you know, and I can't even see anything. I guess I could turn the highlight down, maybe make it like 0.4, maybe make it like 0.1. It's better. It's like less bright. It's like bringing the emissiveness down. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I feel like what I don't, and I'm just like, I feel like it's covering up too much of the mesh. Like it doesn't visually work for this game. I think an outline is going to be better. Now, I'm not saying I have much confidence that getting the outline to work is going to go well. But, you know, we have the shader on hand. There may well be something. I actually kind of liked it before. Also, when it was like swapped, but that's okay. I kind of liked the albedo being white and the highlight being black. I thought that looked kind of nice, if I'm being honest. You know, because then it's like it's all a little transparent, but I guess that's not how it's supposed to be. Increase the size of the lines in the space. Right, right. Yeah, we can do that. I'll do it because I respect you, but I have no confidence that this is gonna work. I mean, this is an amazing shader, by the way. This is a fantastic shader, and I love so much that you made it by hand. Um, I think it's too the information that the player gets from the mesh and like the obstacle itself to me is too important to have it be covered up. And so I think it needs to be visible. So like, yeah, we could add more lines in there or whatever, right? And then you said increase the space. How do I increase the space? Is that width? No. Nope. Absolutely not. I know there's a way. I know. Oh, I know how. I don't not know how. Wait, we would want to say, oh, in here. This is where we want to define that. So the black areas, this is how we do it. We want it like that. Oh, in the code? Okay. Oh, okay. Well, this kind of works too. Yeah, it's better. It's better this way. But then again, it kind of starts to feel like it's so overwhelming. It just makes it like not. It almost like makes it look like it's not part of the world anymore, you know? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna look for some other shaders. I love your shader. I love your shader thought, T, and it gave me hope because it gave me so much hope. And now that I've tinkered with it, you taught me resources with it. And I am gonna strive to have a use for this. I'm gonna strive to have a use for this somewhere, someday. Um, I'm just, the more I see it, the less I think it's like the right shader for this particular application. You love the arms? I'm actually remaking the entire player character. I love the arms too, but you know what became an issue was they're a little long and they're kind of irregular shaped, and it's made animating and rigging more difficult than it needs to be. But this was actually one of the first things I made for the game was this player character and the design of it. And the idea is that we can like reach really far, like they're super stretchy, and so I was trying to like kind of represent that with like the crinkle cut fry look, but it was always going to be temporary. I've actually been remaking the player character in Blender during the Monday member streams. So you can actually join this channel and support these game dev live streams. Don't expect anyone to do it, but I thought I'd tell you. Every Monday I do game asset design streams. So I work in usually Blender in combination with Godot to make game assets, and lately I've been working on remaking the player character. And so part of the game is that when you eat a human, you're going to get human limbs, so human arms and legs. When you eat a cow, you're going to get cow arms and legs. And so I'm going to want the player to be able to transform into those things. And so I wanted the arms and legs to look a little bit more human. So I'm actually redesigning them. I've been doing this for a couple weeks, getting these legs and arms to look nice and human-like, and they're going to break off and they'll get smaller. Right now, that does happen. The limbs shrink when you take damage. These will do that as well. Yeah, and then like other animals too, so like birds and stuff, you can get like wings. Yeah, that's the idea. And it's like it's got shape shifting basically. So it's going to be an interesting challenge because I'm going to need to switch between a biped armature and a quadruped armature. So actually next Monday during the member stream, and these are full like 8+ hour streams, just like this one, I'm gonna start working on the limbs to put on these bones, and then we're gonna animate all of that. So literally, technically, the player is gonna have like 6 legs like all the time, plus 2 arms. You're just only gonna ever see the ones that are currently active. So that's gonna be an interesting challenge that I'm looking forward to. But yeah, I haven't implemented the new player character yet. So it's still the old one, but definitely made an improvement over this one, I think. All right, so let's hop over to godotshaders.com, and with regret, I am going to use a different shader than GodotShaders.com. That's my song for it. Use a different shader than Thoughties. I love keeping everything in-house, but sometimes we need the right tool for the job. All right, so this is GodotShaders.com. And let me make this a little smaller here. Okay. Oops. Where did it go? Come back. I need you. Okay, there it is. So they got a lot of cool stuff. Here's some trending shaders. Fake interior shader? Whoa. What? Oh gosh, I'm gonna do this website. This website, it's so easy to get lost on this website. How does this work? Use a noise texture to get random rooms lit up. Fake interior mapping shader that works. The shader is an optimization measure used in game development to increase performance while keeping good visual quality. The technique is used in The Sims. Oh, so this like hides the front of things so you can see inside. Neat. That's pretty cool. I get it. So this is MIT license. So they'll tell you the license of the shader on here. And then look, there's all the code. Blam. That's it. That's the entire shader. And then you can get a demo project to like see how it works. And then you can favorite things and bookmark them and good stuff like that. Right. So like if, especially like, and I, you know, if I think about like a game where you walk inside of a building, the walls will disappear so you can see yourself moving around inside that building, right? Like something like that. This is very cool. This is a very cool shader. I mean, I'll bookmark it. Oh yeah, I gotta log in. Remember me, don't forget me. Bookmark. Nice. But there's so many on this website. I mean, I just scratched the surface. God rays, smooth outline 2D. I do need 3D. Gonna go ahead and need 3D. This one is CC0, which is my preferred license when I'm using things for my games. And then again, you just get the whole thing. So let's search for what I actually need. 3D outline. Give me a 3D outline, please. 3D pixel art outline. Okay. Outline and glow shader sprite 3D. I am a little concerned that this is going to be hard to find the 3D outline shader. Maybe it's easier. Maybe it's fine. Maybe everything's fine. I'm nervous. I don't see a top result right away. Clean pixel perfect outline via material. Okay. We might have some things to work out. Sobel edge outline shader per object. Okay. You know, some of these might over outline it. Yeah. Because it's like, you know, what are we gonna be outlining? You know? Every edge on every like face of so these are also multiple meshes in one, right? Let me actually, the shaders, well, whatever. So this barn, the roof is a separate mesh from the walls, is a separate mesh from the gate in the front. Right? Those are all separate meshes. And so, you know, that means I'm probably going to have to apply that shader to each mesh individually, which means they're probably each going to outglow, which actually isn't that bad if they both have an outline glow, because then the player would actually then be able to tell what the parts that are going to break off are going to be. So it actually wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. But then, like, you know, on the other hand, you know, I almost would envision if you hover it, just the outside glows or something. So I'm not really sure, but I actually like the idea of each mesh individually having outlines, because then it would give more information to the player about what the different pieces that if you click on it, that will break off are going to be. Hardest is the pixel perfect post-processing outline shader. Okay. There's a built-in outline method in the simple standard material that is a vertex offset solution. Oh yeah, I do remember that now. Now that you mention it, I remember seeing that. I should explore that. Let's explore that. I'm gonna close some of these tabs that I have open because there are a few. Close them, close them. I'm gonna do the electric pole since it's nearby us. I said close. Go away. Oh, the fence also shader doesn't work. Oh yeah, I gotta fix that. Okay, we're not worried about that right now. Let me pull up the electric pole scene. It's because it's nearby us. So then what you're talking about is... Dun, dun, dun. I don't know that I remember where it is. Where is it? It's not grow. Oh, it is grow. Whoa. That is exploding everything, which I have to say is actually kind of awesome. Not ideal. I thought it might be that, though. I probably have to, like, adjust another setting or two to get that to do it right. But, you know, the built-in stuff, I'd honestly rather have shader code. It's gonna be more tweakable. Possibly even lighter weight. Can I see this live in the game when I press this grow button? Bum, 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 bum. Turn on grow. Yeah, we can. No, thank you. Okay. So yeah, there's a couple promising options here. 3D pixelation, cool 3D text, rotating billboard sprite, high quality post-process outline. That sounds expensive. You're saying words like high quality concerns me. I'll open it though. 2D outline, inline, don't want 2D. Need a new standard material at overlay slot for grow. Oh. That actually, like, logically makes a ton of sense. Like, what you're saying makes absolute sense. So, over here on in the geometry section, we've got a material overlay we can add. And if I add a new material there, pop open this, drop on down. Oh, it doesn't look good on low poly. Boo. Yes, it's pretty bad. That looks pretty bad. I mean, it's kind of bringing us back to the same problem where it's overwhelming the mesh. You know, maybe there's like other little things we can change on here. But this is an interesting thing to think about. It's bad, never mind. Yeah. Still, I'm really glad that we looked at it anyway. What's up, Q-Merc? Welcome. Thanks for coming around. I appreciate you. My day is going nicely. I got my tea, I got my snacks, I got my game dev, I got my good company. Who could complain? Somebody, but not me. How's it going with you today? Hey, what's up, Kai Guy? Yeah. You know, I post all of this on the Discord. I actually post all of this on the Discord, guys. So right now, is the last day you can get free assets on the Blender Market. So Blender Market was celebrating 10 years of being a thing, basically. And every day over the last 10 days, they've been releasing a free asset that would normally be paid on their Blender Market. And you can only get it on the day of. You can't get it any other day. And so, yeah, so the last one is today. And it's the best one. Out of all of them that they've given over the past 10 days, it's the best one. And it's this Auto Rig Pro. And I definitely picked it up. All you gotta do is make a free Blender Market account, and then you can claim this for free, and bam, you've got it. It has like a little, each one has had, and this one too has like a slight caveat. So this one's caveat is that you won't get any future updates, basically. Like, you get this version of it, and then that's it. You know, you're not gonna get, you know, the every single change that gets made to this over the coming months and years and whatnot. But like, who cares? Like, it's great the way it is right now. Like, it's free. It's $182. Okay, I got way lost. It's a $182 program. Not program, but plugin. Here. Auto Rig Pro for free. So you get a snapshot version, no updates granted. It even looks like, you know, you can get it for less than $182. It might have been overselling itself a little to say 100, because you get 20, you have 20 seats. I don't need 20 seats. This is still a really, really, really cool thing. And so what it'll do is it'll auto generate or something all of these rigs. And as you saw earlier, I am making a monoped, biped, quadruped player character all mixed into one. And this is, oh my god, this is gonna make that so much easier. Anyway, I appreciate you mentioning it, so I can mention it to anyone who might see this stream before this is up. But chances are it's already gone. But if you're watching this live or the day that I streamed it, you may well still have a chance to come grab this. Corrective shape key? I love it. Give me that corrective shape key. Profesh. Absolutely profesh. So yeah, very cool thing. Nice of you to come through and remind us, Kai Guy. It's an important thing. But yeah, I've been posting this every day on the Discord, all of the things that that have been coming out for free. The other one that I really liked was Retopo Flow. That was the day one one. But then other than that, it's just been a lot of, like, I don't know, things that personally I didn't really need. But yeah, it's cool. So anyway, check that out if you're interested. I'll put the link to the Blender Market page in the chat. Hopefully the chat is still there if you're watching it after the live stream. If it's not, you'll get there. Just Google search it. You got this. All right. Qmerk is doing good. Love to hear it. Goodbye, Kai Guy. High quality. Okay, wait. I'm still trying to pick out which outline shader I really want. Pixel perfect sprite stacking edges in 3D. What does that mean? This. I don't know. That doesn't sound like what I need. Depth modulated pixel outline in screen space. Man, these things are using some words. I also apologize to the shorts feed. You have had pretty much everything I've been showing you half blocked out. I'm sorry. Depth-based outline. Oh, I like the sound of that. It doesn't seem like a very popular one. What does GLES3 mean? GLES3. Okay. OpenGL. Okay. GLES3 is not supported well on older hardware, so it's fancy. Clean pixel perfect outline via material. Oh, is that what I want? Is clean pixel perfect what I want? I do want pixel perfect. Like, I don't even know what that means. What does that mean? What? Ooh, this looks nice. I honestly would like something that glows, too. Why is it only a cube mesh? I don't need a glow. I can live without a glow. Dude, just add emission. Emission equals glow. If you can put a material in an outline, we can do an emission. I take it back. Oh, I don't need to worry about that. What does pixel perfect even mean? I could look it up. I will. Outline silhouette shader. This looks iffy, but I like the idea of it. Wait, there's two different ones, but they're using similar assets? Well, which one's the one? Pixel perfect means the width of the outline is same around the mesh. Oh, that sounds nice. Sounds like something I would want. Of the things, why wouldn't I want that? Okay. All right. So we're going to say pixel perfect outline. I feel like we already got a couple. But at least here we'll see. Oh, and I need it to be 3D as well. Yeah, I type in the word pixel. It's not a very good search. That makes sense. We can't all be Google. Whoa, this is awesome. Okay, that did not search very well. It's just giving me everything with pixel in it. It's just searching everything with pixel. Okay. Here, look at this one. This one's very simple looking. Uploading this because I couldn't find one on the site. This was in 2022. Same outline size from any distance, perfect for interactable objects. Mode made for Godot 4. Nice. And it is Creative Commons 0. Okay, this looks like a contender. I love this example too because it's got different types of like shapes on it. Yeah. Yeah, let me get that. I'm going to copy that right there. Let's smack it on. Just slap it on. So I need to create a new resource actually. First, let's just do the shader itself. So I'm going to click on a mesh. Well, actually, I mean, we are going to do it procedurally, but this isn't a good example. This isn't a good example to do this on. It's not. It's just not. We need something that doesn't have a lot, like a tree. It doesn't have, like, many pieces. Is going to make this a lot easier. Let's do tree 2. Nope, that's the old tree 2. I know because I put a big red block in there to remind me this is the wrong tree. This is not the tree you're looking for. Okay. So now that we've got this tree, I want to say, I think we've been doing it as an overlay. So we're going to do material overlay, new shader material, new shader, This is going to be for all kinds of things. So let's go to objects. Whoa. Object highlight 2.gd shader. And then we will paste, we gotta make sure we're editing it, and paste all this code in here. And now, oh, I already see it. Oh, that was so easy. Shader parameters. Oh, look at that, baby. I mean, it's, you know, this is this is a bit of a tricky mesh, right? Like it's got some interesting edges on it. A vertex offset thing. Okay. It's very possible. Oh, another one on Discord? Oh. It's very possible too that like this mesh that I made in Blender is a bit messy. It was something I made a long time ago before I learned a lot of things that I know now. So I think there's a possibility we can blame that. But I almost like it. It looks like little leaves. All right, let's see what Thoughtsy sent us in Discord though. Like I'm not gonna not check out something Thoughtsy is recommending. Oh wow, you sent it as an entire T-Res file. Well, that saves me a bit of time. Did you download this one? What's the license on this? Where did you get this? I need some information. What is this? Shader or yeah, we'll just say shader. It's CC0. Nice. All right, then let's just call it object highlight 3. I'm taking your word for it on that. If you could send me a link with where that is, I would appreciate it. I'm very vigilant about these things. Oh, I see. I see. Which one is it? Just so I can like have the link and like know where to go look at it. It would be helpful. But no pressure, but it would help. I could always, you know what I could always do? I could always just like search the code and then I'll find it. All right, so let me put it in my project folder. Gecko! Welcome, Gecko. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. And thank you for sending that. I appreciate that. Thank you for sending it in all the ways you've sent it. Welcome, Gecko. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for being an awesome mod. I'm going to find the project folder, and we're going to paste it right in here. Godot's going to import it. Godot's going to import it. I said Godot is going to import it. Yeah, Discord's the place. Yeah, I know. No, I know. You got it. You all right. Godot. You don't wanna, okay. All right. Okay. That's interesting. Sure. So, I'm just going to hit a refresh on this then. Yeah, well, you know what? We'll just reload the project. Usually when I change the files, anything in the file system, Godot is like, hold on, something's different. Not this time. This time it was like, huh? Huh? Okay. Let's see if it finds it now. It better had. Dun, dun, dun. I need to get some music playing soon. It's feeling almost like music o'clock. Okay. There it is. Wait, where is this? Oh, right. I was first of all, it probably did import it. I was searching the wrong word. I was searching for the wrong thing. I typed in the word shader. That wasn't one of the words that was in there. Oops. All right, so since this one's a resource, I'm going to need to use this one directly. I can't just test it out here. So let's actually get rid of the one that's on the tree here. We don't need it. Yeah, so I mean, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put it in the same place. Oh, you're right, I could test it here, actually. Why did I think I couldn't? I don't know. Oh, oh, wow. Okay, this one's better. Oh, this one's good. Oh, this one's good. Wow, this is perfect. What? Oh, this is so perfect. Fontaine, thank you. What? This is better than I could have possibly imagined. What? This looks so fine. It looks excellent. It's screen space. It isn't vertex offset. Oh my gosh. Look at that. It's beautiful. It's perfect. Wow. And then we could always add a little emissiveness to it if I increased these values right here. Look at that glow. Dude, this is great. Okay. All right, let's put it in the code so we can I want to start playing with this immediately. And then let me see also. Oh, this one. I think this was this one of them that I popped open? Let's see. So we would have gotten there eventually, but maybe I would have picked an inferior one before then. All right, we got to give a heart to this one. Put a bookmark on this one. This is the one. This one is Bay. Sweet. And CCO. Love to see CO it. Love to see it. It's so good. All right. So to update this in the code, I'm gonna have to go to our. Where is it in the code? I think I just made a special. I made a whole special. Where did this was? This is look. I implemented this like in the wee hours of the night last week, and so I'm a little fuzzy on where I put this. Let's go to scripts. I mean, that'll obviously help, but like, where else is it? Hover interactables. Okay. Wait, where does that get used? I mean, I see this is where we put the resource right there. Is this on... I don't know. I don't know where I set this script up at. Do I... Oh, maybe it's an auto load. It's like it's probably a separate scene. Hover interactables. There we go. It's this whole separate scene over here. Hover interactables. That's where it is. And then this, I'm auto-loading. Oh, I can't even click and drag it. It's too off-screen. How dare you? Rude. It's an auto-load right there. Hover interactable. So it's existing outside of the scene tree, basically. And then it's what has the arrow on it as well. At some point, I would love to put like information that says like, you know, maybe hit points information, maybe like what type of object it is, stuff like that. For now, there's just an arrow. Okay, so then what I gotta do is in here, we highlight this path, and we're gonna get the new outline that we're using. And we just literally slap it on there. And now I would want to configure this here. You can see it's already configured a bit, which is good, which is nice. I'm gonna give it a little glow. It would be kind of nice if it was like green. I don't know. I don't know. You know what would be even cooler is if the glow was like relative to like one of the colors on the mesh. Anyway, let's not get fancy. Let's just see what this shader's got. Without further ado, and there has been some ado. Whoa. Okay, it's very subtle right now. So we need to pump it up. I'm a little confused by what I see. Okay. All right. So it seems to not be doing what I would expect. Does it have to do with this weird glow thing I tried? It's not really creating an outline. Whoa. It was quite different on the electric pole. I don't know what it's doing, but it's interesting. It almost seems like it's being affected by the arrow that's bouncing. I'm trying to stop the character. I see how like the arrow going on top of it is making it. Now if I I don't even know. What if I change it to like black or something? Yeah, see, look. It's only appearing where that arrow is hovering over the top of it. Otherwise, it just like makes it a little gray. So let's see how we're setting this up. We're creating a material highlight in preload. Oh, that's going to be it. Guys, we're about to fix it. We're about to fix it. Literally, we're going to do one click and we're going to fix it. Because Thoughty said the word that I needed to hear, which is priority. Let's make that a 1. Let's make that a 3. Let's make it a 300. 127. Oh, shoot. Oh, dang. Well, I thought that was going to fix it. -1? Dang. Oh, man. I was so sure that was going to fix it. I mean, if I put the old shader into here, the one we were originally using, we had to set the priority to 1, otherwise it didn't work. Oh, you know what I might need to do? I might need to reload the scene. I bet that's it. Probably need to reload the scene. That would be a guess. That would be a solid guess. I know. It's wishful thinking. No, it didn't fix it. It didn't fix it. Now wait a minute. If I put the old shader on there, the one Thoughtsy had, the one we started out with at the beginning of this, that shows up just fine. Render priority 1. No issue. All is well. Everything works. But if I set it to this new one, not so much. It would make sense that there is some kind of render priority going on, considering that we can see it behind that arrow. That's definitely a pretty serious clue about what is going on here. You know, if I make this hecka thick and we hover over it, you can see it's gotten thicker at that point where it's overlapping. How odd. I wonder if there isn't some kind of priority or something we can set on the meshes themselves that could make a difference. Something to think about. So if I were to go, I mean, that almost seems like it doesn't make sense. And then I would think we could set that in code too if we needed to. Let's also look at the code while I'm thinking about it. Already variable material highlight, so we're making sure we load it. We know that it's loading in. We know that it's applying. It just isn't on top in the way we need. And we say, if it's not in the group meet, for node in target, get owner, get children. So that is to say, the thing that we're hovering over, it's going to look at all of the children in its owner, which makes sense because the way that these are set up is that if you hover over an object, it's going to show you, or it's going to be at this node right here, or hit points. This is where that hover information is at. So we say get owner, we're saying look all the way up here to the top level. And then after that, look at all the children, iterate through every child. And every child that is a mesh instance, apply that shader, that TRES file, to the geometry material overlay slot. And that's all it does, pretty much. I guess something I'd be curious about would be to see what happens. Let me go over the rest of that script. So it iterates through each one. If it has an obstacle and the target is not empty, and if that obstacle is not the same thing as, oh, this is the old one. This is something else. Sorry. This is when we are no longer hovering over it. If the target is not in the group meet. Hey, what's up, Abba? Welcome back. Good to see you. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. Okay, if the target is not in the group meet, check the owner of that target. And then for every mesh instance that's in there, assuming there is a hover effects begin method in the owner, which there may not be, then change the material overlay on the mesh instances to material highlight. That's it. The rest of this is something that doesn't quite work yet. I could try commenting it out. In theory, it's supposed to add highlights to the rest of the, so like some objects like that, the tree only had meshes in the top level, but some objects have meshes that are nested in, and that makes it much harder for it to find them. Yeah, that doesn't make a difference. And so this is, whoops, dang it. This is an attempt, it made it small. This is an attempt to get it to iterate through the children of meshes that are nested. It doesn't work. I gotta work on it, but this shouldn't have any bearing on what we're doing. Okay, so one thing I want to try, I'm going to go back to the tree. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to, I'm doing well. And I'm trying to figure out how to get this outline shader to work. So when I hover over obstacles, we see an outline around them. and there is some success and there's some non-success. There's a little bit of both going around, which is okay. I'm gonna stick it through. We'll get there eventually. Oh, I see. We put this right on here like that. So this looks really, really good on here. Now, what I'm curious is if we're going to see it be partial when we get into the game. And if not, what makes it different? Oh, it is partial. It's still partial. Something else I want to try, just to eliminate this. I want this to not this code to not even fire. Don't even run this function. Where does this function get called? We connect. I'm just gonna comment out that signal connection. And for good measure, I'm gonna comment out this one too. Hopefully it doesn't cause any problems. What I wanna see, well, I think we're gonna lose the arrow. Oh. Okay, we don't lose the arrow. Okay. First of all, I would say the performance is a little better, which is interesting. And wow, look at that. When we're over top of that tree, you can see it. It's kind of appearing. It looks a little messed up. So I don't know. This shader, there's something about this shader in general that isn't quite working right with what my needs are. Yeah, right? It's like, And then also interesting, if that's what you meant or not, I don't know, is that look in the fog back there. And it's also doing the entire thing. So like if I try to adjust that resource and make it less thick, I mean, it's still, whoa, I zoomed in. Hey, I'm big now. It's still not actually showing an outline. It's just filling the whole thing in. You see in the distance? Which maybe in the distance that could be forgiven, but there's still something going on, like some render priority this or that happening. It's a little confusing. What if I put this render priority down to 0, nothing changes. -100, nothing changes. 100, nothing changes. It doesn't care. What if I do something on this next pass? I don't know, I'm just kind of getting, I'm getting experimental, all right? I know I am. I know. Oh, it won't even let me drag that on there? Really? Recursion detected. Unable to assign resource to property. Oh, okay. Well, what if I do a different one? Whoa. So then that worked. Okay. Okay. So you can see that in the distance. I don't know why this shouldn't make literally any difference. Whoa. Look how some of them get it and some don't. What the heck? What in the world is going on? And that's true even if I restart it. This is some unusualness. It's like Christmas trees. Okay, so what if I come back to this tree over here? Yeah, I'm trying to do some shading. What's up, Psychonic Joe? I am trying to get some outline shader stuff going, set up, and all that. It's you know, it's very promising in the editor. In the editor, it looks fantastic. It looks freaking great. But in here, there's some kind of weird render priority thing going on, where it's only actually revealing it when we're hovering over top of it, which is very confusing. And I tried just experimenting and slapping a next pass in here that doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm going to get rid of this. Oh, also, I need to actually update this to not have that extra in there. Let's clear this. Clear that. I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I'm just experimenting to see like what could make a difference here or there. Let's grab the tree leaves, and I'm gonna drag our Thought T shader in there. Okay, there's that. And then what if I slap the new outline into next pass? Same thing. Same thing. I mean, kinda. So let me show you it in a non-chaos way. So in a non-experimenting way. So I'm going to comment this code back in so I can actually use it as intended. That would be nice. If you put something behind the tree in the editor too, the outline disappears. Uh-oh. In the editor? Whoa. So maybe I mean, I don't want to blame the shader. It could be like a, yeah, maybe it's like an engine limitation thing. Whoa, it does disappear. That's strange. Oh, that must be what's happening. I see. So I don't even need to do a CSG box. If I were to get like the ground is just a plane. So if I were to get a mesh instance and make it a plane. See if you can set that priority. Yeah, we did. We changed the priority and it didn't help it. Excellent suggestion that I honestly thought was going to fix it. I thought that was our fix, and it wasn't our fix, regrettably. So I think that's an excellent clue as to what's happening. The meshes, and that's probably why somehow the arrow is revealing it for some reason. Wow. Yeah, but I'll show you it in action so you can see it not help. Oh, hey, what's up, Pierogigon? Oh, Pierogigon's a member. We got a member in the house. I don't have any music playing right now. I gotta get some music playing so I can sing a song. If you're a member of this channel, by the way, not only do you get access to a live stream where I make game assets, but you also get a song sung to you when you show up in these devlog streams. Sorry, I apologize, but you're gonna get one. Let's see what we're working with here. Pierogi gone, pierogi gone. Pierogigon, you're gonna put me on with this shader right now. With this shader right now. Oh, Pierogigon's gonna put me on with this shader right now. With this shader right now. Now, Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is here. There you go, first song of the day. There you go, Rogi. Sorry about that. Also, you're welcome. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it so very much. All right. So, yeah. So okay. So working on the game. I'll pause the music for now. we were going without music, so let's stick with that for a second. All right. So in terms of getting this shader working right, I am going to Well, okay, a couple things. Number one, let me show Psychonic a little bit about this. So, opening up the, what is it, the highlight? It's called object highlight .res. So we've got it set up in here. It's good to go. We've uncommented this. We've commented that back in. We've got the outline. So the priority right now is at 1, right? And you were saying try 0 or -1. Oh gosh, how I wish that would fix it. It was actually at 0 by default, and we updated it. So here's what happens. Here's what happens. Whoa, I left the planes in the in the trees. Oops. So if you look, you can see, and let me even change this to a more obvious color. Even more obvious, please. There we go. See that blue around the edge on that tree there? Let's give it magenta. So you can see that's appearing right there. And we now know that meshes behind it are blocking out the outline. And so it's something in that sprite 3D on that arrow. It's got like opaque pre-pass on it. That's probably what's somehow revealing it. Now if I change that render priority over here to a 0, sadly, it doesn't help. So sadly. And if I do -1, so also sadly, it doesn't help. I wonder if like the render priority of like the ground or the other meshes needs to be dealt with. I don't know. It doesn't really make a lot of sense, but something else too is, no, yeah, I don't know. If you set the depth draw mode parameter of material at ground to never, that looks good, but I think that isn't a solution yet. Oh. If you set the depth draw mode parameter of the material at ground, I don't know what at ground means. You mean like every single mesh, you know, even, I mean, obviously the out, like right here, this tree is going to be against all of these corn stalks, right? So the corn stalks are going to cancel out it then. So when you say ground, do you mean the plane that is the ground? At ground. Try it with the test mesh. Oh, I see. Okay. Understood. My brain has computed. It got there. Yeah, so we just tried, we just tried that. Oh, you mean like down here in visibility? There's nothing like that in visibility. Yeah, that's a 2D thing. We did just try doing the render priority, but that didn't help. Yeah, I think render priority would be like the 3D equivalent of that. We pretty much did that. Also, oh, thanks for stopping in. Yeah, of course, Jay Jorn. Of course. Every Wednesday and Thursday, I do a devlog working on this game. I take 1 week off every 3 weeks. So every 4th week, I don't do Wednesday and Thursday. But other than that, I'm always going to be here working on this game. I just threw my hair. That was like kind of amazing. And then, of course, the game jams on Fridays. Member stream on Monday. Thank you for appreciating it. Good night. But yeah, Rogi, let me, sorry, I should have just done this for you earlier, but here's the link to the shader. Bam. Done. Link in the chat for the shader. It's right there. I just posted it. Look. Oh. Okay. So, what are we trying next? So many things. Okay, so we want to do, it's a draw order. Yeah, it's gotta be. I don't know how we can fix it. Terrifying. Okay, so on this thing that's in here, this little test mesh thing, I'm gonna want to set the depth draw mode parameter of the material. Do I know where that is? The depth draw mode. Where is that? Transparency. Oh, yeah. Ooh, nice. Yeah. That does fix it there. So out of curiosity, then, I would like to see... I'm going to actually just remove this thing. It says it's supposed to be put in next pass, not a regular spot. Oh, that's a good observation. I completely did not see that. Yeah, maybe we need to put it in next pass instead of material overlay. Oh, very nice. Reading the instructions. Classic mistake. Not reading the instructions. Okay, all right. That means I'll have to change my code a little bit, but let's see if we can get that before I try Thought's thing. Well, not Thought. I mean, I did try Thought's thing, but I was going to try applying that trick to the ground. But Thought themselves say that's not a solution. So let's come back to that if this doesn't work. So on the leaves, we're instead of setting it in material overlay, we're gonna pop open the existing material and do it in next pass. I'm only a little concerned this is going to be hard to access through code, but maybe it won't. Okay, there it is. It appeared on there. Now, it hasn't updated in the game yet. I'm a little nervous. Hey, what's up, SJ? Welcome back, SJ1, SJI. Welcome back. Good to see you. Dang. No bueno. Ain't happening. That tree is still being hidden. Now, I mean, you know, you could, I mean, I do still have the other code going, but I don't think that should matter. Well, it was certainly worth trying. I guess out of curiosity, I'm gonna comment this out again. I just kind of want to see it without the other shader applied to. I'm sure it's not overriding it or anything. I mean, why would it? It's doing overlay instead of next pass. But I just want to see it. Yeah, it looks the same. It looks the same. Wrong. Wow, and so I've commented out the hover thing at this point. And look, you can see it. It's appearing. So like right now, the hover, that is to say, it's not being added by code to material overlay right now. Sorry, shorts feed. It's not being added to material overlay right now. It's being kept on next pass. And you can see it's still only appearing when that's over it. Okay. Good thought, though. My gosh. So many suggestions you guys have made. I'm like, it's gotta be it, right? And it's not. All right, so I'm gonna try going to the ground then and applying Thought's trick. Not a great solution, but I'm desperate. Okay, so we're gonna open up this. This should, emphasis on should, this should update all of the terrain blocks. If I come in here to their material, oh, it's a shader, right? Oh, we're gonna have to set it in code because we're using a shader. Yeah. And some of them are using different shaders than others. So I can do it on these blank ones. I don't need this shader on the blank ones. I can, let me see what is it even is this? Terrain level shader. Okay. That's this one? Yes. Okay, so it is saved. Okay, so then what if I remove that and instead we do just a standard material? Just, I mean, it's definitely not a solution because we're going to have to update it. Well, yeah, that's the thing, is I'll have to update it in code for the other shaders, which is just real. So over here, I need to set it to just be an albedo instead of a shader, or not an albedo, sorry, a standard material 3D. And then I can come down here to transparency and set its depth draw mode to never. Whoa. Whoa, it's really interesting that it like changes the UI in here a bit. I don't know. I thought that was surprising. Look. Here it's got like these grid lines, and then when I say opaque only, it's just like different. Didn't know that. Just didn't know that. It's like a new thing. So this will only apply to the blank ones. So in theory, we should see it against the blank ones. If that actually helps. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Oh, whoa. Everything looks different. I mean, wow. Yeah. I mean, I think exactly what we would expect is happening. I mean, it looks like I didn't match the color, and it's the lighting is not working right. Something is it's definitely creating a strange effect. But I mean, it's progress. It's progress. Right? So that was a perfect example right there, actually. With that tree. Let me see if I can get another good example. There, stop. So here you can see some of it is like where there's a different type of, so this terrain right here on this with the barns on it and stuff, this one has a custom shader that doesn't have any of that transparency thing set up on it, right? But then this material right here is the one we set the outline ability to be on. In fact, this one even also has a shader on it that's different, that doesn't have that transparency effect on it. And so you can see the outline is applying to some of the mesh, but not all of it. So, you know, it's nice to at least kind of start to see what could fix it. I need to add some credits because you guys are out here helping. And I appreciate it. My gosh. Team effort. I'm just going to bring that outline down. It's a little thick. It's kind of ridiculous. It's bothering me. It does have some strange lighting effects, but it's a highlight. Who cares? All right, so I'm gonna update credits real quick. Let's see what you guys are saying. Can you set depth draw mode in the shader code? I hope so. I hope so. Because it basically solves all of our problems, if so. You know what's interesting to me as well? That it's only on... Well, I don't know. I mean, wouldn't it be any mesh? So, like, if there's a tree behind another tree... I guess I almost would want that to be... I don't know. Yeah, I mean, oh man. So that means every single material, which I mean, I can do it. I can do it. I can go every single obstacle, every single object in this game has a material defining its texture. So, you know, I can do it. I can go in there and I can add depth draw mode set to never on every single material. It might even be able to do it in code, you know? Yeah, exactly. It's like, oh God. Oh no. I mean, better to catch it now than when I have 100 objects in the game. Most things in this standard material can be accessed in shader code. Right? Like, it has to be. Oh, thanks, Pierogi. Oh, I need to set credits. Let me update some credits. So textures and shading, obviously Thought T has been doing awesome for us here today. In regards to that. By the way, these credits do not entitle anybody to compensation at any time in any iteration of this game. It's just a way to honor and give respect to those who have contributed and keep track of y'all. Give my thanks. Okay. And then Perugigon as well, giving some help here. And then I gotta give Thoughty some debug props here for helping me see how we can fix this. Thoughty did, or Psychonic Joe did give us a little thing to try. All right. You can set in the shader, but it will not be a solution. Why not? Oh. So wait, so I mean, I guess what I wonder is, like, why is it not a solution? Because if every single obstacle, every single material, every single shader, she says wielding a spoon, if everything has depth draw mode set to never, isn't that a solution? Obviously it's like kind of impractical. But I wonder if I couldn't do it in code. Like without a shader. Like let's say, I mean, yes, a shader. But everything that's in the game will have a script attached to it. And so I could say on all of the scripts, find the meshes that are in you. Dude, we're getting... I do have some concerns about the frame rate. I am going to say, by the way. I think this shader is murdering the frame rate. By the way. And that's something else. That's another problem that is besides all of that. I don't know if it's the shader, though. Or... It could be my computer, potentially, as well. What do I want to try first? I mean, first of all, I mean, this... I'm going to undo all the changes we made here because it's looking really ugly, and I'm not happy with all that ugly. I'm not happy with all that ugly. Oh, it looks like we Control-Z'd way too much. Don't Control-Z all of that. Oh, man, why is Godot gotta group all of these Control-Z's together? Why would you do that? Don't do that. Okay, I want to go back to here. My outline is still gonna be super thick. I'm missing some chats. I'm just like, I'm a little like concerned about everything. It's a render mode in the shading language. Nice, good sign. I believe you can just do it via code. Yeah, right? That would make sense. Welcome, Techium. That would make sense. I'm not sure if this is a good idea to use, this parameter. Yeah, right? Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. I mean, I don't know what the consequence is, but it sounds like it would be a consequence. The draw order is a little bit tricky and can make a lot of glitches. Right, need to test it. Yeah, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. I shouldn't get all the way into the idea of setting this on everything, because it's going to have, it's something that will have unintended consequences that I may not even realize until later. Maybe there's a setting that you can change in project settings. Oh, that's a good thought. I can't think of a problem that could arise from doing that, but I think it's because I just learned about depth draw mode 5 minutes ago. That might be something to take consideration. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. I think it's worth looking into project settings too. Yeah, Telkian has a point. Render modes are found in more individual shaders. Yeah, that's a good point. Before I do that, real quick, I just wanna comment out this one line of code, or just let's do both of these lines of code. I just have a little concern about performance. I had a book fall on my head the other day. That's funny. I mean, it's not funny. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Jesus, what's wrong with me? Are you okay? I guess I only have my shelf to blame. All right, you're fine. All right, you're fine. The dad jokes have entered the building, everybody. Oh, man. The performance is restored. Everything looks fine and good. The FPS is what I typically expect here. Yes, it drops sometimes, but I'm not running on the best of computers here, so we're happy with it. However, now what if I put this, so this, by the way, what this is doing, this line right here, is it is ending the hover effect. So if I hover over something, something else is saying, hey, make sure it lights up. This is saying, make sure that that light up gets unapplied. So it applies a T-res to the overlay of the relevant mesh is what hover effect begin does. Hover effects end is going to make sure that it changes that material back to null. So that way there isn't a material overlay that is currently set. So I'm curious, if I just have that null set only, do we get the performance drop? So that way I can, I don't know, maybe understand something or not. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Look at that. 30 FPS and I can feel it. It's just you know, it's not like lagging, but it just looks less smooth. It looks less creamy. So I think my code is bad. I'm currently, I mean, in theory, it runs every time the raycast detects something. Every single time the raycast detects something, it's going to say, look through that thing that I saw, find every mesh on that thing, and change its material overlay to null. And it's doing that, so it'll be doing that on every ground that I hover, I think. Just probably not every ground. It's a little confusing because it doesn't look like I was hovering anything, right? I have my cursor way out here. I'm a little confused. I feel like that function might be getting called more often than it's supposed to be. But this is something that maybe we can fix later. But it did just occur to me that that's a problem that might need to be addressed soon, right? And I comment this out. That is to say, I mean, it literally says anything seen. So this function is going to be called every single time. It's not running the for loop on everything. It's running every single time anything gets... So, I mean, that would be another test, I guess, is if I comment out all of this and then do a pass, will that frame rate still drop? No. Barely. Just a tiny, tiny little bit. Not great, but no, that looks fine. I think it's fine. I think that was just some initial loading thing. This looks totally fine. I mean, hovering over things, clearly hovering. So then that's the other thing, is when I hover over something that is in the group obstacle, you can see the frame rate immediately drops. And now if I'm not hovering over something that's an obstacle, it goes back to normal. If I hover over something, it goes down. So I think this code, I mean, that's amazing, because there's not even any code in here. It's literally just running a pass on there, which is a little shocking. That would still cause an issue. You know, it's probably the arrow. It's probably the arrow. Okay. So anyway, that's something to think about. That is a little concerning. And then this is with both the highlight and the de-highlight functions running. And you can see it's dropping now below 60 FPS sometimes. It's interesting how it somehow is more balanced this way, but I can't say I fully understand. And again, it's not like lagging. We're just losing frames. And actually, you can see there's some strange effects happening here, where some of the corn stalks or some of the obstacles are getting this like slight blue hue on them. It's like, oh, that's when it's going to null. Whenever we change it to null, it's getting that left behind. There's some weird crap going on here. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I think this code might have some problems. So anyway, let's go try the settings. I wanted to explore that. Now that I've explored it, I will stop. All right, so project settings, render stuff. So we're gonna poke around in general here. Physics, debug, compression, rendering, lights and shadows, 2D, shader compiler, reflections, global illumination, shading, force vertex shading. I don't think that's something. This can increase performance a lot, but reduces quality. Doesn't sound like something we want. Environment, scaling 3D, mesh LOD, threshold pixels, viewport, HDR 2D, transparent background. This allows per pixel transparency to be effective after also enabling display window size transparent, display window per pixel transparency allowed. There's no way this is it. That doesn't sound relevant, but it almost does. Light mapping. I don't think we want that either. Scaling 3D. Don't know. Anti-aliasing. I don't think that is it. But I honestly am super unsure what a lot of this is gonna mean. Environment, subsurface scattering quality, roughness quality, upscale mode for glow. SSIL, I don't know what that means. I'm sure it's not necessary. But I have a habit of looking up things if I don't know what the acronym means. Screen space, indirect lighting. Quality and number of blur passes. Actually sounds potentially relevant. Quality, medium, average, half size on, adaptive target, blur passes, fade out from, fade out to. I guess what I'd really want to find is like something that has a similar setting. Depth draw. Camera, depth of field, bokeh shape, depth of field, bokeh quality, depth of field, use jitter, shading, vertex shading, Lambert over Burley, global illumination, use half resolution, probe rate count, reflections, don't think so, shader compiler. We're looking for render mode. Okay. Thank you. That's extremely helpful. Limits. Spatial indexer, forward renders, a bunch of numbers. Just a bunch of numbers. Driver, no. Renderer, rendering method, forward plus. No, that's quite different. GL compatibility, OpenGL 3. Textures. Light projectors, decals, texture bitmap bias, default filters, lossless. Default texture filter. I might want to. I mean, I'll try searching too. If I don't just find it poking around here. Internationalization. No. All right, so we could try filtering the settings. I'll just search the word render. And of course, it shows every setting in the rendering section. Naturally. Layer names, 2D render, 3D render. If I search depth, we have depth pre-pass. Now this says driver enable. If true, performs a previous depth path before rendering 3D materials. This increases performance significantly in scenes with high overdraw when complex materials and lighting are used. However, in scenes with few occluded surfaces, the depth prepass may reduce performance. If your game is viewed from a fixed angle that makes it easy to avoid overdraw, such as top-down or side-scrolling perspective, consider turning off the depth prepass to improve performance. This setting can be changed at runtime to optimize performance depending on the scene currently being viewed. Depth prepass is only supported when using forward plus or compatibility. Okay, wait, we're using forward plus, we're fine. When using the mobile rendering, there is no depth prepass performed. That sounds bad for the camera angle we use. Oh, it does? I wasn't sure. Because, like, it is fixed. Well, actually, it isn't fixed, is it? Because you move left to right. I honestly don't even know how to interpret that as being... Something about that I can't twist around in my brain. So we should have it on, but it might be fun to see what happens if it's off. It might be fun to see what happens. Depth of field, volume depth, subsurface scattering depth, navigation, don't care about that. Oh, I didn't know there was navigation settings in here. Oh. Oh, wow, avoidance already uses multiple threads, and it was killing my CPU. Wouldn't have helped. Overdraw happens when you see lots of things far away, I think. Submit depth buffer, OpenXR. OpenXR will manage the depth buffer and use the depth buffer for advanced reprojection, provided this is supported by the XR runtime. Some rendering features in Godot can't be used with this feature. I don't know what that means. All right, well, just for the sake of chaos, I'm going to turn off this thing that we should use, and I'm going to see what happens, because I'm curious. I'm curious. Look, we just spent like 3 hours poking through that menu. Give or take. We just spent some time poking through that menu. I wanna do something. All right. Is that rational? No. Is it fun? Maybe not. Is it what I'm doing? Absolutely. XR is for augmented reality stuff. Oh. Whoa. That took a little longer than usual to render. Wait, let me see what we get for frame rate. Honestly, I don't even notice a difference. I mean, honestly, maybe the frame rate is like a tiny bit better, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I think the frame rate's a little better. I wonder if because of the way we're using like materials and surfaces, if it is actually a positive thing. Like maybe the camera angle, blah, 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 whatever. But I wonder if there are other settings that are making it actually be better. I mean, this looks better. It's still got problems, but... So I'm seeing like a minimum of 55. Maybe typically it's around 60, 70. Not good, terrible, obviously. And then we're able to get up to like 120 or something. And so what, this isn't what we came here for. And I'll probably one day be like, why isn't XYZ working? What happened? What's going on? And I'll never remember that, oh yeah, I needed to change that setting back that I thought would be fun to change. It's not good to press buttons you don't understand. I know that. But what if it makes the game so much faster? Who am I to avoid that? I don't think it's faster. I think it's worse. Now that I'm looking at this, this is definitely worse. This is better with it. Okay, we want it on. Okay, good. Well, wishful thinking, eh? All right. Depth prepass can be a possibility on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you were still warning about, unintended consequences and stuff. And then, we still have to get it applied to every single thing. We have to figure out how to do that on the shader. But yeah, it is, you're right. That is still an option. It hasn't disappeared as a potential option. Right. Yeah. Yes. But yeah. Well, I mean, this is okay, but this is what you were saying. Wait. I don't understand. I'm confused. Isn't this what we were already doing? This is the same thing, right? This is the same thing. Isn't this the same thing? Isn't this what we were doing before? I don't understand. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Oh, we were doing depth draw mode. I see. Oh, yeah. We were doing depth draw mode. I remember now. I forgot. These words are all so similar. Okay. And you said it fixes it. I mean, that makes sense because that's how we get the arrow to appear as well. Okay. Okay, so I still have to set it in code somehow for the shaders, right? Because I can't access this for all the shaders. So we still need some way to tell materials to do that. And it's going to have to be on every object, probably, right? All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up this. Somehow we're going to have to learn how to access that correctly, of course. That's still a very real problem. I really can't even, because, the color wasn't even the same when I set that over here. I really need to use this shader. So I think I'm going to need to figure out how we set that in code. I think it's going to have to be what I do next. So, but I got to give some props to Techium for the project settings suggestion. That was a path I was happy to go down. Okay. Thank you. Oh, and Thoughtsy, thank you for that. That was extremely helpful. But I still need to figure out how to implement it, right? I use depth prepass just on leaves of trees to show shadows of leaves correctly, but I never set it on the ground object. Oh, really? So you're saying I don't even have to put it on, I only have to put it on the things that have the outlines. That makes sense. Okay. So to get that to work right, I would definitely, well, I mean, it just means every obstacle itself has to have that. The only thing I see in the shading reference that mentions prepass is depth draw alpha prepass render mode. That sounds like exactly it. That sounds exactly like what we need right there. I think that is it. If I were to guess. It might not make glitches. Cool, great. I love a good maybe. I love a good maybe. Nothing like a good maybe to just give you the hope that you need to keep moving forward. However concerned you may remain. Okay. I'll take it. Well, one thing is I don't actually need to do a shader then. If I only put it on, so let's try that first. Let's go to transparency depth prepass. If I only need to put it on here, then I don't need to do it in shader code. With that said, it kind of would be nice if I didn't have to set it for every single... Oh, there it is! Okay, now I do see some problems, but I think that might be... Maybe I didn't comment the null back in. I think that must be it. I didn't comment the null back in. That's... Oh, the null code is what's causing the problems, isn't it? Okay. All right, we're figuring some things out here. Some things are getting figured out. You try another outline shader, but this shader looks so good. Yeah. No. Oh, wait. Why is it... Why is it just filling it in? Don't do this. Do not just fill it in. Huh. I'm a bit concerned. Render priority 0. Oh. Yeah, let's try that. I like that choice. Oh. What the frick is going on? Let's, like, reload it. What? One more thing. I think I need to comment a line of code back in. I don't? Oh, I do. All this code is commented out. Whew. I was like, what in the frick is going on? Okay. Okay, right. I was testing running the function, but keeping the code commented out. So this will probably bring our frame rate back down a little bit, but that's okay. I don't think that helped. I don't think that helped much. It's very confusing. Why, when I hover over this, would the tree have the outline on it? It's almost like the tree is revealing the outline that's on the stalks or something. It is on an overlay slot. Yes. The code dictates it to be so. No material overlay set to the material highlight. Yes. Maybe that's a bad thing. Maybe we want to do next pass. Not that I know how to set that, but it's probably easy. But we could try that as well. I tried with simple background mesh, and it worked for me. Simple background mesh. What does that mean? Like the mesh you tried it with wasn't like a very complex thing. Whoa. Test it on the ground mesh. What do you mean? What do you mean? You mean... I don't know what you mean. Like you're saying change the shader on here? Oh. Let's look at the picture, see what it has. Right, but that's in the editor. That's in the editor. Oh, you set the ground mesh to depth prepass as well. Okay. All right. That's going to be... So then that gets more complicated. Because we need to then make sure we set it in a shader. Now, for the sake of testing, I could do it outside of a shader. But ultimately, I'm going to need it to be in a shader code. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I just created some random new shader. Okay, and then for this, we'll say transparency, death pre-pass. Still not working. Still not working. Even with the ground there. Tree shader doesn't appear. So the ground and the tree both have... I mean, you could even see for a second there, it like appeared. Oh, this one doesn't have the white on it. We gotta do that one separately. Boo. But that's the way we would put it in a... Somewhere in shader code. Where? Don't know, but somewhere in there that would go in. It's going to be tough because I need to make sure it's... I mean, it's so close to almost kind of, but it's not really. And then I'd be curious, Thoughty, too, if you got it to work in the editor. So yeah, it's not even around here on the bottom. It's not even showing up either. So at least for me right now, that's not enough. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I don't expect you to know. I don't. I simply don't. I mean, you know, I wonder if a different shader would go about it differently. I haven't actually tried a different one. Like, we tried one that looked really bad, but I never actually got in there and found out if it worked. So, like, technically, I don't even know if that one worked either. I didn't even set it up as a resource yet. So I could open up that one, save it as a resource, and we could try it. So this is, we'll say object highlight 2.tres. Did I do that correctly? I thought it's supposed to look like something. I think I did it wrong. We're going to try that again. Oh, I see. I have to apply it to something, and then I can save it. I get it. I get it now. Now, this one looked like bad, right? It didn't look good. Wasn't happy with the results. Yeah, it does look really good. I know. It's like, yeah, it's tragic. Yeah, the outline looked amazing. So, like, this outline, not as amazing, but what if it renders? And maybe it doesn't either, right? Like, maybe this is a problem that I need to really hunker down and spend some time solving no matter what. No, it's not great. No, it's not great. But, you know, we'll see. It would be interesting if it works without any issue. Yeah. I know. I'm running it more as a test than anything. We'll see. All right, so there's that. And then what I do is I would save this as a T-res. And this will be object highlight. The link to this GitHub repo is in the description box below. And you can download it for free. It's there. I'm not saying you should. I'm not asking you to. But if you were enjoying thinking about it and you wanted to have a little more information to work with, the repo is in the description box. I haven't updated it today because I can't say I've done anything worth updating. But it's up to date for all intents and purposes. It's the same version I'm working on, except without as much tinkering. Okay, so I've saved that as a T-res. I'm gonna pull that out and then come to the code, and I'm gonna drop this in here as the hover thing, and let's see if it works better or if it's got the same problems. This will be very interesting, I think. Oh, it's better. Look at that. I mean, it's got some problems of its own. Okay. All right. It's got problems of its own. it's it's yeah. But not getting any of those issues. That's very, very interesting that those issues were so highly specific to that specific shader. But you can also see what makes this one less ideal. It's not that bad, though. It's also not that bad. It's not that good. Obviously. Still getting that frame rate hit. I think the frame rate problem is I need to just adjust my code to get that. I need to rethink how the highlight works. You can see on some of these, and that's probably one of the worst parts about it, is different objects are behaving differently than others. Some of them look considerably worse. So to me, what this means is I should try other shaders, right? Just try some different shaders. So that one has interesting results. We've got a bunch of them on godotshaders.com. This is the one that we just tried, I think, right? Or is this the one? Yeah, this is the one that we just tried. Doesn't look like that. Here's another one. This is the one that wasn't working for some reason I don't understand. We can dig into it somehow. But okay. Okay, it says outline is glitching with other objects. I mean, I think that's about all I need to read right there. If I had seen that sooner, I would have said, screw this shader. I would have passed on this immediately. Okay. Well, honestly, it gives me hope. It gives me hope. Because there's plenty of other shaders to try. Yeah, no, that was interesting. I learned things. Always worth it. Always a good learning experience. I am going to unfavorite it and unbookmark it. Thank you for sharing it, Lapka Una. But I'm afraid I don't want to be reminded about it. Okay. Solable edge outline shader per object. High quality post-process outline. Create a mesh instance 3D node with a quad mesh. That sounds very specific. I need it simpler than that. Creating a mesh instance. Geometry material override. In next pass, create a new shader material. I mean, this is pretty specific. Use this shader only in next pass. Okay, they're very particular about that here. Very particular about that. So, I might need to do that. I should need to do that. So we'll see. All right, I'm gonna pull up. Let's just do it on our tree, since that's what we're doing it with. The only reason I'm dragging my heels on next pass is just because I gotta like write the code a little different. It's not probably gonna be that hard, but it's like just I want to look at cool shader. I want to check out cool shaders. That's what I want to do right now. All right, let's create a new shader material. And we're going to make a new one. This is going to go in objects. It's going to be object highlight number 4. Really going through. Create it and edit. Paste it right on in. Shader parameters. Let's see that outline grow. Okay. Render priority. Whoa, dude, this looks crazy. It's giving sci-fi. This looks awesome. Still got to keep that render, that next pass note in mind. So, you know, still things that could be wrong. I mean, I actually already see how it's not working right, actually. Right? Because it's replacing the mesh that's already there, or the material that's already there. So I think that's why this has to be set up that way. Makes sense. It makes sense. All right. Got it. Understood. So if I remove this from here, we come into the service material override. And now I'm going to load. Oh, I didn't actually save it. Okay. 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 New shader material. New shader. That's interesting. Like if I yeet that, they straight up delete it. No, it's right here. That one. Okay. Shader parameters. Can I see the code, please? May I please see the code? It's there. Now, they did say to do it in override as well. Oh, maybe render priority? Okay. Oh, it's still doing that, where it's... I'm a little confused. I would say I'm a little confused. And a new standard material, for example, in material override. In next pass, create a new shader material and add this shader. I mean, it sounds like I'm a little confused about how this works, if I'm being honest with you. Oh, it's because we got that depth pre-pass on. That was the problem. Depth pre-pass. We need it off. Okay, well then I'm going to yeet that from next pass. And let me try it here. Forgot to turn that off. We don't actually need it. New shader material. And then here I will quick load the number 4 one. There it is. Now it looks correct. Okay. Now, it's a little extreme, right? Like, it's doing, like, all of the vertex, all of, like, edges, right? Like, every face is getting a line, which is not great, especially from far away. It's just gonna look like the whole thing is glowing. So, I don't really like this one that much, but it's worth a shot. We'll try it. I'm going to save this as, let's probably do render priority just for, why not? Save it as number 4, except this time it's a T-res. And now I'm gonna yeet it off of this, come to the code. Could work as a special effect shader. True. Right. There's other uses that this could be for. It's very cool. It's actually super cool. Even like an explosion, it's It's an awesome shader, especially if you even if like we could like animate the like outline to like get bigger and smaller, and it would like trace over things and then go back. Or like if you had like a special ability where you could like cast a spell or something. I don't know. Yeah, it definitely has some really good uses. It's a cool shader. No doubt about it. Is it the one that I need for this exact purpose? I'm not yet sure, but it's definitely very cool. Okay, number 4 has been added in. Let's see if it works. It's not in next pass as dictated by the creator. That just has to be okay. Looks fine. It's not bad. It's honestly not bad. It doesn't distort things too much, actually. But it also almost doesn't highlight things very well either. It does. And I wonder if we add some emission in there. This is not a bad one. It's there's a couple interesting things. Number one, it's still doing that weird thing where it like darkens it for some reason and like adds like this blue hue over top of it. Yeah, it's not bad. You know, it's not completely obliterating. And so then one of the things that I wanted to, you know, deal with was when I clicked on it, you could see the steps of destruction. I mean, you can clearly see. Oh, wow. Even the, wow, it's even applying to the particle effects. Because the particle effects are inheriting their material from the mesh material. See, oh, you can really see it here. See how it like changes the entire color of it? The other ones were doing that too. And I don't fully know why. Um, it is happening with all the rest of the meshes. I think this is just the one it's the most obvious on right now. So like that kind of bothers me that it's like just completely changing the color of it. But yeah, even the particle effects are getting the shader applied, which is really cool. That's a very neat effect actually to see. Wow. I like that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out what's up with that. I can probably experiment in the editor to solve that problem. And then I could add some glow to it. Let's see. Oh, we gotta open up the resource. Not that. Yes, that. Outline color. Let's give it all a boost. Let's say 1.2. That'll give it like a bit of a red glow. It's a bit subtle. 1.6. Whoa. Makes it pop a little more. Possibly too much. No, not really. Very much preserves the shape of everything. Or the, you know, the look of it all. Yeah, this one is really solid. I like this one a lot. I am gonna have to look into that discolor problem. I don't even know if I want to look for another one. I mean, it basically does what I need. I think there's something kind of like silly. Oh, it didn't work on that. There's something kind of silly to me about it doing every face. Like, like I don't know, something it's there's something about it that bothers me. Like, I mean, obviously we look at a low poly tree, we see that it's a low poly tree. Nobody's looking at that and like that looks like a real tree. I believe that that's not low poly. Something about hovering over it and seeing the faces sketched out. I feel like so silly saying this, but it's like immersion breaking. I don't know. It's not really, but you know, if I had total stylistic control, I would opt for that not to be the way that it looks. Um, and then what else was I? Something. I mean, other than that, it's really good. It's very good. Could look at some other ones while we're poking around. Right. Because at least then it wouldn't always just be sitting there with it totally traced. That's a good point. It's a good point. Good point. Okay, this one I will give props to and hang on to.
This one seems a little complicated. Enable the flip faces. This seems like this is a lot of. I don't know about this one. This one concerns me. I don't know about that. There's this one, depth-based outline. Generates outlines based on the depth and camera distance. To use a shader, apply it to a 2x2 sized quad. What? Oh, is that like something that like goes like around the outside of something? Oh, that sounds annoying. I think I'm understanding that right? Like I'd need to put like a box like in each obstacle, and then within that box it's going to apply that shader. I hate that. I don't like that at all. I'm just assuming. I've never used a quad mesh, but that's what it sounds like. What the heck is a quad? What even is that? I can't even search it. Is it how old is this shader? 2022. Maybe that's like an old thing that doesn't exist anymore or something. Whoa, this looks good though. This is Unity. All right, what the heck? I'm gonna download it. I'm gonna try it anyway. Screw it, let's do it. Probably won't work. I'm on a roll. What's the worst that happens? Doesn't work? Okay. Copy all that code. Come to the tree. Quad mesh is basically plain. Oh, so I see. So I would like do like a mesh instance. But that's from 3.0. Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounded like some old thing. There's a quad mesh. I see. I see. Maybe they were just saying create this to test it or something. They weren't saying like you need to do that in order for it to work. Unless they were. Maybe they were saying that. I don't know. I see. And then I could make that like a thicker thing than a plane. Interesting. Today I learned. Oh my god, that taskbar placement. Right, so mesh instance, quad mesh, and then if we like say 2x2, okay, that actually didn't do what I thought I would do. Okay, whatever, I don't care. Get out of my face. I'm gonna say leaves. I still haven't rocked any music today, except for the one member song. Material overlay, new shader material. We're gonna create a new shader. I want that to be in objects, which I need to make a favorite immediately. Objects. This one is going to be number 5. 4 is the winner so far. Create it. And then paste our code in. Whoops, not our code, the code. This is my code. It's CCO, so I own it now. Okay. Ooh, it's got nice comments. Does it not have shader parameters? Oh. Oh, wow. Oh, oh, wow. It doesn't. That's brutal. Oh, wait, it has a problem. Expected expression found render mode. Oh, it's got old code. It's got old code. No. This must have changed. Oh, geez. Godot shader render mode 4. You can skip the live function by setting. Okay, but that's 9 months ago. Hmm. I don't know. Render mode skip vertex transform. Render mode unshaded. Expected expression found render mode. Is it just like set up wrong? When you say expected expression, I don't use this shader code enough to understand what the problem is. I will say I don't see like a closing bracket anywhere. Maybe that's important. Maybe it's not. Probably it's not. Okay, well, that's the end of that one. Let's see if there's any others. 3D outline. Oh, we were on this last page. Meters grid, low poly water, squash, not stretch, low life. Breath of the Wild grass shader. Oh, no. No. Hologram looks kind of cool. I think I have the winner. I think at this point, the one that works the best. I mean, why keep looking? It's the one. It works so it works. It is an old setting, probably. Now I gotta find out how to get like the most recent, like what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's interesting that this is like here. And this is for 4.2. And it's got render mode. I wonder if I even search render mode unshaded. This is 12 months ago. That's going a little far back if it was changed. 2022, it's quite a while ago. You know, I'd hope to find someone who had the same problem. 2022. I mean, I could also like what if I commented that out? Would that be the worst? Would that break everything? Oh no, it's same thing. Look, expected expression found uniform. There's something with the way this code is set up or something. Wait, now it's saying expected a valid type hint? ChatGPT might help? Maybe. All right. Okay. All right. I gave ChatGPT a lot of use for a while with code. And often what would happen is it would take me in circles over and over again, especially when it came to like outdated things. But it's worth a shot. Why do I get the expected valid type hint after colon? Wait, can I just puzzle this one out? Because this is a new error now. Oh, I feel like this was changed. Recently. Source color? Screen texture has been removed. This is just, it's old code. So that, I mean, that's one thing about GodotShaders.com is there's a lot of old code on there. We got another problem. Well, at least it's going to tell me what to replace it with, maybe. To continue with minimal code changes. That is so nice, Godot. Thank you. Yeah. I changed it to source color. I think that's the correct way to say it now. I think. Screen texture has been removed in favor of using hint screen texture with a uniform. To continue with minimal code changes, add uniform sampler 2D Screen texture, hint screen texture. What? Near the top of your shader. I cannot believe that it has given me such an incredibly long suggestion. Okay, okay. All right. Sure. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Wow. This is the most in-depth error message I've ever gotten. Like, it's nice that it actually is like adapting to the code. You know, it's not only it's doing that, and it's like it's looking at what things we're using in the code, and it's like adjusting it so it works. That's very kind. I can't type it here or it's gonna yell at me. So I have to type it off screen. Where's sampler? Screen texture, hint, screen texture, filter, linear, map, semicolon. Okay. We got more. Unity or Unreal's documentation doesn't give that many hints. It's very generous, right? It's like Godot is my friend. Oh, wow, and it's doing depth stuff, too. Error 984305, here's a book. Yeah, right. Oh, man. I love Godot. I love Godot. Do not miss other engines. I don't. That is like not an emotion that I have felt. I mean, look, I didn't extensively use Unity. I did maybe 300 hours of Unreal Engine. I did probably 50 hours of Unity, something like that, 50, 60 hours. Did a little G-Develop. I never have a feeling where I'm like, you know, I wish I was in that other engine. That would be nice. That would be nice. Never have that thought. Not once. Uniform sampler, 2D screen texture. Okay, so we gotta do this. We gotta do one more. This one is uniform sampler, 2D depth texture, hint depth texture, filter, linear, map. Is that it? Semicolon. Okay, paste that in. Hey! But does it work? Okay, we got shader parameters. I see a little something. I see a little tiny sometimes when I look at it the right way. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. You know, I'm not sure about this one. It seems to be like rendering on the camera. This one's wacky. I mean, it's a migrate effect. Yeah, that was like, no, there was like something trippy about that on the screen like that. Like in some way I didn't hate it, but it's not exactly what I was looking for. Okay, well, you know, it's been real. It's been very interesting to see what you could be. I don't, you know, and maybe through the different version changes, things aren't working quite right. You know, I'll give it the benefit of the doubt. It could just be broken in this version, you know, or this is what it looks like. I don't know. One of those two. Whichever it is, I don't know that it's the right one for me. It's interesting that they cap the thickness at 5. Maybe don't. Hint range 5. 50. Hint range 50. Give me more power. It doesn't look better. It's a very interesting way to do things, I'm sure. Yeah, I don't like this. I don't want to do this. All right, so we stick with the shader that worked the best. I think that is the wise choice. But this has all been very, very interesting. So to me, the next problem is figuring out what the heck is causing, why my code that applies this shader is so bad. Why is this code that I have so bad? I mean, maybe before I do that, because that's what I would want to procrastinate today. That's the kind of thing that I'm not excited to try experimenting with. Oh, is it? It's barely even showing up on here, unfortunately. On the... Wait. That's concerning. Let me try thickening it. We ain't out of the gate yet. This is the good one, right? Wait, now I'm confused. Which one is which? The one that I just gave up on because it just felt like hopeless, even though the migraine effect one, or something else. This isn't the right. Oh, it is the right one. I feel like this one is tricky because if you go too thick, which one are you asking about? Also. Wait, something is different, right? Am I bugging? Oh, I don't know. I don't know that it says that it is. Outline shader generates outlines based on the depth and camera distance. There, I put the link in the chat. I mean, you know, and it's also old, and I had some old code I had to update. There's probably other things that aren't necessarily causing errors. It's a post-process. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know how to understand that. Oh, yeah, right. I ignored this. I literally read it and said, nah, I'm not going to do that. Nah, we're not going to do that. I see. So I would make sure. Oh, and that actually makes a lot more sense. So so does it need to be like where do I even put that thing? I see. It's kind of interesting. Honestly, you know, that might actually... Okay, hold on. Wait, this just got back in the running. Hold up. Let me tell you why. Because right now, one of the problems I'm having is my code in front of the camera, or between the camera and the object. This is interesting because one of the problems that I'm having is that my frame rate is dropping because of the code that's iterating through every node on all of the things that I hover over. So that way it can update each mesh to have a different material. If I use this post-process effect, then that means I can put a quad mesh on every obstacle, and I don't have to iterate through
anything. I can just say, look for that one quad mesh and activate it. I don't even know that I need to apply a shader to it. I mean, I do need to apply a shader to it, but the shader could just either always be active or activated whenever that object is highlighted. I'm thinking that might actually be good. Wait a minute. Maybe I'm not giving up on that one yet. It might apply to things I don't want it to apply to. Yikes. Okay, that's not good. I mean, in some way, it'd be nice if I could somehow associate that quad mesh with, like, say, only apply to things within the node tree that you are inside of. That sounds like a thing. So, like, if I get back into our quad mesh life. Now, it does say a 2x2, which is very specific. Does it seriously mean that? Like, I can't make it any bigger or smaller? Is it saying that it has to be like divisible by 2 and uniform on each? Like, it has to be linked in its size? Or is it literally like you cannot make it anything but 2x2? Because that's not going to work for some of these. Thank you, Thoughty. The resolution, 2 points by 2 points. Oh, what? Not the size? Here? Something else? Okay. So then on here, if I wanted to try this, yeah, I gotcha. So I want to try this. And also I hear you, Thoughty, with the link. If I give this a material wherever I want to do that, here, material. Let's load shader 5. Okay. Oh, it's not a T-res. We gotta do a new shader material. Open this. Shader 5. Apply it. Check it out. I mean, I guess because there's no camera. I mean, we did see it in the editor, so I'd be surprised if it wasn't going to work a little bit. Am I doing this right? Apply it to a 2x2 size quad. I'm missing something here. Because I have a mesh instance that's a quad mesh. And I've put this shader material on there. I don't see a lot happening, though. So I do wonder if there's a different way to do this that I don't understand. Oh, let's look at the link that Thoughty shared. 2x2 is in Godot 3, but 1x2 is in Godot 4. Okay, so clearly there's a lot that I just don't understand. I think there's some very severe things that I don't understand. Oh, flip faces. Whoa, look what flip faces has done. What? Wait. What? Why is it changing everything? That doesn't give me a lot of confidence that it's only going to apply to the tree. Like that it's changing the editor itself.
Documentation about post-processing. Okay. I mean, this looks a lot better. My gosh. Absolutely an improvement. Okay, we're not supposed to... I made it... Let's bring it back down to 5. That's about as thick as it seems comfortable getting here. Well, let's see what this looks like. I mean, it's not... Like, the hover is still gonna be there and override it or do something weird. Right, that's what I... Whoa! Whoa! Is that because of flip face? This kind of looks awesome. Like, actually, it has been a desire of mine to make the game be cartoony in its visual appearance. It sounds like something like this is what I would want. Just maybe not this. Right. Well, I mean, wow. So it can't contain the effect to a certain area. Period. Like, it's going to go all over the place, no matter what. Deal with it. That's too bad. Really would have been nice to have something that could just, like, be separate. So I don't have to iterate through every mesh. That would have been excellent. All right. Well, it's good to know. And in some way, I'm genuinely considering having something like this set up. I mean, it does something really weird to the camera. Like, when the game starts, we get this weird, like, blur around the edges. Whatever that is. And then it like what? Like, what is that? It's strange. The shader isn't unshaded. Oh, yeah, it was giving us an error that seemed kind of related to that. I don't know. Wow. It is cool though. It definitely intrigues me. It's still it doesn't you know it's whoa. There's a line in the code, render mode unshaded. Yeah, there is. That's right. There is that line. That line is in there. Absolutely. 100%. Right there at the very top. It might be in the wrong place though. I don't know. I mean, if I comment this out. Oh, it didn't even really make much of a difference. Well, this has been very interesting. And it gives me some hope for setting up an outline on everything. Although it also concerns me because it looks like there's going to be some problems with that. Unshaded means the lights of the world don't affect that quad mesh. Okay. Well, never mind. But very interesting. So, that brings me back to solving the problem of this. So if I add, this is if I'm just manually adding this in the Actually, I'm not going to do it here. I'm going to do it on something that's more obvious, like the electric pole, or even the tree. Let's do electric pole. So with the shader that does seem to do the best job for what I need, I can only apply it to one mesh for the sake of this test. I'm going to say material overlay. We're just going to drag in the good shader right there. And see, it makes it brown. This is not good. Do not want it to look that way. And I'm not sure why it does. It's interesting that I can't even see the outline here in the editor. I wonder why. Whoa. It's only applying to like the front of it too. I have questions. Why does this look so strange? Wait, what does this look like in the game if I have that sitting on there, minding its business? Discoloring. Is it also gonna look outlined? Oh, I seem to have it's some weird things are happening. This one is the Sobel one. Something is off. I can't quite put my finger on it. Not this one. Not this one. Not that one. I guess I closed it. Apparently, I shut it down. I got some tab problems here. Okay. Well, I bookmarked it. So we'll see the value of those bookmarks. How helpful were those bookmarks? I think I need to open this a little wider. There we go. Profile page. Bookmarks. Here, Sobel Edge Outline Shader per Object. This one. Put it in the chat. It does say use it only in Next Pass, and I am not using it in Next Pass. So that is definitely something to keep in mind. Maybe that's where I'm having an issue. But something about it visually ain't right, and I don't know what that is. I don't know what happened. But it was looking a lot better. What if I pull up the tree again? I don't think that doesn't matter. It is on the next pass or on overlay. Right. Okay. That's helpful to hear. Tree. I'm going to pull up tree 2 again, because this is where I first tested this one. Nope, not that one. This is where I first tested it, and it looked great. It looked totally fine. Come to the leaves. And I'm going to slap that on there again. Object. T-res 4. Overlay. And you can really see it shadowing it. Oh, lower works better. That's so confusing. Oh yeah, there it appears. It's a threshold. And if we go too high, I see. That's the problem. Okay, now I understand a little better. Okay. Thank you, tree. Thank you, tree. And does this help with the solar panels? Because the solar panels really were not showing up. I'm gonna need it to show up. Much better, much better. Good, good, good. Frame rate dropping, of course. It does show up on the solar panels, not very well. Honestly, I could probably go in and add geometry, because the solar panels, I assume it's basing it on, I don't even know, actually. Because this should be separate. These should have edges on them. That's the only way these materials are being applied, is that these have edges. Just kind of need a lower threshold. Not that low. No, it still doesn't. 0 threshold. I think that makes these other things just completely glow. Oh, it's interesting. Like, some things glow and some things don't. The lack of equal application across different obstacles is a little concerning. I mean, I could just make sure that it's super weird. I could try to make sure that I always make every object mesh be a certain way so this particular shader applies. Let me open this up in Blender. Let me just take a look at the solar panels in Blender. Cuz the only way that these blue squares or rectangles are appearing on there is if there are edges. It's the Sobel effect. Yes, it is. That's this one. Yeah. Maybe that's important. I've definitely seen Sobel with like, I mean, I don't really know what it means, but it's some kind of algorithm, right? But I've seen it in other programs as like a plugin. Classic edge detection convolution filter used for decades in computer graphics. Right, edge detection. Yeah. Right, and that's I don't love that. I'm not loving that. This outline shader is not a this is not an easy task. This is a bit of a tricky one. What's up, Pixel Tuner? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. This is a tricky one. I think it's because the solar panel is flat. 3D Sobel would work based on geometry. Oh. I see. Yeah, you did. You did warn me. I don't know, Pixel Tuner. I'm streaming. What did you? Can you be more? Can you be less cryptic? Dun, 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 dun. I tried it to 2 years ago. You tried it 2 years ago in Godot 3, and you were having problems. Yeah. Okay. All right. That's a pity because it feels so not basic, but like fundamental to be able to get outlines on things. Objects. This is going to be probably miscellaneous. Has to do with retopo. Okay. I'm not going to do much Blender right now. Looks so simple, but it isn't. I know. Right now I'm doing shader stuff. I don't remember having issues with outline in the past, but it has been a while since I tried doing it. I mean, and I imagine every project is a little different. Somebody, I think it was Joe Schmo, came through and said they found an outline shader that they pretty much drag and dropped. for the Godot project. I don't know that they shared it though. That was last week. There's a way to get the tool still, even though you've missed it. Really? I can still get retopo? Is it time sensitive? Can I do it later? Or do I have to do it? Do I have to do it right now? Thank you for letting me know. How can I use same animation? Oh, that's old. Yeah, I don't think there's anything new from Joe on here since that. But somebody definitely said that they had a shader that worked really well. They had an outline. Yes! Thanks, Pixel. But anyway, so these do have these, but I hear what you're saying that they need to be. So they need to be 3D. Let's make them 3D. Is this gonna be what an actual solar panel looks like? No. Do I care? No. Let's. You can't find the shortest path between those two? Okay. Seems like you should be able to find the shortest path between those two. Let's just look at it straight on. And select all of these. Oops. Oh God. Oh God. Stump. Stump. Okay, there we go. I kept pressing spacebar instead of the Alt key. Okay, grab all these. Just kind of thinking off the top of my head here. Oops. Maybe I just select these edges. Like this. Get all these. Okay, and then I'm just gonna raise them out a little bit. We're just gonna boop, or we could go in. I think I'll go out. Do a little bit of that. Make sure the edges aren't weird. They look fine. All right, and then what if I save it like that? It's probably gonna be weird in other ways. But just out of curiosity, I wonder if that makes the outline pop more. I mean, I'm willing to consider that. And then on the electric pole, you know, maybe if I shade smooth the mesh, let me see. If I remove this, oh, is it shade smoothed? It doesn't look like it is. Maybe that'll make that not select it in as weird of a way. We'll see. Okay, so the solar panel should be updated. Let's see if it looks different. Looking for a solar panel. Oh yeah, much better. It's still kind of thin. Okay, I spoke too soon. I wouldn't say it's much better, but it's a little better. It's not worse. I'm surprised. I guess it's not going to do it in the middle unless there's a difference there. A 3-dimensional difference. Open your old project. The reason you don't remember having issues with highlight is because you dropped it altogether for a glow effect. Oh. You're saying that you didn't end up going with an outline. This is just sinking on down. All right, there we go. You just made the whole thing glow. And I wish that's kind of originally what I wanted to do, but man, it's just it's obliterating the entire like geometry of everything. if I do that. And it makes me sad. I mean, this is a little better. It's probably because it required a lot of tweaking. Right. I mean, at this point, like, I want it bad enough. I guess I'm willing to, like, do a tweak here or there. I wonder, I mean, if even, like, separating it somehow. I don't know. That wasn't a very strong effect. I mean, I could try dividing these, like, pieces on here. Do I even know how to do that? I do. I didn't want to do it because I figured it'd be like too many details that aren't necessary, but maybe it will be necessary. And then I could do some really weird stuff. Or maybe we do it like this. No. Don't click the wrong ones now. Oh, I fell. And this feels ridiculous to even be doing this. But that's okay. I probably would want to have done it. Dang it. I probably would want to have done it the other way. It's okay. It's fine. Okay. It's more dimensions. Save it. This is pretty messy. I could go in there and even do like outlines around every little square. Probably gonna be pretty minimal overall. I mean, it's not worse. I guess it's solar panelier. It kind of gets like a weird like zigzag shape for some reason. It pops more. Definitely looks more like something. Yeah, maybe this is the best case scenario, and I should just be okay with it. I think I feel pretty okay with it. Yeah, you mean since I made those changes? Yeah, I think this does look better now. I agree. Yeah, this is something. You know what I need to add one day soon? Sound effects. I still haven't done sound effects. This one barn doesn't work right because I'm not iterating through all of the meshes. So okay, so then the next problem. So this is good. This is interesting. I need to make a GitHub commit here before I continue. It is time for a little bit of a GitHub commit. What changes? So let's do that. And then I want to figure out why it's darkening it. I don't understand why it's getting darker. I could not care. It feels odd. Like, let's put it this way. I could learn to live with it if I have to. But why should I have to? All right, so I'm going to say hover shader improved
added a bunch of new shader slash T-res files that experiment with different hover outline styles, object, I don't remember what I'm calling it, highlight, whatever. Number 4 is the winner. And that's it. Right? That's all I did. Updated the solar panel mesh to have more outline potential. That's certainly all that I intended to do. So if there's anything else that was done, it was done on accident. Okay. GitHub commit done. Now what in the world is going on with this darkness? I will let it go. I swear I will let it go. But what if I don't have to? I'm gonna play a little music in the background, by the way. I'm feeling the 3-hour slump. Just a little something in the background, fill in some space. Okay, so if I select that poll, and add in a material overlay, I'm gonna make it number 4. It's the highlight we want to experiment with here. And you can see it adds like this weird shading on here that I don't understand. I'm curious actually what happens if I run a shade smooth on this mesh before importing it. Not that curious, but a little curious. I don't think render priority does anything here. Outline color doesn't seem to have any impact on that. Seems irrelevant to me. Outline threshold doesn't do anything to that. So I'd have to think there's 2 things, right? I mean, there's many things, but I would expect that there's something I could change on the mesh itself to make it not do that, and or something in the shader code I could change that might make it behave differently in here. That sounds fine, and I'm willing to dig into code, but I'm curious, what if I can just click around and figure out something here? Transparency, depth, prepass, chaos, alpha, chaos, alpha scissor, nothing, alpha hash, nothing, disabled, nothing. Depth draw mode, never, chaos. Always, nothing. Instead, we don't want no depth test. I don't think any of these are gonna do anything. Whoa, I mean, that did something. Try to write render node unshaded to the code. Oh, that sounds like that's gonna help. That sounds like that's gonna help. I mean, in theory, it sounds like it's going to help. Hey, look, it fixed it. It fixed it. Thank you. There is I would say a like 6.7% chance I would have figured that out on my own. 6.7, 6.6. And maybe that number goes up if there was a chance that I like researched it. There you go. There it is. That's what. So it's applying a material to it, even though that material is transparent in that section. It's still shading on it. Oh, maybe it's catching the shadow twice. Wow, I see why you're saying that. Because if I comment that out, the shadow, I barely even noticed that there was like a shadow on there. The shadow gets considerably darker. And if I comment it back in, the shadow gets lighter. That sounds correct. If you see some light effects there, you don't want to use this. Got it. That's so cool. Dang. Debug champion today. Okay, so let's see what it all looks like. Now that we've updated that shader, I'm gonna yank it off of here. That was an easy fix. Couldn't have done it on my own. I swear, I would have probably eventually would have reached out to one of y'all. Or just let it go. And then someday been like, I don't know why it does that. And someone would have been like, because type this. Oh. Okay, we're not out of the woods yet. So I'm noticing that there's no more hover effects. What did I do wrong? At least you've seen what unshaded is good for. Yeah. 100%. But is it just that? Did something else get broken? True. Alright, I commented that out again. Oh. I must have broken something else. Oh, first of all, I left a material overlay on that. Oh, I know what happened. Did any of y'all see what happened? I know what happened. I removed the shader from the TRES file. It's okay, everything's fine. What I did was I just did that, which updated the actual file that's being loaded into every hover. What I need to do is that, so that way we don't lose that. Now I can come in here and do it, and everything's fine. Comment this back in, we'll be good. All right, but yeah, you're right. I love that opportunity to like learn something in an application that's relevant to my needs. Best way to learn something. There it is. Looking good. Yes. Wow. I mean, I would even say the shader itself looks better. Wow. Oh man, it was like kind of dulling everything. Now it looks so much brighter. Might be able to increase that threshold a bit. We're learning together. It's so nice forever. Definitely got to work on that performance issue, though. It's interesting. This didn't look much worse. I mean, that does look a little stronger. Let's do 0.4. Make sure that applies. I think maybe we could bring that glow down quite a bit from 1.6. Let's say 1.3 or something. No, it's no big deal for the corn stalks. The corn stalks can be a little over bright. That's fine. I don't care. Even like the trees and stuff, it's not really a big deal. What if I set this to 0.8 on the outline threshold? Not bad. It just all looks so much better.
Oh, we're losing a lot on here. Yeah, it did. I want the solar panels to pop more than that. You know, is it the outline that I see in my mind's eye? No. The outline that I see in my mind... I mean, look, I'm sure it's in other games. I don't even know how to search for this. But I'm thinking of the glow that you see on things in Elder Scrolls Online. That's like what I envision, but I need to find an example of it. I'm pretty sure it's just when you like... Oh, here. The one that I ended up going with is this one. I don't know if it's similar to a pixel perfect one, but this is the one that I ended up going with, was Sobel Edge Outline Shader. But this is what I'm imagining. Oh, the one I have in mind. It's this, which is like quite a bit different in so many ways. If I can get a good... Imgur, why are you this way? Why are you like this? I know why you're like this. And I'd like you to stop. What if I save it? That'll probably help. I believe in you. I believe in you. I don't... Wow. Wow, that's a loader. Alright, well... Oh, there it goes. This. It's kind of got like this like tapered glow around the edges. That isn't the Sobel. That is what we tried at 2 hours long. Just this Elder Scrolls outline has some gradient glow effect. Oh, so like Techium was saying, this is the pixel perfect. Right, because it's not doing all the polygons on the inside. Right, you're just saying it has right, that makes sense, like a gradient effect around the outside. Yeah. That's what I want. But you know, all of those problems with the... I mean, I still don't even really understand. I guess was the only thing keeping us from that was just having to set depth pre-pass, or not depth pre-pass, but the no, but it was still weird. It was I feel like we didn't really come up with a working solution that was practical for adding to every single material. Yeah, this looks awesome, right? And I mean, look, I don't need to have this. The point of this game that I'm making is to be a prototype. Yeah, right, World of Warcraft, right. It's that same kind of MMO thing. The rendering of the background objects was affecting... Right. Right, so you know, maybe there's still hope for figuring it out someday. But, you know, this game is supposed to be a prototype. And not only a prototype, but also a game that is a learning project. So, you know, I'm okay with spending extra time on things, but at the end of the day, this isn't supposed to be the final version of this game. I want it to be playable and get enough of what I want achieved, so I can communicate to people, this is the game I want
there to be. Here's a version of it. Let's make it better. And what I'd want to do is actually remake the game. Keep some parts of it, but effectively remake it and potentially fundraise and have people who are paid to work on it. That would be nice. And do it again, except make everything better. So, you know, it could be something that later on down the line, after this prototype is done, you know, is revisited and improved. Effectively, it does what it needs to do. Things are visible. You can clearly look at there's some like little glitchies, little sparklies on there. It's clear what we're hovering over. It doesn't distort the overall appearance of everything. It works. And that's kind of the most important thing. So I'll take the W where we can get it. And, you know, someday look into a way it could be better. Functionality is way more important to me than worrying about if it's the perfect version that I imagine. All right, well, I'm going to keep tweaking this just a little bit. I don't even know if I need much glow on there at all. It's really coming through very strong. I mean, the glow is nice to have, but not necessary. It's tough, because some of these, like the solar panel, I can have the outlines be, if I want them to be a good enough thickness, that means some other things, like this tree, is just going to be basically entirely highlighted, which is fine. It is fine. Yeah, it looks good. You know, a part of me wonders, does it communicate something different to the player? Like, oh, well, this thing that is not highlighted as much as that other thing, like, oh, that means something. It doesn't. All right, so what next? Well, I think the performance problem is increasingly concerning me. I got some quinoa on my keyboard. It's increasingly concerning me because, well, it's taken a lot of resources. So the problem, I mean, if we look at it running right now, this was a good step. Actually, before I start trying to problem solve this, I'm going to do a GitHub commit. I don't think I did much, but it doesn't mean it's not worth doing a little quickie here. So I'm gonna say, let's just drag it over here. I'm gonna say improved highlight shader settings. Description, I mean, there's not really a description necessary. I think we get it. Commit it. Okay, and then let's look at the frame rate as it is. So right now, it doesn't, and again, it's not like the kind of performance issue where we're getting lag spikes and it's messing up the gameplay, but what we are getting is a very choppy low frame rate experience. So you can see, I mean, it's like less than 30 FPS sometimes. Sometimes it's less than movie frame rate. It's dropping below 24. 15, I mean, devastating. Unacceptable. Not good. Now there is this code that decides what gets highlighted and when that highlight gets removed. And that's where I think we're getting this problem. I'm actually going to start with that which removes the highlight. So there's this function right here, hover effects end. And what it does is it checks to see the target that the raycast has seen, if it has a node that's called obstacle, whatever target we highlight, it's also going to make sure that the target isn't empty, which is interesting. I would almost think it needs to check if it's empty first, but I guess it can have obstacle but still be empty? I'm a little confused about that line of code, actually. That seems strange, doesn't it? Okay, real quick, if I come over here and we look at this, is that similar? This is hover effects begin. This doesn't check any kind of emptiness. I'm just gonna take that out. I feel like that's going to cause a problem, but I want to see it with my own two eyes. I want to witness the problem, because the reason why that's there is because sometimes we might hover over things that aren't an obstacle, in which case it shouldn't matter. So okay, yeah, we didn't need that code, that line. All right, one less complexity. We're already making progress. That's a bit of a stretch, but okay. It was already written at the end of the stream. Right. It's like I probably... Right. I just like added... Yeah. It's like one of those things that I made a change and I didn't take out something that didn't make sense because that new change was made. I probably slapped on the if has node obstacle or something on top of that. It happens. Okay. If it has the node obstacle, and if this is for when the hover effects is supposed to end, when the shader, and to be clear, what this is doing also is we're establishing a material highlight variable which preloads that resource that we set up with the Sobel edge detection. And it makes that the overlay. The material overlay. That's what it's doing. And then for the removal, it's setting the material overlay to null. So now what material overlay is it setting to null? Well, it looks to see if it has the node obstacle. If that node obstacle is not the thing that is currently being hovered. I see. So if I'm hovering over an obstacle, it's going to say, oh yeah, make it highlighted. If I move away from that, therefore it is no longer what the target is colliding with, or what the raycast is colliding with, then we move to the next line, which is, okay, so that thing that you just moved away from, look for every node in there, check its children. That's not what that says. It's saying get the children in the obstacle, find the nodes that are the children, is what this is saying. Find the nodes that are the children. And then, if that node that is one of those children is also a mesh instance 3D, then change that node's material overlay to be null. How much better was the frame rate before this highlight thing was added? A lot. Yeah, a lot better. I'll show you. Maybe it would be enough to check if the object is highlighted, i.e. the material overlay is not null, or is not the material highlight. How would that translate? If the material overlay is not null. Oh, that's interesting. Right, instead of, well, I mean, it's still... Right. So you're saying add like an extra, I mean, I could be misunderstanding, but it sounds like you're saying instead of check, well, I think I would still need to make sure it's a mesh instance 3D, but then I might want to say, if I'm understanding what you're saying, if node material overlay is not set to null, then make it null. Which, if you think about it, would be more specific, and it would apply this to less things. But it shouldn't really matter. I don't know. That can't be what you're saying. But I mean, the thing is it shouldn't, like, it won't be null. This might, I don't know, this will eliminate very much, but I don't think that's what you're saying. I feel like that's not what you're saying. You have to do the check before that anyway. Right. I mean, we can add this extra check in there. I don't think it's gonna break anything. But Thoughty, to your point, I'll show you what it looks like without that. Oh, that was a mistake. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Godot. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I've done a terrible thing. Email, get a nice collider on base dictionary. Oh, there's the is empty. Nope, there's the is empty right there. I mean, I still think we could say if target is not empty. There must be something early on that sometimes the mouse sets off. Still, to me, it makes more sense for that check to be sooner. Oh, this looks better. This frame rate is... It's not that much better. But it's not that much worse. Why? Why did that... No way. This looks a lot better. It's still not good. Deep Voice says, interstellar cornfield scene, but alien. Yes. Yes. Essentially, I think. Welcome, Deep Voice. Why is this so much smoother? Obviously, this is still low, but compared to before. What was the big difference? Wait, if I pull this out and put this... I'm just messing around here. I'm kind of just trying to experiment with this a little bit. Is that considerably slower? I don't think so. I would say coincidence, perhaps, was the deciding factor. We also added in this extra thing that may not have done anything. It's all very confusing sometimes. This frame rate depends on how many objects will fill the screen. Oh, true, true. That makes sense. I still need to show you what it's like when I turn this off. I will. It could also be this separate section, which, by the way, doesn't work. There's a lot of things to try here. I just kind of want to ground myself in every change I make to understand how it's affecting things or not. I mean, this looks worse. So now it looks worse. I think that extra check, I mean, unless it's just coincidence or like Thought T says, that they're just, if there's less objects on screen, it's going smoother. But it shouldn't really, it should be pretty much the same every time. Like, I would think, because it's randomized, but it's not that randomized. This to me is considerably worse. We're averaging 30 or less, in my mind. And then, if I go back to putting that extra check in there, making sure that the material overlay is actually null before trying to set it, or making sure that it isn't null
before turning it to null. Look, that's a big difference. And I would say it's not just tied to the objects on screen. So to me, this I think also gets to why this is causing so many performance issues. Because in just my limited testing so far, it seems like it's the hover removal that's causing the most slowdown. The highlight being added on there is causing slowdown, but I think the removal of the highlight is the most bad. So look at this, it's so much higher. Somehow it worked not as you thought, but it helps. Yeah, it does. It really, really does. Like, thank you for that suggestion. Thank you. This credit entitles one to no compensation. However, I will guarantee a credit in the game, my respect, my appreciation, and so on. At some point, I set my thing to full screen, my docks to full screen, and I don't know how to set it back out of full screen. Where are all the settings? Oh, exit full screen. There we go. It's like, what's going on here? All right, let's sort it. So that way we get you moved up in that list a little. There you are. Bam. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, that does make a big difference. And I think that's the problem. I think just like it running this on so many things causes an issue. So what if I say don't do that at all? And I'm gonna say instead, I could just do pass. We could just even do pass. Like, it checks it all the way down, and then it just says, never mind. You know what? Nah. I wonder if that, like, vastly improves. Because is it the actual iterating, or is it applying things after iterating? It's better. And obviously, as you can see, the highlights aren't unapplying. Except sometimes they are. Oh, I wonder if that's because of this. So there's also this. So what this is down here, this is, okay. This is not functional, what this code does. What this code is trying to do is look at things like, if there's a lot of core, the frame rate drops a lot anyway. That's true. It does. But there's still like a range, a baseline range, you know? And these little changes are affecting those ranges considerably, which is the problem I'm trying to diagnose. We're not trying to fix everything. We're just trying to do a few things. What is good? We're trying to do a very specific thing. I'm gonna say, what am I gonna look for? I'm looking for, let's do the fence. The fence is probably the best example, I think. So the fence has the meshes in a separate instance. There is no mesh. Because remember, the code is saying, okay, the detection, when that function runs, it's gonna start here on hit points. And then we're saying, let's look for the owner of this node, which is gonna be this. And then it iterates through all of the nodes in here, namely the top level nodes. And it says, okay, which one of these is a mesh? And whichever one is a mesh, I'm going to apply a highlight to it. Well, none of these are meshes. So I was attempting to write something that would say, okay, well, instead, look into each of these and then look at the children within those and see if you can apply to see if you can find any meshes that are children of these children. Now the fence becomes not a great example here. So let's look at the cow barn. Not for this second part. So here's this one. This one's probably an even better example. So this cow barn, again, we say the same thing, right? Obstacle hit points. Sees is the first thing that the script runs on. And then it's going to say, look at the owner. So it's going to come up here. And it's going to go down the line and look for the meshes. And whichever mesh it finds, it's going to apply our shader to it. So if I were to drop that shader in here, so let's just do it. Let's pick Thought-T shader since it'll be more obvious anyway. And we smack that on there. You can see the roof isn't being affected. And the reason the roof isn't being affected is because it is in here. So I was trying to write code that would say, so after it says, if the node is mesh instance 3D, if the node material overlay is not set to null, we'd probably want to actually pull it back a level there, now that I think about it. We'd want to, that's one reason that wouldn't work. We'd have to pull this, well, that could be, well, that's not working. For node and get children, for subnode in node get children. Well, we'd have to put it indented there. Pull this back. And then we can bring this back as well. It's really hard to tell with all of those. I need to resize this just for a second. It's so hard to read it. Okay, just like that. Okay, for subnode and node get children, that is to say, it's gonna get the children of that node. So back over here, we're saying get owner. Maybe that doesn't make a lot of sense. Actually, I might kind of see why this wouldn't work, now that I look at it a little more, right? Make a list of meshes using the subnode code when loading the object, and use that list when highlighting. Whoa. This is the kind of idea that I don't know how to do, but it sounds like it's a really good idea. It's the kind of idea that I would need to do a lot of research on or be guided on how to do. And I'm okay with either. But at first glance, I'm like, ooh, I better wait. Well, that's kind of what I'm trying to do here, in theory. So it's looking for nodes within node get children. But something about this doesn't make sense to me. Because if node is this one right here. Oh yeah. Oh, I like code. I like code that I didn't type. That's something that I like. The gist of it is to do less work when highlighting by doing all of the hard work beforehand. I mean, that makes tons of sense. Like that, I am utterly sold on that making more sense. It's just like, as such a newbie, like I'm still not super good. Be careful with it, don't hurt my code. So there's still a lot that I don't know how to do as well as I'd like. And I'm willing to learn. But yeah, that makes sense. It makes total sense to me. And honestly, I think a lot of things in game dev can be improved by storing a list of objects. You know? Don't hurt your PC? Oh, with what? Okay, but like, wait. I think I'm gonna hurt my brain more than anything. For subnode, innode, get children. So this is the node. And then in my mind, these are the subnodes, right? Subnode, subnode, subnode. And then I'm saying get... So I guess I would need to go further and say, I mean, which is probably going to be devastating, but I guess I'd need to go further. But that doesn't make sense. No, because the node, no, the node, wrong. The node is all of these. These are the nodes. If has node obstacle, and if target is not empty, if the obstacle is not the target, then for every node and get children, so get owner, so these are the nodes. These are not the subnodes. These are the nodes. These are the nodes. And so I'm saying in theory, what I think this is supposed to be saying is within each of these nodes, get the children and call each of these a subnode. So in theory, this should be called a subnode, this should be called a subnode, this should be a subnode, this should be a subnode, this should be a subnode. It's gonna miss this one. In obstacle, this, it's gonna check all of these. Which ones are mesh instances? And of those, set the material overlay to null. That's in theory what I thought it would do. Now, granted, I did just reorganize it a little. So it's possible that I had a mistake all along. Oh, we got a new mistake. Invalid set index material overlay on base node 3D with value type of null. Ew. What do you mean? What do you mean? Right, but I'm saying if this... Oh. I need to call this subnode, not node. Whoa. Wow, I think I just figured out what was wrong with my... Oh, maybe this will work. Actually, I might have just fixed it. Chat's back? Was chat gone? What's up, Pepe? Let me see. I mean, there's... Oh, this is just the removal. Wait, what the heck? Why is this so broken? Oh, I commented this out. That's why. That's why it's so broken. And then this, in order for this to work right, it was gone on the member. Oh, yeah, you're right. Welcome, Pepe. Pepe is a member. Let's see if we can get a song for Pepe real quick. There's a lot of... I know I got a backlog of tasks here. We got to check out ThoughtT's thing. ThoughtT's code. Figure out how to implement the thing that... implement the thing that... Techium is talking about. So we're many tasks deep, but that's okay. We'll get there. All right, let me check what music we're singing a song to. Pepe, Pepe, hey, hey to Pepe, welcome to the stream. Hey, hey, Pepe, Pepe is here today. Pepe is here today. Hey, hey, Pepe. Oh, hey, hey,
Pepe, welcome to the stream. Hey, hey, Pepe, welcome to the stream. Pepe is here today, yeah. Oh, Pepe is here today, yeah. Pepe is here today. Thank you for supporting Up a Game Dev, Pepe. All right, there's your song. I'm sorry about that, but you're also welcome. Good to see you. We do have the chat back. Yes, during the member stream, it wasn't here. We do member streams, we do member songs, emotes, badges, special Discord sections, things like that. Make sure you got your gift memberships turned on, because we do be giving out gift memberships as well. You can find that if you go to the join button. To be honest, actually. Might be right there on the video you're watching. Come on down. Whoa. Wherever the join button lives. Oh, because I gotta open it incognito. I was like, where's the join? I can't join. I can't join. I'm me. I'm the channel. What am I gonna join? Okay. Oh, we gotta sign it. Anyway, there's a join button and you can click on it, and then there's some 3 dots in the top right. Click on that and then turn gift settings on. You might not have a gift settings setting, and if that's the case, then you're probably fine and you have the chance of getting a gift membership. I have been doing shader stuff today, and I am currently problem solving what the heck is going on with some bugs. It's not bugs, it's slowness. The code that is applying the shader is causing some slowdown. So I'm gonna see what's going wrong with that. But yeah, so we got this nice shader on here, thanks to some help from ThoughtT and Techium and a little bit of Pierogigon here and there. And GodotShaders.com, we can now have this little outline that appears over stuff. Sometimes it doesn't look much like an outline. It's good. It's good. There's things about it that I wish were different, but it's good. Something I could also do if I was really feeling extreme, I could potentially code in like a different outline threshold for every obstacle. I could say that, like, for the solar panels, the outline threshold is higher, so that way it makes sure to not look thin. And then I could say for stuff like the tree rather, that for this, set the threshold really low, so that way it doesn't glow the whole thing. But yeah, we're getting a little bit of frame rate drops because it's iterating through so many things at once. There's been a good suggestion to not do it that way, and to instead have a list of objects that it checks to see if it needs to check 2 things. One, it needs to make sure that it's not the one that's currently highlighted, and then it needs to say if it isn't the one that's currently highlighted and the material overlay is not null, then please set it to null. So yeah, so that's one solution. And then right now I'm kind of just like poking around at the code to try to like understand what can make it work better or not. I think the reason why we got some of that slowdown back is because I don't have this check that amazingly made such a difference. And I think what the big problem is it's running material overlay setting. It's setting the material overlay, even if it's just to null. It's doing that so many times on so many things that it just causes a slowdown. Oh, oops. Okay. What did I forget? Oh, we want to say subnode on this one. Subnode. So this actually, again, filters it a little bit more, and it's a few less things that it has to go through. And this code right here that I'm working on, this is for when it unhovers it. So you can, and look at that, it's a little higher. It's not dipping down as low. Well, it's still pretty low. It's actually a little less clear, but it is better. It is better. I can sense it, right? There's not like a bunch of choppiness like there was before. But it's still, it kind of brings it back up again because now we're iterating through all of the children of every node as well. So it really adds up. Oh, you saw it slow down. Oh, it slowed down real bad there for a second. Not ideal. Not ideal. Definitely not. All right, so that's just for when it unsets it. What about for when it sets it? And then just something that I want to do just to like clarify some things. Well, I'll show you in a second. First, let's try this. I want to show you how much faster it runs when I take this code out. Let's replace this like that. And then we also want to add in that extra check to make sure and it's already null. If it's a mesh instance 3D and the no material overlay is not set to null, then check that. If the node is a mesh instance, now I don't actually want this to only be on a mesh instance. We want this to be in the 4. So this is 1, 2, 3rd indent. Wow, that's a little too far in there. So we want this to be the 4th indent, I would think. Pretty sure. We're gonna find out. Subnodes, and instead of setting to null, we wanted to set it to material highlight. And in this case, we actually don't want to check to make sure it's not null. We want to make sure that it is null. And if it is null, apply the highlight. I don't know that this makes as much sense here, if I'm being honest. But I guess it can't hurt. Probably. If it is set to null, then add in the material highlight. So this might fix the subnode highlighting problem, and I might get some of the roof on that barn to highlight. The fences probably still won't work, but maybe the roof on that barn will. Yeah, nice. That did fix it. Sometimes I just need a fresh pair of eyes. Okay, cool. Nice. So that code does work. Love it. Oh, the fences work. Wow, it does work on the fences. Nice. Cool. So now it's actually checking. So the thing with the fences is this is good and all. This is good and all, but I think we should still implement the thing that Techium was talking about. The thing with the fences is that, again, when it looks at the nodes, it's looking at obstacle fence 1-02, this instance marker, and so it's looking in here, and well, none of these are meshes. I can't highlight anything. But now with the code set up right, it's going to say, okay, let's look an obstacle. What's in here? Okay, none of these are meshes. Cool. And I wasn't sure if it was going to check in the instance, but it did. So if I set this to editable children, what it is doing now is it's coming to here, and then it's checking that right there. And then it's updating it, pretty much. So good. This is not bad. That's okay. All right, nice. Fence hover. Let's go. Cool. All right, now I want to show you how much more performant everything is. So let's get a baseline so you can see what happens when I remove this code. And it's not the shader itself, in my opinion. Okay. The shader isn't that complex. All right, let's put up the frame rate and run it. Oh, let me get the zoom out of there. Sorry about that. Okay. Cool. So we're getting what, 27 minimum? Sometimes we get up to like, did I see a 60 once in a while, or am I imagining? We're still better than we were. That extra condition that Techium inspired me to type in there, that definitely helped a bit. Not above 50, okay. Oh, it went 66. I saw but it was like that, like
Not meaningful. I would say it's averaging like 31, 32, 33, something like that. So not pretty, not great. All right, so I'm gonna now come into the script that removes the highlight. That is to say, when the cursor or the raycast isn't seeing the currently hovered thing, it's going to check that thing and make sure it turns off all of the material overlays or nullifies all of them. So there's different ways I can comment this out. Let's do it the easiest way first, which is all I gotta do is comment out this signal. The signal is a raycast that if it literally sees absolutely anything, it's going to call hover effects end. So literally the cursor hovers over anything, it runs all of this code. So let's check out with that gone. Now we're still gonna be highlighting things, it's just now nothing is gonna get unhighlighted. Now look at the frame rate. Look at that. We're getting up in the hundreds here. It's smoother. Drops a little bit down to the 70s, the 60s. Not ideal. But a lot better. Just by taking out that one signal connection. Obviously, we're painting everything. And none of it's getting unhighlighted. But... And this is why I don't believe it's the shader, right? Because we can just paint everything here with the shader and it's not having a massive impact on the performance. It's not great. It's a lot of emission running around all the time, but it's still able to pick back up ever. So that one function is doing a lot of pain to do everything. And the reason why is because it's checking so many obstacles in real time to see if they need to have their highlight removed. And so that's why Techium is making the suggestion, well, instead of doing that, you know, depending on what's being hovered over, have a list of all of the obstacles, and then if it's not null, or if its highlight is not null and it's not being hovered, then just get rid of it. So that way it's only checking the one thing that it needs to check, instead of checking everything as soon as it isn't hovered. Okay, so that point has hopefully been proven. That the performance issue is the way that this is being done. And you know, there's other tests to run too. You know, I could come into here, and we could say it just by virtue of that function running. So if I comment out all this code, because remember, that's running every single time something is seen. And literally all this function is doing is passing. It's not doing anything. It's just saying every time something's hovered, run a function that passes. I don't think we'll notice anything meaningful here. I think that that's gonna be fine. Yeah, it looks about the same. Nothing remarkable there. Oh, I didn't comment it back in. I did. And now the other thing is we should also change how it highlights, right? So I'm now going to comment out the highlighting in the first place. This is what makes it. And so now with that one out of here, obviously we're not getting all the highlights, but we're now hitting 200 FPS. And our minimum has gotten a lot higher too. I saw a 69, that's pretty low. Yeah, much higher. But you know, it's as long as it doesn't go below 60, we're pretty good. And my computer isn't the most powerful one, so on a good computer, I don't think you're gonna see it drop below 60. So, you know, there's still some problems. Obviously, there's a bunch of stuff on screen. We still have the arrow hover. I saw 63. We still have the arrow hover. That's also a bit of a raycasty situation that could be causing a problem. But it's definitely overall higher. So, we got 61. It's pretty low. It's getting close. But, Oh, it did 60. But you can see that there's a big difference just by removing even this one, which is looking at less things. This isn't checking every single thing that could be hovered. It's only checking things that are obstacles, health objects, or NPCs, which is pretty much just going to be obstacles that it's going to see. And so even that makes a slight difference. See, there we got 52, right? We weren't seeing anything lower than 60 before, but then we immediately got 52, and we're probably not going to see 200 on here. And then if I add, just to bring it all back, add the removal one back in, it's gonna be Slow Town. Old Slow Town. 30 FPS, stuff like that. So it's kind of nice. Honestly, if there's going to be a performance issue, I like being able to know exactly the code that's causing it, because now we have a problem we can solve in theory. This subnode loop works on first level subnodes, which is okay now, but does not run through all children's children. That's right. If you need that one sometime, I sent the code for it on Discord. Oh, that's what you sent for. Oh, neat. Thank you. Otherwise, I don't understand why this function is not included in the engine by default. Oh, just like checking within things. Children of children. Yeah, that would be nice. That would be nice, actually. Get all children. Oh, this is what you created. Right, that would be pretty easy. In theory, and logically, it makes sense. Creates a variable called nodes, puts it in an empty array, or creates an empty array called nodes. For n in node get children, if n get child count is greater than... Oh, this would be a good thing to add in there to just give it actually a little more. This would give us a couple more frames per second if I put that in there. I didn't create this, I found it on the internet. Gotcha. Oh, Techian says give children has a parameter that maybe does that. Ooh, Techian, you got some skills. You helping me today? Nodes append n. Okay, so then we're adding, so when we create those, we're adding those, when we create that for loop, we're taking the things that are n that we're finding in that for loop, and we're adding it to that nodes array. And then in that function, we're saying append an array. Whoa. How interesting. Appending an array to an array. And the array that we're appending is get all children. Children of n. If there isn't more than 0 in there, if it doesn't have children, and we could even be more specific, and I could say, you know, if none of the children are mesh instances, don't bother with it. That's pretty cool. So if that child count isn't greater than 0, then append n and just return the nodes. And then those nodes that are returned, we can do what we want with it, right? Wherever we call this function, we can make sure that, in our case, it does the mesh instance material thing. Nice. This is nice. This is a nice little thing right here. And then this can check the children of children too. Techian says, I have some experience, but I haven't used them in a while, so I'm not 100% in everything. You seem to be able to pull up the knowledge very, very well. I love to hear it. I love that this stream can do that. That makes me very happy. I love sharing this process, and I love that other people can enjoy doing it. Like,
like the original reason why I ever started streaming was because I was using this game that let you make games. It was by the people who made Little Big Planet. It was called Dreams. It was like a PlayStation game, but it had like a game engine inside of it, except you couldn't export anything, so it was all stuck to that game. But they had like a profile page where if you streamed on Twitch, if you streamed that game on Twitch, they would give you like some extra like badge on your profile. And I was like, I want that badge. So I tried out this Twitch streaming thing, and I was just streaming the game I was working on, and people were like doing like exactly what's happening here. Like just like sharing advice, talking about their projects, learning stuff that I was doing as a way to help themselves. And it was like, I was like, this is why, wait, why would I ever make game? This was 2 years ago minimum, like 2.5 years ago. Why would I ever make games without sharing the process? Like, I'm not going to be tapping into a community and then giving back to that community at the same time. Like, why not? Why not? And to this day, it's like why I'm here. So I'm just saying, I love to hear that, because it motivates me to keep doing it. Yeah. So thanks for saying that. Puts itself in a loop while there is a child. Loop within loops. That's awesome. Right, because it's going to keep appending the array if the child count. Right, because we've got n here and there. I don't know if I'm saying that in a way that makes sense. Okay, this is very cool. Since we're going to maybe change it anyway to try to do what Takian is saying, I still don't, dude, I don't know. It's going to, oof. it's a bit out of my league. So okay, so Techian's suggestion, by the way, it runs through as many subnodes as there are. If you accidentally send it to something that has too many, then the rough loop should be a built-in function. Yeah. It's a really good one. It's super solid. I mean, I even want to like pin it or something, you know, like in here. I feel like it deserves to be pinned, you know? Like, this is awesome. There's no context in this pin, but but it's so useful. Okay, so Techian's suggestion that I don't know how to do. And often, you know, if folks make suggestions without telling me how to do them and it's a little complicated, I'm often like, well, I probably shouldn't do that because it's gonna slow me down and take forever. But, you know, this seems way too good to be passed up right now. Here, there it is. Make a list of meshes using the subnode code. When loading the object, and use that when highlighting. So I think that I'm a little confused. So when am I going to run this code? I think is what I don't fully understand. Like, is this like a process function kind of thing? Because right, on ready, but if I do that in on ready, oh, so I guess I'm a little confused. I still don't really understand when that function would run. Like, so if this is happening in real time where I hover over it, so something got hovered, its material has been updated to be the overlay shader. When I move away from it, right now, it checks to see, have I highlighted something that isn't what I was just highlighting?
And if I hover something that isn't what I was just highlighting, it checks that thing that I stopped highlighting. On-ready runs when all the subnodes of a node are loaded. Right, and so I guess I'm confused why that helps, because if it only runs when it loads, how is that going to change things in real time? I must be misunderstanding something very fundamental here. Thoughty says, we pin codes too on our game dev Discord. Nice. I bet that's a good place. Is that a Discord people are allowed to join in on, or is it like very private? That's okay. You know, it's like friends. I understand. All right, very good. Can be useful at any time. Yeah, for sure. I'm sure someone who doesn't like necessarily understand how to read that code will be like, what? But if you can read it, you need it. If you can't, don't worry about it. Because you store that in a list and you run through the list when okay, that's what I needed to hear. Okay, I see. We create the list in the ready function. Gotcha. Nice. And this will be faster. I'm just trying to understand. I mean, if I, like right now, it checks, does it check what is it? So the target when HoverFX ends is not what was just highlighted. The target is something else. Oh, this is on itself. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, right. So this script is on every single obstacle. Every single freaking obstacle has this script. Every single time we hover anything with the raycast, it's gonna check everything that's an obstacle and run these for loops. Every single thing that's an obstacle, and it's going to be setting material overlay to null on tons of things. Well, even if the material overlay isn't set to null. I mean, it's weird because it is, because of this, it should ignore a lot of things. So really, I guess just by virtue of having that function run all the way up to here, because it should eliminate the vast majority of those nodes as soon as it gets to this line right here, right? It should just say, don't do anything. Oh, we got a pass here? It's an interesting place for a pass. All right, I'm willing to try it. I'm just like, a part of me is also, let me just make sure I do a GitHub commit. And what do we do here? Anything big deal? Turning block object, hover interactables, still filtering out all the time. Yeah. Right. The filtering is still happening all the time. Yeah. Oh yeah, I did do, I don't know that I did much with the cow barn. What did I do with the cow barn? Oh, like nothing. Okay. Minor adjustments. I don't know. Minor. Whoa. whoa. Minor adjustments to hover code. I just want to make sure before we do this, I want to make sure I push it. Yeah. All right. And I want to be able to switch between them. The method that we're setting up now, I want to be able to switch between it so we can like compare side by side. Okay. All right. So in the ready function, we want to get a list of every object. So we're going to come to block object right here, and we want to add, because this would probably be the best place to do that, right? So I guess in globals, I'm going to want to create a variable. Variable object. We're gonna say obstacles for now. Well, I'm gonna want to do it with other things too, but it's gonna be handled differently. I can always refactor it. I'm just gonna say variable obstacles, and that's going to be an array, right? And it's empty. I don't think I need to do any of that. All right, so we're creating an empty obstacles array globally. And then in the ready function, this block object script will be on every obstacle. And so I will say I guess I want to append. Let me look at some of this code here. Nodes.append n. Right. So I would want to say global dot obstacles append self. Like that. It would be kind of nice to also see what's in there. Print globals obstacles. See if we get just a big old list of stuff. Oh yeah, we do. It's so much stuff. There it is. There's all the stuff. Gosh, there's so much stuff. It's crazy to see it like that. All right, there's all the stuff. Good, good. We're coding. And then further down here, when it is time to iterate through, so it's going to check where we hover over anything. If anything is hovered over, that isn't the thing that we're highlighting. So I would want to say instead of all of this, we should probably use ThoughtT's code, honestly. I think that seems like a good place for it. Now that's a function. So let's create that function. In fact, I should probably, I'll refactor this. I probably want it to be that this is hover effects end, but for now, we'll keep it like this so I can still switch between them easily and test the frame rates. But I should probably refactor this. Basically, I think the way I'd refactor it is on anything seen, and that would check through everything, and then run the hover effects end function, which has ThoughtT's code in it. And then that goes through and removes things, but something like that.
I'm a little behind. Do you want now that when you remove the highlight effect, it only removes it from the one it was on? Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Precisely. Yes. And Tekian has suggested something very helpful. Why is the list on globals? I don't know. Should it not be? Where should I... Oh, I guess... I mean... Well, where else would I put it? The reason why I put it on globals is... Also, I need to move this pass. The reason I put it on globals is because currently, when we unhover something, it's like this script, this block object script, is on every single obstacle. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. I mean, I guess you're making a good point. You're making a great point. Right, why do that? Okay. All right, you know what? That's a good question. All right, hold on. All right, hold on. Put in the global array that ones you highlighted when you point with the mouse. Yeah. Okay. I hear you. So I'm gonna say, don't paste this. Get rid of that. So this is with the way it normally is. So I'm just gonna get rid of the highlight connection here entirely, right? Just comment that out. No more highlights happen. Or this is actually the unhighlight. The highlight is still set up the way that it normally was. Basically, we're not gonna run the raycast. We're not gonna connect the raycast to every obstacle anymore at all, which makes testing this a million times easier. So I love that. So now no highlight will work. Instead, I should come to the hover interactable. I mean, I still need the objects themselves to report themselves, right? So I think it still makes sense to have it be globally stored, right? Because otherwise, how do I get the list if I don't have every obstacle reporting? I am an obstacle, and I'm one of the things that needs to be checked as an obstacle. So in the ready function of each obstacle, it's just saying I'm going to add myself to a list that's globally stored. Like, that makes sense, right? And then I can say, put it in the global array that ones you highlighted when you point with the mouse. Oh, so I don't need to say every single obstacle, just only the ones that even got highlighted. Okay. Well, I mean, that's only going to be one thing at a time. Wait. I don't really need an array for that, though. I don't need every... Right. But wait, I don't need... You're only highlighting one thing at a time anyway. I mean, at that rate, I only need a node. A single node, not an array. Or it's just like one object. It could still be global, but... I mean, wait. This is... Something is not right here. Something isn't making sense here. I do? Okay. I believe you then. But I don't understand it. But I believe you. Because the fences?
So the array will automatically store all of them in one? If it has multiple meshes, because we're not going to be iterating through a node anymore. We're storing literally, are we storing every single mesh that is highlighted? Wow. Okay. Okay, so I won't store every single obstacle. I'll instead say obstacles highlighted. When the hover begins, it's gonna find the mesh instances, which I guess I could use ThoughtT's code to even do that in the first place, right? So let me, it is gonna require some refactoring to do this the way I really want to. Probably the best way to test this before I start this all children code isn't necessary. The way I would do it is to either make per object list of meshes that need highlighting, or as ThoughtT said, add the highlighted meshes to a global list. Right, because we still even need to nicely collect the ones that need to be highlighted in the first place. Just because that isn't being efficiently done either. After if node is mesh instance 3D, you need to put and append to that global array. Global's obstacle highlighted append node. Right. And then I'd have to do that for the subnodes as well. That's it? Yes, and subnodes. I can do that. So then comment out this. Comment out this. And then Global's obstacles highlighted. Append the node. I think that if you do get children true, you also get subnodes. Oh, but I'm not sure. Docs aren't clear about that. I mean, let's try it. So like if I comment out all of this. Oh, that doesn't work. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we won't try it then. You sound sure of yourself. Not that I don't believe Techium, but Techium is like, it's not clear, so I don't know. ThoughtT's like, I tried it, didn't work. So we want to append subnode here. Yeah, it seems very useful. Okay, so we're now adding to this array. That array is all filled up with highlighted things. I kind of even like to see it happen in real time. Now, nothing is going to get highlighted, right? Like, currently, there's nothing telling it to highlight. But it would be interesting to see that list. At least I would find that interesting. Because that list should be updating every time we highlight something new. Although we're not removing anything from that. So I think the list is just going to keep growing and growing and growing, which is going to be chaos. You need to set up highlight or dishighlight, yeah, but you need just to iterate on that array with a for cycle. Right. So the list is just going to keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. I need to remove that shader from the barn. The barn's just sitting here having a party. But I see it updating, so that's good. Yeah, we need to unhighlight it for sure. Barton looking like a barber pole. I know. It's kind of fun. I guess I'm still unsure what the fastest way to unhighlight things is gonna be. It's such a cool effect. I want a use for it. One day we'll find one. Okay, so right now we are adding everything that we're highlighting to an array. Now I do have the arrow that appears and hides. The arrow, how is the arrow working here? But I found that the arrow didn't update correctly. Like if I used the same function, it didn't work right. It looks like a lollipop with that effect. I know, it looks delicious. Got candy cane. Sometimes I just want to like mess around more and just have fun and be creative. And one day I want to do a stream where we just come up with stuff, and the stream is just, let's just see what we can make in 8 hours, and that's the whole stream. You're building more Minecraft stuff and you want to do something with it so it's in your game section. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, Pepe during the member stream was talking about using Minecraft to gray box for level design stuff. And yeah, that was just, we were just like, that's awesome. Like that's such a cool way to plan out your levels, because you get to play around and move around and walk around and you can interact with it. And it's just already right there. And then you have nice simple shapes that you're working with, so you can easily rebuild it in a more complex way in your game. Yeah, you're welcome. It's a cool thing. You can also thank yourself for having such a cool idea. All right, can my brain do this? Because I need a reason for it to remove the hover effect. So we can continue to say anything seen, right? I think we should keep doing it that same way. I think we should do it the same way. So come back, except instead of using block object, we'll keep that on the hover thing. So we want to say, let's go to hover interactable, and I'm going to connect messenger. I love that, Pepe. I look forward to seeing what you've been working on too. No, it needs one. Messenger, anything seen, connect hover effects end. Okay, and then we're gonna create hover effects end, func hover effects end, and then we need all of our conditions on here. We do have this hovered current, which could be useful for referring to. I could say, well, yeah, if target is not hovered current, right? And we should probably, we might need to add something else in here. Like if target is empty, I don't know. I'll wait for it to be a problem, then I'll add that in there. Then we need to iterate through this, right? If the target is not hovered current for mesh in globals obstacles highlighted, at the hover exam, you don't need target because you need just to iterate the elements of that global array set the material to null. But what if we're hovering over something new? Okay, I see. I wouldn't want it to cancel it out. For mesh in globals obstacles highlighted, get children. Clear the array here. Yeah. Right, don't just remove it. A part of me feels like, why can't we just say everything that's in that array has its material set? And then when it's not in the array, its material automatically gets set back. That seems like that likes to be more complicated. I don't need to get you. Oh, okay, right, because it is an array. It is an array. So arrays, if you can't tell, are something that I'm still learning about. Like I'm getting better with them, but like getting all the syntax right is still something I'm getting used to. Thank you. They're so useful, and the more I get to practice like this, the more experience I get. So I appreciate it tremendously. For every mesh in globals obstacles highlighted, I should probably colon that. We want to say mesh material overlay is set to null. And then after that, globals obstacles highlighted. How do you empty an array? I don't actually know how to do that. Clear. Oh, it is clear. Cool. Oh, or just set it to be empty again. Oh, that works. That works. I don't know which would be preferable in that case. Clear is better. Surely this isn't all. Something is gonna be wrong. Right? It's so much simpler. Clear is built in, maybe better. Okay, we do have a little issue, as expected. But you can also do it with that. Okay, yes. So we do have to. Okay. So we want to say if target. We want to say target is empty. Make sure it's not empty first. Okay. I wanted to get the error before I added it in. I figured I needed to do it, but okay. Ooh. All right. I hovered over something. We got an error. Invalid operands dictionary and object in here. Target dictionary size 7. Right, so the target is a dictionary. Oh, we need to say collider. We gotta say collider. Okay. Little things, little things. All right, no errors, but also no highlight. Oh, because I don't think I set the highlight. Did I? I thought I did. See, I wonder if it's canceling it out at the same time. The frame rate is not terrible. I did? I did! That is correct. That is absolutely correct. Oh, I guess I wanted to see if I could find a different way to do that. Do I need to find a different way to do that? I don't know that I do. Like, just do it the same way, right? I mean, a part of me thinks we could make that more efficient as well. But maybe, I don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, so comment that back in. So things will highlight. Ooh. Okay, so that's a bit of an issue. Oh yeah, I remember this problem. I think this is why I went, I did my ridiculous way of doing it in the first place. Because I remember this problem from last week. And so what's happening is, if the next thing I hover is an obstacle, it doesn't remove it. But if something I hover is not an obstacle, which is like the ground here, for example, or I guess the player would be considered as not an obstacle, then it will remove it. Obviously, checking everything is not great. We need to remove it on every situation. Right. I guess I'm surprised before you hide the next. Right. I guess I'm confused why it isn't already doing that. Because anything seen, so let me come back to where that's first called. Anything seen is looking for literally any collision type. I mean, it says 0. The way this works, by the way, this hover ray here, we have like a collision mask. Which collision mask is it set to look for? And you know what I could do as well? Oh, if has mask. Right, so we're saying false. Has mask is this, right? So it doesn't matter what that number is. But normally, if that's true, so for example, with oh, something seen is a little different. I guess I might want something seen to do the same thing as well. Oh, this is where it gets a little confusing to me. So anything seen is not discriminating against certain objects. Because we're calling hover ray with the argument, second argument as false. And the second argument in hover ray is has mask. So we're not saying look for a certain collision mask. We're saying look for literally anything. Anything that you see connect this or emit this signal, anything seen, with what you saw. So it should see obstacles. It should see non-obstacles. So that's the thing. Is it should be removing it on every situation. Because anything seen is what's calling hover effects end. And the only conditions are if the target is not empty. So if it's something that collides, it's going to have a list of information. Unless, you know, I don't know. I could like pause the game and check to see what's going on. I'm gonna hover over one thing. Oh, is there a shortcut for pause? Gotta be. F7. Okay, hover this. F7. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? F7. It didn't do anything. I said F7! Okay, my F7 is doing nothing. Am I pressing F7? I am. Okay. That's unfortunate. So it's very hard to highlight something and then pause it, unfortunately. If you delete that 2 target lines from hover effects end, I mean, the game's gonna crash. I'll do it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that'll be fine. Yeah, wait. I think you might be right. You might be right about that. I'm adding in conditions that don't matter. Why did I think that mattered? I don't know. Whoa. Oh, yeah, but see, that's the problem, right? Is now it's canceling it out. So as soon as it hovers it, it unhighlights it. As soon as it hovers it, it unhighlights it at the same time. Would be my guess about what's happening right here. Just don't good yet? I might not understand what you mean. So that's why the if, at least that's one thing that if statement allows for, is it allows it to say, make sure it's not the thing that's being hovered, right? Because when the hover effects begins, hovered current becomes the target. So that, or the target becomes hovered current. So that way we can say, don't unset the thing that's currently being hovered. So somehow I would need to make an exception for that. It's being too hover effects ending now. And it's just going to constantly clear this every time we highlight something. So I think we do need the if statement. What happens is that hovered current changes. Oh, yeah. When I have the if statements in there. Right. Well, I would think that it... Or something. Yeah. Wait, let's... You're saying that... That's why it's right, because it's only... So you're saying right here, hovered current is changing. Yeah, right. And so it doesn't know... I mean, it's a little surprising... It's weird because it's like, why wouldn't they go away? You need a hovered current and hovered old. Right. Oh yeah, we've done this before. Wait, that just reminded me. We had to do this for the helicopters. There's helicopters, by the way. I'll show you. And then I'm gonna look at the code for that, because we had to do that there. And it confused me then too. And people in chat had to help me figure out how to do it. This twists my brain. So we have these helicopters, and what the way that they work is they're like NPCs, and if you click on one, they spawn. These actually spawn in. So there's the helicopters. They fly in. They form around helicopters. And what was going wrong is that every time I hovered over a helicopter, it would become... Let's say I click on one, right? The hand goes to it and attacks the helicopter. Yeah, it is cool, right? Oh, I really want to work on NPCs. There's so many things to work on. It's just like, I can't always do everything. But I really do want to work on this more. Get arrows on them and everything. But, so what would happen is that whenever I hover the helicopter, it would mark it as the thing to attack. So if I were to hover over this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and then attack that one, it would attack all of them at the same time. But then we had to do what you're saying, is set the order a little differently. The capture order a little differently or something. So that way it wouldn't do that. I don't know if it's exactly the same. But I am gonna look at the code to try to see if I can remind myself how this was done. We're not really using mouse entered. Oh wow, really? Nothing else there. So wait, how does it know that it's been hovered? Is that in hit points? I mean, it'd have to be. Okay, it's a little confusing. I don't know if this is a distraction or not. And it might have been more than just the helicopters that it was having the problem with. I think it was buildings and stuff too, because it aims the arm bone at the thing that it's supposed to be looking at. So the player at first sees... I think I'm distracting myself at this point. I was hoping that this would shed light on how to fix this problem. I think it could. I'm just realizing I don't know if it's twisting my brain up more than not to try and remind myself how this is set up. It may well be. Yeah, I don't think this is helping me at all. This isn't helping me. Okay, never mind. That's okay. Back it up. Just start backing it up right now. Don't get into it. Just slowly back up into the bushes like Homer Simpson. Okay. So we're setting, when we hover over things for the first time, we're saying you are the currently hovered target. And we want to check to make sure that we're no longer... It should be checked that the target is not the previous target. Right. instead of the current target. So how do I establish the old versus the new? I need to make sure that this only updates. Because this is updating every time I hover over something else. I guess, I mean, if I nest, wait, that doesn't make sense. That's not gonna make any difference if I nest this in deeper. That doesn't, that's literally gonna be, it might even be worse. Hover current is a local variable. I need a global for this. It is global. I mean, on this script anyway. We're not creating it. Hovered current is up here. But maybe you mean even beyond this script? So it is up here. I guess my question is, how do I do it? And I'm not necessarily asking you to answer, because, but I am generally tackling that question. Because that makes total sense, that it needs to remember the old one. I guess I would want to say that when the end occurs, what is it at that point? Assign that. If the list is empty, you set oh! Wow. Wait. Whoa. Oh. Wait. Use old hovered on the effects end function. Right. So then where do I capture current? I'm confused. This can't be what you mean. Is it? Yes, there? Why is this so confusing to me? Like perplexing. Only when the highlighted list is empty. Oh. I mean, and it's something that comes up over and over again. That's very kind of you to say. It's something that comes up over and over again. And it's like, you know, obviously that is coding in so many ways. Is forgetting what we knew and then rediscovering it again. But I'm hoping that that's like, that will be, this particular convolution will become easier for me to connect together in my brain sooner. I love the kindness of strangers. My gosh. This project would be half as complete without the kindness of strangers. But it's definitely the kind of thing that I would like to learn soon. All right, so we want to say if globals, obstacles, highlights. And I guess we can just say less than or equal to 0. I mean, it's just gonna be 0 or not. I guess I could say is empty. If it's empty, then do this. Ooh. was horrifying. Okay. Just a minimize, not a close. Hovered current set to the target, and then only if it's empty, then set hovered old to hovered current. And then we want to check this with the old one. Okay. This makes sense to me. Oh, I bet it... Okay, it might have something to do with the hovered old null kind of thing. Oh, did I spell it wrong? Highlight head. I should spell it right. You also want to check if hovered old was set. Oh, yeah, currently I have it set to null. If the target collider is not hovered old, right. If the target is empty, I don't really know where I'd want to do that. If hovered old is not set to null. So much if. Okay. Spelled things right. Got ahead of that check. Thank you, Tachium. Nice! What's our frame rate like? Oh, it's better, baby! Look at that! It ain't no 20, 30, 40... Nothing like that. Yay! It's so much better. Let's go! Yes! Oh, wow. That, I really want to, like, take a moment to, like, internalize this lesson. Setting the current and the old. Like, that... You know, it's why I even set it up the way that I did last week. Ooh, we dropped below 60 there. Well, that's probably some other optimization issue. I don't think it has to do with... We can eliminate the highlighting, probably. I mean, there's still, like, what highlights it initially, which is still iterating through a bunch of things that it doesn't need to iterate through. Just managed to get it together somehow. Right, exactly. That's what I did last week. Exactly. I was like, let's just get it together however I can. And it led to a bit of a mess. You know, always different ways to do things. Sometimes one way is better than the other. Yeah. Dope. I love the way the barn looks when we hover it. It looks so beautiful with the edge detection. Look how good that looks. It looks really nice. The issue before was that the set to highlight was affecting the logic with the end highlight. Whoa. That sounds true. As a person who has been here the entire time, debugging the code, rewriting the code, and trying to understand the code, I'm surprised that I don't understand what you mean. I wish I did. Creating the old hovered variable fixed the issue. Yeah. Yes. I mean, a lot more than that. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, I thought you were talking about the other problem. Yes. Right. Oh, yes. Right. Yes. Right. Whenever it would cancel it out, right? We didn't want it to be canceling it out anymore. The highlight logic was affecting the end logic. Creating the old variable fixed that issue. But then there was also that issue where... And I think the other thing to keep an eye on for myself for the future And that's why I thought of the helicopter example. Because in the helicopter example, if I hovered multiple of them, they would all get marked to be attacked. And in this case, if I hovered over multiple obstacles here, they would all get marked to be highlighted. And so if I see that multiple things are getting marked, then I can say that's another issue where having a current and an old will resolve it. Or whatever. Okay. Now, I mean, I guess my next question to myself and or the world. Well, I mean, first of all, I need to put out a credit or two here. But besides that, my next question is just out there. Do I need to optimize the highlight code? Yes. Yes. Should I even? And if so, how do I? A good way to see this is to think about what dependencies your code have and what outside the code could affect those dependencies. Right. I mean, and I guess in this case, the dependency would be hovered current. And what could affect those dependencies? Something. What would affect those I don't know how to fill in that blank. Okay, let's save it. Let's push it. Optimizing corn would help a lot if we made particles out of it. Well, okay, wait, particles? If we made particles out of it? You mean if it didn't have particle effects? Maybe. I mean, we could test that very easily. All right, let's do a GitHub commit. We're gonna say object highlight or obstacle highlight is considerably more efficient. Thanks to Techium's suggestion and guidance and help from Thoughty. Hovering or the obstacle highlight is more efficient. It was improved by creating an array where an array that collects the obstacles, the obstacle meshes that are highlighted, which are then removed from that array when no longer hovered. Additionally, a hovered old variable was created to ensure that neither too many nor too few obstacles were being highlighted at a time. Kind of. It's sort of true. It's true enough. Okay. Corn's like particles, not mesh instance. There's also multi-mesh instance. But it could be a nice setting to compare which one is more efficient. So I definitely, I feel like I experimented with that. You know what? I experimented with like grid map, and that wasn't. Yes, you are in the Git comment. In fact, I need to put you in the credits too. And the reason why I do that is, you know, so if I'm going through and because for the credits of the game, right, that are gonna, you know, you click on credits and you see all the credits. You know, I want to make sure people have specific things that they contributed. And so, you know, I'm gonna go through all of this, I'm gonna iterate through this list, and I'm gonna Control F it through my GitHub, you know, project. And I'm gonna see, you know, probably somebody might not have their name pop up in the GitHub commits. But someone who does, it's like, oh, now I've got more information about how to credit them and stuff. And it's also, you know, it's just nice. I like doing it. I like knowing who helped with what. It's nice. All right, so Techium, I would say straight up, I don't even know if I have a category for that. We have textures and shading, level design, terrain movement, obstacle design, lighting and environment. God, there's so many things. Optimization, grab mechanics, score dunk, art direction, reach animation, multi-arm attacks, moral support, grab movement, helicopter movement, damage flash, obstacle detection, code reference, player limb damage. I'm not seeing any obstacle highlight. I mean, that could go to a few different people. I mean, certainly that's a debug credit. I don't think that is hard to debate. Oh my gosh. I need to like alphabetize this or something. So definitely a debug credit. Same to Thoughty, although certainly Thoughty is really racking them up. Sometimes I try to like be a little gentle with adding these in. But let's give a new category as well. I think at this point it warrants it. Whoops. And we say obstacle highlights. It could apply to any highlights. We'll say object highlights. And that can go to Thoughty and Techium. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Just this whole process is so much more interesting and valuable for me and whoever tunes into this now or in the VOD after. Like, it adds so much value for y'all to be here helping out, and it helps this game get done so much more quickly. Thank you. Particles and multi-mesh use GPU instance method that can be rendered faster than a simple mesh instance if you have a lot of them. The difficulty is that these are interactive cores. Yes. That is quite a difficulty. That's why the grid map didn't work. So the way it's set up now, which isn't going to be any surprise that it is badly optimized. But the way that it is set up, it was really bad when they used to just be one. I used to have just one stock per mesh, and it was spawning all of those that you see. It was horrendous. And so instead, it's 15 in one. And so that made it a little better. But other than that, there's really not much else going on here. And so I see, like, I guess like a multi-mesh instance. I assume that that's kind of like a grid map. I really need to like learn about it. I mean, we are at like a point where, you know, I think it's okay to be a little distracted. I'm like in between tasks a little bit. So I'm kind of curious. Multi-mesh versus... what was the other one? Now you're saying particles? I'm so confused. So like you're saying like literally use like GPU particle effects? And so it would just be like, and that definitely wouldn't work. I mean, I guess it could. I guess what would be so difficult about it would be it would fundamentally be different than every other thing, right? So like I couldn't apply all of the normal I need to write code that deals with it especially. Like, normally it just says, oh, right, we've got an area 3D, and that's what an obstacle is. It's got hit points, it's got all this stuff on it. You know, if we get rid of all the obstacle and the hit point stuff, and it just becomes like, you know, a yeah, I don't really know what a multi-mesh instance would be like, but I assume I can't have these running on each instance in the same way. Or a particle. I certainly couldn't put that on like a particle. I don't know. It seems like it's gonna be. It's a bit difficult, but it can be done. You only perceive the interaction in the scene, but do the rendering separately. The mesh is not in the scene. Okay, I hear you. The mesh can be a huge multi-mesh or a particle effect. I'm just gonna need to research it. It's very confusing. I have no experience with multi-mesh, but maybe multi-mesh would be less of a refactor than using particles. Due to material, right, the material, oh my gosh, the material stuff. Ay. Oh my gosh, don't do that now, don't do that now. All right, I'll tell you what, I'll pull up, we'll put it on the hacking plan. That's where things for the future go. Hack and Plan is like Trello, but it's game dev centric, and it's where I keep track. It's got my Kanban boards and all that, and where I keep track of project progress and everything. What do we have anything on here for corn? Make a new crop section besides corn. Okay, that's not helpful. All right, let's create a new task then. Let's make a new one. And for this one, I'm gonna say, consider multi-mesh / or particles. I mean, I am able to set materials on particles if we do like a draw pass. But I'm very confused on how particles can be the same thing. Ask Juan to be on here. To be honest, it's that complicated that we need the like OGs of the engine and the most engaged people with crafting it are the ones who can help us. Oh god. I'd probably need to like cut a check to W4 to make that happen. Consider multi-mesh or particles. Let's just say this. Consider alternative to rendering corn stalks as mesh instances for performance reasons. Estimated 16 hours. Wait, I wasn't done. No, I wasn't done. No, stop. I'm not done with that task yet. Thank you. So I'm gonna say, consider multi-mesh or particle effect, or particle, GP particle as replacement. Thought T suggestion. Will require refactoring but apparently is doable. Research, multi-mesh, etc. Alright, I don't know if there's much else to say about it. Multi-mesh is easier. Particle is really tricky. Notes that particle is going to be really tricky. Okay. Well, the note exists, however terrifying the prospect of it all may be. Okay. All right, note taken. Note taken. Well, I mean, the only outstanding thing for the shader and the highlight stuff, I'll probably spend the rest of the stream doing like level design. I think we've earned that, but a little bit more of a relaxed task. But I just really want to like make sure this is the best hover method that we can do. I once made it for a friend where we displayed a lot of boxes with particles. I mean, it sounds very ingenious, like a super clever way to use something that isn't necessarily intended for that purpose. I like that. I like solutions like that. They're scrappy, but like big brain. Old scrappy big brain. Okay. The coordinates were passed as colors in a texture to the particle shader. What? That sounds brilliant. It's very creative sounding. Oh, this does work. I can comment this out. Oh, and then there's some other old code that we can get rid of as well. Vec3. Oh, yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, the shader. Right. Yes. That makes sense. Oh, yeah. That makes sense to me. That's kind of what we do for the texture on the ground of the cattle ranches. Which, by the way, I want to try using on the forests. Maybe today. I'm just gonna add a note in here. Checks children for meshes. I mean, this is probably fine. This gets... I guess if I really wanted to test it, I would just say comment out these, right? Just get them out of there. And then see, just do like a benchmark test and just see like if it's that much better. And if it is that much better, you can ask myself, well, do we just need it to be like that? Probably. It doesn't look that much different. I think we're doing the most efficient here that we can. So right now, none of the highlight stuff is happening. The hover of the arrow is. So that's, I probably could refactor the arrow a little bit. I bet the arrow needs some work. But we're looking at, I saw like a 60 or something. I don't want to say a 50 because I hate that, but it might be true. 58. Could be worse. I saw low 58, high 120 maybe. Something like that. 124, 132. It seems like if I'm not hovering stuff, that helps. Yes, all the corn stalks definitely being on there causes some drops. 100%. The corn stalks bring us down. But it's when I start hovering too that it chunks it down even more. And I don't even have the highlight stuff in there. If I comment the highlight stuff back in and then check it out. Oh, that sounds like a term that I've always kind of not used correctly. Objects seem to be the bottleneck. Like, by that, do you mean that in this project, in this game, the thing that tends to cause the most issues is all related to how many objects there are, or the fact that there's a bunch of objects? Yeah. That sounds real true. That sounds very true. Surprising how much better. It is so much better. Yeah, it's a huge improvement. Like, y'all... What is causing the FPS drop? Yeah. And I wish I could say it'll get better when we move to different areas, because right now we're in the farmland area. There's going to be a small town area, and then a big city area, and then there's going to be a military area. Military area will probably be the least amount of objects everywhere. Big city might have a lot. I mean, I doubt it's going to be quite, because it's going to be like larger pieces, probably, all in one. Not like the corn stalks that are all like these individual things. So I feel like there'll be a lot more bundling of things in the city with the city stuff. So it could very well be that the corn fields are like the most numerous of all the things. Wishful thinking a bit. I mean, I still have to fill it. See all these blank spaces? I want to fill that in with stuff. I mean, I do want there to be like kind of like emptier areas, but I'll probably still put something in there. You know, there needs to be like a grass shader, right? We could do like a grass shader, and that could go in there to just give it a little something. But yeah, I would say it's about the same. And so there was 124 at the top, and then I think I saw it drop to like 58 or something before. I'm not seeing it get to 124. Flower. Oh, that's a great idea. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Oh, we're up to 130, 140. Dang. I mean, I kind of clicked away from the game for a second. 114. So, I mean, I would say that it's a minute. It does bring it down. Oh, there's 123. There's 123. And it's not really going down to 50 that often. So I think that the highlighting code is now negligible in its impact, in its negative impact, which is good. And then there it just went down to 50 something. Oh, you know why it did that? It's because I just reset my microphone. That had nothing to do with what we're doing, so don't worry about that. All right, cool. So, I feel good about this. So I'm gonna clean up a little bit because we have all this code on the block object. This function is still running, or it's not running, but it's still here on the block object. We don't need it anymore. Hover effects end. Kill it. Burn it down. Delete it. Get it out of here. It'll forever be on GitHub. Hover effects begin. I don't think we need that either. This doesn't even run, so get it out of there. There's a profiler in Godot that may help understand FPS issues. Totally. Oh, I'm very familiar. Man, sometimes it's like I feel like I'm at the mercy of that profiler, and I wish it would give me more information. But yeah, you make a good point. What kind of response? Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know about it. Yeah, I know about it. No, I don't mean it like that. You know, it's good memories. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, oh yeah, the profiler. Oh, jeez. Spending hours and hours just like trying to get a spike to do something, you know. Come on, give me a spike. Where is it? There it is. Why did it happen? How do I control that spike? Yeah, the profiler is really useful. Love the profiler. Definitely something that can help. Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is it often reports its helpfulness. And I'll tell you right now what it's gonna say. The thing that's gonna be using the most is progress terrain. Progress terrain is a function in the terrain controller. So that is to say, what moves the level towards the player. That's all this progress terrain function. And it's really literally just this one thing. For every chunk in self get children chunk position Z, update it to be terrain velocity times delta. Like this right here, this moving it forward constantly, that's always what is causing it. Because all of the objects are being moved at all times forward. And so whatever little, performance issue is happening, it's magnified, or it becomes relevant because that object is being moved en masse forward all the time. So like if there's something that like even down to like an arrow pop up, if it's causing a lot of issues, it's going to say progress terrain, because where it causes an issue is the fact that that arrow is moving forward constantly. That it's because of that. So it ends up being like kind of a dead end, because it's like, oh yeah, of course, right. Yes, it's the things that are on the terrain that's moving. Yes, but what within the terrain that's moving is causing it. And so then that's where it gets into like all the more difficult. Anyway, I didn't need to explain all that, but it's funny because it always says progress terrain, and it's like, no. Okay, so we know that it's about as efficient as it's gonna get right now. Did I make any kind of little change? I don't know, little change, cleanup, etc. Nothing serious. I'm gonna do level design stuff. Before I do level design stuff, I'm going to use the loo and get myself a snack, and then I'm gonna do some terrain painting, some creating a new chunk, something like that. We're gonna do some design stuff, and what that means is like filling in those blank chunks. I'd really like to try painting like a forest floor. I like the idea of flowers and grass. It feels like a very different task, like trying to get like a shader that makes that stuff appear. So I don't worry too much about that, but I'm thinking like in these forest areas right here, maybe adding in a some more texture in the colors, or like maybe somehow around it's gonna be hard to do it around the trees. It might not. If I get some decal nodes that are on the bottoms of the trees, that actually could be nice. So maybe I'll explore some of that. We'll see. I always thought that the character was moving. Yeah, no, the character isn't moving. Check this out. Let's do a little zoom out here. We'll dispel that notion swiftly. All right. So there's our character right there. I'm gonna start moving. Check it out. What? The player is staying put and the level is disappearing behind it. As long as I keep moving. It's a little better if I can zoom out so you see the whole map. But it's a big map. And then beyond that, there's also this awesome thing that ThoughtT actually helped very much and get set up. Yeah. There, you can really see it if you see both edges, how it's moving. Where back here in the corner, behind the camera, is a buildup of all of the nodes, all of the level chunks. So all of the level chunks are loaded in all the time. They're always there. And what happens is they move from being back here to being on the terrain controller. So it's like two arrays. It's like there's an array, there's actually 3 arrays here, and there's an array here. And so when a chunk gets past the player, it goes to one of these 3 arrays. And then when it's time to add a new chunk onto the end, it pulls a chunk out of here and moves it on there. And so stuff is just constantly going back and forth between these two arrays. It's really more arrays, but that's the general idea. So yeah, it's kind of a wacky illusion going on. There's a lot of illusions going on in this game. Another weird illusion, whoa, I moved the terrain. Another weird illusion is we're not actually picking up cows either. Whenever I click on a cow, it actually is spawning a new cow on top of that cow. And the old one is just becoming invisible. There's a little bit of magic going on all over the place. Anyway, all right, let me fix the terrain that I just moved and broke. Which, by the way, should be locked down, if I'm being honest. That should not be particularly possible. Okay, did that fix it? Let's make sure I'm not breaking everything all of a sudden. And then yeah, maybe I'll make another forest patch or something. Just do some light level design stuff to get this area filled out a little more. Okay, that looks better. And then let's set the test area for the BRB screen. If you guys are co-working along with me or you're just hanging out or whatever, this could be a good opportunity. Get yourself a snack, stretch your legs, things like that. I'll be back in 5 minutes or less. Game dev is all about trickery and not so much about simulation. I know. I'm like, no, you're right. Sometimes I wish it was simulation because that sounds cool. It sounds cool to simulate things. No, it's a great point. It's a great way to put it. That it's not so much about simulation. And it doesn't like break the magic for me, but definitely when I thought to myself, I want to make games, I certainly had in mind that I was recreating the world as I know it. And you know, making a playground to work in. But instead, it's about like imitating the way the world works or something. All right, I'm gonna play this. Put the BRB, stretch your legs, get a snack. I'll be back 5 minutes or less, and then it's gonna be level design time. Oh, dang it, I keep playing the BRB music on accident. I need to just... I used to use special BRB music, but we don't need it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm tired. I've been doing code that you guys understand better than I understand. My brain's all... What is with the BRB? Yeah. I do this every Wednesday and Thursday. I take off every 4th week, but yeah. And then on Friday, we do 1-hour game jams as well. So if that sounds like something interesting, that is a thing too. So yeah, I hope I see you around. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for your help. It means a lot. You've been awesome. And good luck with your own projects and everything like that. Look at this crazy BRB. What the heck? I don't know what happened to it. But that's okay. Yeah. Sounds good. All right. See you later, Techium. Goodbye. It's nice to meet you. All right. It's so stretched out. Can't stand it. I can't stand it. Looking normal. All right. There we go. Maybe I'll do it down here. That kind of makes sense. No, because then what if you miss it because it's down there? Nah, whatever. All right, I'll be right back. Turn up the music. I'll leave the chat up on auto. Don't say anything bad. Don't say bad things. Okay? They'll just go up on the screen. Behave yourself.
re no re na re na na re no re no dim dum da na da dim da na da dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na dim dum da na da dim da na o da ni da na di da na na o da ni da na di da na na da di ya na da dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na da na dim da na da dim da na na da na dim da na da dim da na da na da di ya na da na na da na dim da na da dim da na na da na da di ya na da na na da dim da na na da na da di ya na da na da na dim dum da na da di da na na dim dum da na dim dum da na da dim da na dim sa re ga ma ma ga re ga ma pa da ni sa ni da ni da ni da sa ni da ni sa ni ga re sa ni re sa ni da ni sa ni da ma ma ga re sa ni re sa dim dum da na da dim dum da na dim dum da na dim dum da na na
Hey, what's up, Tencho? Welcome. Oh, we coming back with a song too. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate that. Okay, this is the music we're singing a song to. I think we got some song left. Sounds like it. I'm doing, so I just did a bunch of highlight shader stuff, actually. Had awesome help from folks like Techium and Thoughty. That was amazing. That was super amazing. Oh my gosh. And let's do the level change. And yeah, I wanted it to be when I highlight over things, I want it to light up and look good. And so we got it. And then it turned out that there was also a performance issue that was bringing up. So I had to do some work on that. So we got it so we can highlight over things, and it doesn't, to me, some of them glow more than others, but it looks good enough. I love the way this barn looks with the edges highlighted. It looks great. And the way that I had set it up originally was quite a bit inefficient. So there's still some things to add in, like getting a highlight for the things that you pick up and stuff, and enemies and things, but this is a good start. I feel really good about this progress. And yeah, so that's what we did. And then now I'm gonna do some level design stuff, and I'm going to figure out sort of how I want to make this all look like more and more better. Oh no, now the exciting song is gone, and this is the one that I'm gonna sing for your member song? Oh, I don't know. I could try it. It's got a nice rhythm, I can deal with that. Oh, then it stops it. Oh, Tincho, thank you for supporting our game dev, Tincho. Oh, Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Tincho, you are here, it's true. Tincho, you are here, it's true. Tincho, you are here, it's true. Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Oh, Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Oh, Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Oh, Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate the things that you do. Oh, Tincho, don't you know, I appreciate you. I'm sorry about that, but also you're welcome. Thank you again for supporting Hybrid Game Dev. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well with you and the projects you're working on. I got myself a snack. I got some orange slices. Well, not really slices, just orange. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh. Wow. That's juicy. Loved it. It's very kind. Very, very kind. I'm not getting worse at singing, but I don't think it's saying much. Alright, so level design stuff. Something I just want to like not think too hard about real quick is I want to just try making like a ground for the forest. But see, what if, and maybe this is getting ridiculous and this might cause me issues that I don't realize yet. But what if on the trees themselves, there was a decal? And that decal like did something. I think from a performance standpoint, that could be concerning. So like what I would do, I can't even really test it. I mean, I can. I just need to add like a plane down here. Honestly, it'd be nice if I could just put like a whole entire shader on here. That would be sweet. So slap that down. Well, no, because the shader, you can't do that with the decal. That won't work. Well, it will, but don't try it. So let me load the grass on. There's the grass. We can imagine. If I add a decal node, and then in that decal, set up we could say a noise texture. I'd only want it to apply to the ground, so I need to make sure that this mesh instance is on the ground layer, which is, or the, yeah, that's on the ground layer. And then the decal is only applying to ground color mask here, like that. Oh, I love how it just applies it to everything. And that could even, I could even potentially use that so it doesn't apply to things I don't want it to apply to. That would be interesting. Because besides performance issues, that would be something I'd worry about. Is that it would apply in places I don't want it to apply to. But I could potentially just have a special mask that is only relevant to certain surfaces. Yeah, let me make this a lot larger. So you can see that decal is just applying to that small area. So if I keep that as a noise texture, start making some changes to it. Whoop. Let's say, oh, we're just zooming on accident all over the place. New fast noise, add a color ramp gradient. I can make sure one end, transparency is a little iffy, I find, with this. Like, it doesn't exactly behave like I would want it to. Oh, it's not bad, actually. I kind of like it to be, like, centered around. Like, maybe I can get this to be radial somehow. Maybe not. Wait, there's a way to do that. It might not be, this gradient might not be able to do that, however, actually. Whoa. Yeah, I think that's something I'd have to set elsewhere. That's okay. It'd be nice though if it was just like around there. I would love that. Yeah, this isn't ideal because you're gonna end up with these like harsh edges. Can the I wonder if the area can be changed, because it's like, you know, it's got this like box around it, right? Like, I do wonder if there isn't some way to change that shape. Oh, well, I can change the size of it. It's not exactly the shape. I think we're stuck to a cube with it. So maybe if I had like a certain area that it applied to and not others. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this in general. It feels not ideal. So what I wonder, what if I did apply our shader to it? Can I do that? I don't think so. I don't think we can do a shader on here. I think that's out of the question. Let's put PS and fade the edges. Do I know what PS means in this context? Oh, were you saying like I use like Photoshop or something? Oh yeah. Well, so that's what I've done with and that comes from Pierogigon, Albeska, and ThoughtT have helped design that. Let's pull up a cattle ranch. So these cattle ranch levels, we actually paint on the ground here. So I should open that program because I do want to do that. I would love to do that with a decal, but I'm not sure we could do that because I don't think there's any shader that we can associate with a decal. We can add materials to decals. But I don't think we can add like a straight up texture, like file. Unfortunately. Which decals are very useful, but there's gotta be some way, because I know you can use it to like, I wonder if there's just something I'm missing. Image texture, right, so I can have like an image. I mean, I can add an image texture on there. Right? So like if I do open up a program, an image editing program, let's just make something new. And I'll just say, I don't know, 500 by 500. I mean, somehow I'd have to define what alpha is, what alpha transparency is here. What if it is just alpha though? Just do that. Okay. Let's it's because what I'd really want is like a mask, you know? That's what I'd want above all else, is a mask. So let me pop open the layers here. And I'm just gonna put down some black. A very soft black on here. I'm wasting my own time. I happen not to think this is a waste of time at all. I'm curious. I'm curious to see where this takes us. Alright, so let's export this. Because I haven't quite tried as much as I want to with experimenting here. And after all that we did today, I kind of want to just like take it easy and like, you know, not get too hardcore. Oh, this is the wrong folder. Come in here. And I'll just say objects, foliage. I'm gonna say textures. And then we're just gonna say tree ring 1. Oops, I didn't mean to save it like that. Oh, we are exporting. Okay, cool. Export that. I'm also gonna save it in there. It's hard to remember things we did. It is for me. It seems like it absolutely should be possible. Certainly with a custom shader of some kind. I just gotta figure out where to, like, where do I put it? Because, like, I do want to just slap on some stuff and I could paint. And then this is probably what I'll end up doing. I'll probably do what I did on the ranches. It's just like less flexibility. It sounds good, yeah. So like literally, you know, if I know that this barn is here, I was able to paint this box onto the ground. So I could say over here in the forest, well, I know that these trees are here, so I'll paint a little there. I'll paint a little there. I'll paint here, paint there. But like, you know, it's very likely that I'm gonna want to move them around. And it'd be nice if the terrain could be reactive to those changes. So I might as well try to experiment with that. Because it would be nice. Oh my god, so many tabs. Too many tabs! It's like a browser window. Close them. Okay. Drag the tree ring in here. Nice. So there we got a nice black ring around it. Simple enough. So yes, I don't know why I said no. I know why I said no at first. The reason why I said no is because, well, let me see. Because what I think I can't do is then have like a noise texture be limited to this circle. That's what I was thinking to myself was, well, I want it to be a noise texture and I'd like it to be limited, but maybe we can. I actually don't know. But maybe. Wait, the noise texture kind of looks. Hold on. To a normal map. Wait a minute. Hey, wait a minute. No, we can. Yes, we can. Si se puede. Hold on a second. Q-Merc, you inspire me, and now good things are happening. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Now that albedo is looking a little strong. Obviously, I'd want it to be a different color than black. And so, I mean, the other thing is, let's see if I can get that color to change. You know, ideally, I wouldn't have to, like, paint that in. Like, what I love about this is I can match this color to anything I want. So I can grab this terrain shader, and let's say I want this green to match the other green more. I can grab the same grass color and then just paste the hex in there. And now it matches. Right. And I can use this same gradient over here in any level on any shader. So now if I go to a different cattle ranch that uses the same gradient, it's going to have updated design as well. I don't know if this is one of them though. These all use different ones. So there isn't another one currently that uses it. But if there was, it would be updated as well. And so I like that. I like that if I change one, they all update. I actually quite like the way that looks. And so, you know, I don't know that there's a way that, maybe, but I would want to. I would want to also find a way to not have that necessarily be black, but I could somehow change that to be a different color as well by just pasting in a hex code easily. Yes, it is. Exactly. So here's this. This was written by GodotShaders.com, but mostly Pierogigon. Pierogigon crafted this more than anybody. And we've had some advice from folks like Albeska and ThoughtT, and then the original concept started on Godot shaders. So, and then I've made changes to it too. So it's been a group effort to get this shader to work. And all the code is right here. You can find it in the GitHub repo. This one is it's still named after Pierogi. Terrain level shader pierogi.gd shader is this one. And then what I can do is I can paint those shapes. Just like I painted this, I paint these shapes. And it goes further than that. So look at the mask. The mask has red, blue, and black on it. And so it uses the red and the blue channels to I'll zoom it in. It uses the red and the blue channels to determine like where like some extra dirt goes on here. So like if I take the blue value ratio and I turn it all the way down, now blue value isn't being read, that channel. So we've just got some extra things on there to make it like a little more customizable in a photo editing software like Photoshop. But yeah, it's controlled by code. But I don't think I can get a shader associated with this, unfortunately, as dope as that would be. So I kind of lose some of that flexibility, which is why I've strayed away from it. So if I like pick a color, I have to go into Photoshop and I gotta say, well, it's gonna be this green, it's gonna be that brown, and those are the only that, you know, we can't ever change it. I think, probably, maybe. Set shader color function. How would that work? Where would that work? Where would that... How? Oh, we don't understand. But I'd be lying if I said I wasn't curious. Function sets shader color, new color, shader material. And what would that point to, though? I'm confused. So, how would I get that to apply to this? Because I don't think this receives any shaders. As far as I know. Oh, like maybe decals have like special things. But still, even if it was, yeah, I wonder. I guess they would have to inherit from something. Set shader parameter. Okay, it's fun to think about. So we'd have to somehow have a shader material. So we still need to be modifying a shader material. Godot decal shader material. We have to have some way to get that on there. But I don't know if we can. Decals use purely fixed rendering logic. This means decals cannot use custom shaders. However, custom shaders on the projected surfaces are able to read the information that is overridden by decals on top of them. What? Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's the nail in the coffin. I wish. So, you know, if I want to do this, I just have to make sure I commit to that color. And I can't update it. And I don't know if I want to do that. But do I want to go through and update the painting on the you know, the level every time? Not really. I do wish there was some way you know, to kind of like modify this to generally, because it's cool that it is able to rein in that a little bit. How many colors you got for the ground? I mean, right now there's the green and the brown. There's the dirt, the two colors, the dirt and the ground, two colors. But you know, now with the introduction of the way this shader has these gradients, we kind of end up getting a lot more in there, where we get like the dark brown, the lighter brown, a yellower green. But technically, you know, the main colors that end up being here are this green and that dirt green. And there's also like the crop dirt green, or sorry, the crop dirt brown, which is a little different. You know, it doesn't all have to be linked. It doesn't. Like, maybe I just need to get over wanting to link every color together. You know what? I'll say let's try it. And if I decide I don't like it, I can always go back. You know? But let's try it. I mean, it still doesn't. I will say, you know, it's still, even though it's limited to this area, it still doesn't. I guess it's gonna lose a lot of randomness, right? I guess I wouldn't know how to make sure. Let me try something a little different. Let me say, instead of the albedo being that, what if the ring is the normal and the albedo is the noise texture? Ooh. Yeah, that didn't help. It just like ignores. I guess that's not what a normal map is for. Yeah, I think I have to be on albedo. Do you have the noise texture in a file? Like, can you bring the noise texture over to GIMP? The noise textures are rendered. I mean, I could just make a noise, you know, my own noise, or generate noise in GIMP. But it's not gonna be randomized. But yeah, I don't actually know the answer to that. I don't think I genuinely don't know. But I think in Godot, noise is generated. Not necessarily something you can modify and change how it behaves. Oh, we're on a mission. I was like, why does that look like that? What happens if I do this? I think my guess is the answer is no, but that is a guess. Very much a guess. Just tinkering. You know, that keeps it in that circle. But then that circle is sort of like mandated to be that certain color, as far as I can tell. Unless there is some way to like override it. And that just ignores it. I wish there was more things I could do to this albedo, but it has nothing. It has nothing. You know, unless I could set... I don't know what this is. I think this is nothing. Yeah, that just sets that as the albedo. Canvas texture... and set multiple things inside of that. But that's just like, yeah, that's different. I don't think that's gonna get us anywhere. Yeah. So I think I just have to go paint it on there. I feel like that's gonna be the most, like, it's weird because it's like I'm trading specific location. I do have a weird idea. No. Yeah, I don't know. I thought maybe I had an idea. I don't think I do. Yeah, I think the decal isn't. I think it's not the move. Sometimes, well, I was thinking, like, was there some way I could isolate, like, if I do paint stuff on the forest floor over here. So if I come in here and I paint all over the place, whatever, we've got noise texture randomized all over. Would there be some way to use the decal to isolate around that area? I think the answer is probably no. But I'm not sure. Or like at least create some illusion. No, okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll leave the decal. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna come into GIMP and we're just gonna make it like brown. We're gonna make it a brown that matches the other browns in some way. Not extremely, just a bit. Maybe like this darker brown here. Oh, I can't just sample it like that. Oh, I can. Okay, good. Come over to GIMP, and I'm gonna select all this. You know, and I could make like some variants. I could make some that are simpler than others, or not simpler, but shaped one way versus another way. Now, I'd be very surprised if I didn't accidentally cut some things off on the edges. So you know what I'm gonna also do? I'm gonna shrink the selection a bit, and then I'm gonna feather it just to make sure we're not up against the edge here. I'm just gonna delete a bunch. Basically, I'm just trying to clear the edges so it kind of fades out if it did reach the edge a bit. All right, then I'm gonna save that and export it. Come back to Godot, over to the decal. Add the tree ring in. Not there. Put it here. Whoa. It's a little lighter than I wanted it to be. I don't know why I bothered copying it. The color. Not the color I want. Let's adjust it. You know, I'm all about, I want the colors to match or whatever. I mean, I do. And I guess I'm kind of letting that go a little bit for this. You know, as long as it's sort of kinda matches. That's probably good enough. Let's try that. And then, you know, the randomness can come in from the noise texture. You know, the noise texture will add in some variety. I mean, I say that, but it's going to be the same noise texture on every tree. Unless I set up some code that tells it to randomize it. It does. Right, and so wait, is this what trees look like? Sparse forest. Wait, do I even know what I'm making? It's a feature. Dude, trees don't have little spots of dirt around them. Why am I trying to make something that doesn't exist? I don't know, because I'm not much of an experienced visual artist. That would be the reason. You know what has that, like freaking trees in like a park maybe or something that have like a little mound around it. But that's not what this is supposed to be. Forests are all super different. I don't know where in the world we are. We're in a general place. We're not in a specific part of the world. I gotta say, there's not a lot of things at the bottom of trees. Consistently. I think maybe this is not a thing I need to worry about. Could put them in your pots and your set? What? What do those words mean? Put them in pots. Oh, I see what you're saying. Put them in pots and then I'm set. You know, pots that grow trees. You know, you grow trees from pots, naturally. That poor pot. It'd be pretty cool though, to have something wrapped around the bottom of the tree that the tree can definitely grow outside of without like breaking it all the way. I guess you could like crochet around the bottom of a tree. There's some sparse woods. I mean, it looks a little darker around the bottoms. I'm just opening up a bunch of reference images here. I've been bothered that the forest section doesn't look more intentional. It just, I feel like it's not right. It doesn't have to be great, but I want it to be a little nice or something. Knit a sweater. That's called something. What is it called? What's it called when you crochet around tree branches? Is it called like yarn bombing? Yarn bombing. That's it. It is. And it's kind of cool. Look at that. It does have a sweater. It's a tree with a sweater. It's a beautiful sweater. What's up, Taylor? I normally watch your stream VODs to go to sleep. Never thought I would catch you live. Hey, that's awesome. Thank you for letting me know, Taylor Dory. I appreciate that. Welcome. I'm glad you got to stop by. Yeah, it's going well. I spent a lot of today doing like coding stuff, coding. So I'm sort of just like trying to like sit back and do something a little more relaxed and just like look at pictures of forests and think about how I could make that look like something in my game. But yeah, it's going well. I don't think I've gotten much progress other than just seeing how I can... At first I was like, let's put some dirt around the bottom of the trees. And then I realized that's not how forests look. So I'm kind of trying to figure out how I want to decorate these light wooded areas. Hey, what's up, Muhammad? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. And it's lovely to meet you. Appreciate it. I mean, I will say, I guess it kind of be like a shadow. I feel like that's a shadow. And yeah, that's what Qmerk said. It must be true then. I will die if I ever go into a forest and see a tree with a sweater on. I mean, it's honestly a very cool form of graffiti. I mean, graffiti is cool. Like, I'm not gonna say graffiti isn't cool. Look at that. I mean, it's magical. It's magical. Like, who did this? Who did this? How did you have the time to do that? That's an incredible task. I'm sure there's techniques, but it still has to adapt to the circumference of the tree. And I guess as long as you're not using polyester, it's probably pretty eco-friendly. Best to use cotton. Then again, I guess if you're introducing cotton in a place where it wouldn't be, that could be problematic. You'll wave back at it. Oh, hi, tree. You look like a person. You're like me. Hello. I have a sweater too. Looking sharp. It would be. I'm like, whoa. Oh, jeez. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that mushroom I found. I asked you a question last stream, the 1 hour game jam, but you said ask me later. What was the question? Oh no. If I said ask me later about something. Did I mean like not while I'm streaming, or did I mean Oh, right, because I was jamming. Right. If I'm sitting there jamming, I'm like, oh my god, I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna make this. Oh my gosh, it's so hard. I'm running out of time. Crap. What? I can't hear you. I gotta go. Oh, what inspired me to development? That's a nice question. So I mean, obviously, like, being a kid, I love playing games. I loved Nintendo games. Some of my favorite games as a child. Actually, the first game that I, like, remember having was Zelda, A Link to the Past. This was the first game I remember getting as a child. Freaking love this game. So good. This, like, kind of high fidelity pixel art Super Nintendo era was, like, my introduction to video games. One of my favorite games, Kirby Superstar, Super Nintendo. So, like, when I was playing these games, I always imagined, like, new characters, new abilities. How would I make them? I want to make them. You know, I want to merge games. I want to see Bomberman in Kirby. I want to see, you know, I want to be able to control stuff. One of my favorite games was Earthbound, another Super Nintendo game. And in the game, you play as this guy right here, Ness. And I really wanted to be Paula. I wanted to be the girl character. And then later on, I learned ROM hacking. And the ROM development community, this was, you know, a few years after that, because obviously this game came out, there wasn't ROM hacking right away. But, you know, a few years later, ROM hacking is a thing. And there's this, like, really expansive community about how to get into the code of the game and remake it in your own way. And I finally got it one day when I was older. I was able to switch the sprites. I just switched the sprites. So, like, the game still acknowledged that character as the character that, you know, the game wants it to be, but it felt powerful. I was like, wow, I can craft these experiences the way I want them to. But, like, that wasn't really, I didn't really go anywhere with that. It wasn't until I was a lot older, like, I mean, this must have been, I was maybe 12, 13 years old experimenting with that. And then when I was in my 20s, like, we're talking 25, something like that, like, much later, I was playing this little game called Fallout New Vegas. And it totally, like, reignited my love for video games. Because I mean, I played video games, like, on and off between those old Earthbound, Kirby Superstar, Link to the Past days in here, but I wasn't really, like, in it again until I discovered the Fallout series and Skyrim and stuff. I freaking loved those games. And Fallout New Vegas in particular was one I was really into. And so I figured out that there was also a very vibrant modding community for these games, things like Skyrim and New Vegas and Fallout 3 and stuff. And so I tinkered around with that a little bit, but I can't say I did, like, you know, a ton until I was maybe, well, at this point, that was like 10 years ago. So I would have been 25 years old. So around the same time I was playing Fallout New Vegas, I was hiking alone in the wilderness. Hottest day of the year. This is my real origin story. This is my true origin story. I was hiking in the wilderness alone, hottest day of the year, and I fell. I wanted to slide down a ravine, and I thought it would work like Super Mario, right? Mario 64 slide, right? When you slide on Mario 64, this is what it looks like. You get a little puff of smoke that comes out of your butt, like you're farting your way down. And I thought if I slid down this ravine, because there was a beautiful creek down there,
and I wanted to go chill by that creek and like write stories because I was into writing at the time. And so I tried to slide down this hill. Didn't work. Didn't work. You don't just go psh. No. It's a bumpier ride. And along the way, my foot got caught in there was like a tree root. It wasn't crochet bombed, unfortunately. But the root came out of the ground and went back into the ground. And so I'm sliding down and my foot gets caught in there and flings me forward. I promise this is related to game dev. And it flings me forward. And I flew through the air and I fell at the bottom of the ravine. I smacked the ground real hard. And my shoulder like entirely fell out. There's a lot of different ways you can dislocate your shoulder, and the way that I dislocated my shoulder was total incomplete. Significant dislocation. And it was so painful. I thought I was gonna pass out. I mean, I was passing out. I couldn't move. I tried to put it back in, it didn't work. No cell phone reception, so I had to yell. I had to yell for help. So I'm like yelling, it's really hot, I'm like in and out. I don't know how long it was. It wasn't short. And I was thinking to myself, like, there's a chance. There's like a non-zero chance that I get stuck out here for a long time. You know, like, these thoughts start going through my mind. Like, what if I don't make it out of here? You know? What if my arm is mangled beyond repair? You know, and it was scary. What if I'm gonna have to drag myself in passing out and coming back pain for who knows how long to get back to the main trails? And even then, will somebody find me soon? Luckily, someone else was out hiking that day, and my screams were heard. And the next thing that I really remember was I was being carried up that ravine. By like a bunch of guys on like with like a stretcher or something. And you know, that was good. I was lucky. I have had shoulder problems for years since then. But overall I made it. I was super lucky. Because I could have fallen on my face, on my neck. You know, it could have been a lot worse, on my spine. And it just sort of stuck with me. And I was like, how can I capture this experience? And so I had this idea for this story, basically. It was a story about surviving in the wilderness. And it was all right. I tried writing it as a screenplay. I tried writing it as a play. I tried writing it as a novella. I tried so many different iterations of that story, and none of it worked. Then I remembered the Fallout New Vegas mods. And I was like, wait, what if I try making it in a way that I can interact with? A survival kind of simulation. And so I tried using the Fallout New Vegas tools, which were, my gosh, so unpleasant. I know I'm going so on with this story. It was so unpleasant. Like, I mean, oh wow. It's not a fun tool set to use. It's buggy, it's cumbersome, it is not well organized, but I realized I liked this better than any other artistic expression that I had tried. And it felt good. And then I discovered Dreams. Dreams is a game on the PlayStation console that you can make games within. It's by the people who make Little Big Planet. And it traps all of your creations in the game. So you can't take those creations outside of your PlayStation, which kind of sucks. So I don't love that. But I was seeing people making these amazing things in here. And this was years later. I mean, you know, within the last 3 years from right now. And so I left behind the Fallout New Vegas thing, and I started making this survival game here in Dreams. And we look at these awesome things people were able to make. Look how good that looks, right? I was like, this is the way. This is the way. And so, yeah, so that became Survive Escape. And, you know, I started working on it a little bit here and there. I mean, I would say it got some progress. So the idea was that it was like a super hyper realistic survival game. Like, you have to, you know, kindle your own fire somehow. You got to find the materials to kindle the fire. You've got to monitor heart rate, respiratory rate. I wanted blood oxygen levels to be something you consider, blood pressure, all that stuff. Companions, weather, different environments. You had a backpack that you could deploy and collect items in. If you wanted to get rescued, you'd have to come up with a clever way to flag down a helicopter, right? So like after a certain amount of time, helicopters would come looking for you. And then you would have to like find a way to get their attention. For example, setting a forest on fire and then drawing the helicopter to your position and then flagging them down. Flagging down a helicopter, complex map system, things like that. Character creator. You can choose different aspects of your personality, different properties about yourself and your body and what that means to what you're able to do and what you're not able to do. And just your appearance in every conceivable way. In this particular part of the game, your legs were both broken, so you had to drag yourself on the ground, sort of like I was imagining I might have had to do. And you got to just get to a water bottle, get your stuff. Just very raw. I wanted to, because I wanted to capture that experience that I had in the wilderness. You have to literally create your own bandages and wrap them around your limbs and make sure it's tight enough and it's done correctly so you don't get bacteria and things. And that was, I don't know if you noticed, that's not even everything. There was a complex map system that would be dynamic and you could put map markers and, dude, I don't know if you noticed in that description, but it's kind of a lot. It's a bit much, isn't it? And I realized that after like working on it for a year. I was like, dude, what am I doing? This is too big. I don't have the time to do it. And then it's all going to be stuck on this game on PlayStation, on Dreams. Like, oh man, like I'm going to be working on this for years and years and years, and no one's even going to be able to play it. And so once that started sinking in, I realized that I needed to learn tools outside of this PlayStation game. Badly. Very badly. And I always thought, you know what? We're going to do Unreal Engine. Let's do Unreal Engine. Unreal Engine makes the most sense. That's like the most beautiful of all the engines, right? So I made this Life After Dreams live stream. Life After Dreams. And look, it was interesting to learn Unreal Engine. I spent like a good amount of time. You can see every single experience I had in Unreal Engine. I live streamed it. But you know, I realized that the engine was not for the games that I needed to make. Like yeah, the Survive Escape that I envisioned, like this Survive Escape, like heck yeah, absolutely. This would be a game suited for something like Unreal Engine. But you know what else it would need? Would be a team of people. A lot of people who were paid to work on it, you know? I need to learn how to make games by myself. You know, I need to figure out, how do you make meshes? How do you do collisions? How do you do level design? How do you rig characters? How do you animate things? How do you come up with an idea and improve on that idea? How do you market a game? You know, there were just so many levels of game design that I had no idea how to do. And so I realized I needed to downscale. And so eventually I tried Godot, and it seemed like it was just like the perfect size engine for what I wanted to do. And it even could be used for something big like this, you know, someday. So yeah, I've just been kind of working on a smaller game about an alien invading Earth, and that's it. Nothing big dream game that can do anything and everything. And the thing is I'm trying to focus on certain mechanics that will lend themselves to this big project someday. And someday I will come back to this project. So like the game I'm working on now, the alien has limb damage. So if you run into something, your limbs, like your arms or your legs or whatever, will get smaller until they break off. And if they break off, the idea is that you're going to do less damage, or you're going to move differently. It's going to affect your ability in the game. So we can literally, I just killed myself. Let me not die. I'm gonna hurt the legs of the character. We got some glitches on there, don't worry about that. All right, there. See, if the legs break off, you fall down. And so I decided I was just going to work on like one thing. And that one thing was a lot of glitches going on. That one thing was going to be limb damage. And then someday I will take that limb damage code and that experience, and I'll apply it to my dream game, you know, and I'll have had the experience of making games, of doing animation, of doing coding, of doing this, of doing that, and I can hopefully bring that all together and someday make a bigger game. So that's where I'm at. That's kind of my journey, my story. Yeah, so Pig Detective was a Dreams game. Yeah. And that's just like that's been the Dreams community. I mean, at this point the Dreams community is not, it's not really what it was. Dreams kind of stopped being supported, and they're not really doing anything with it anymore. And it just sort of the community sort of fell apart. But that's been the community, is, you know, we help each other, we support each other, and it's always just been such a great thing to be a part of. But yeah, I do still have those videos out and around here. I did. I thought I would just slide on my butt and we would just cruise on down. I genuinely believed that. I was not a child, okay? I was like 24 years old, all right? But I didn't know. It just didn't occur to me. It didn't occur to me. But yeah, I did play Pig Detective, and then I found out that my voice, yeah, was in there. It's unlisted now, but you can still find the short. I'll put it in the chat if you want to watch it. I did get to do some voice acting in it. It was cool. So yeah, that's my story. It's still being written, and I can't wait till I can go back to Survive Escape. I'm so excited to go back to Survive Escape someday, but for now, it's just not. It's not the right move. It's too big. It's too difficult. I'm not skilled enough, so I just want to focus on making smaller games that implement some of the mechanics that I want in that survival game, and then I'll take all those skills and someday bring a team together and we can realize Survive Escape. Today is not that day. Today is not that day. Today we are dealing with waterlogged trees. So wait, what do trees look like?
I feel like it's just shadows. I feel like that's all that I'm seeing. On the ground here, shadow. There's nothing. There's nothing at the base. But there's still, I mean, this is, I don't know what's going on in this picture. It's like there's more dirt. I think there's too much grass. I think if there's a problem, it's that there isn't, like, grass around trees. There's dirt around trees. Not right around the stump, okay? Well, but look at this one. In this part of the world, there sure is. There sure is some grass. I mean, this has like paths and roads. Obviously very curated. Yeah, so the grass thing is tough because it's like a whole task. I need to write like a shader. I need to make a shader that renders grass. That's one of these days I'm gonna be like, okay, today we are doing a grass shader. That's gonna be like a whole entire day. I don't even know. I mean, I could hop onto Godot shaders. But, you know, most of the things that I've been adding on here have been flat. But today ain't that day! It depends. Depends how easy it is. So new game or new level or same level. Huh? What? What do you mean? New game or new level or same level. Oh, you mean right now? This is the same game. Same level. There's so many grass shaders out there. How do I even know what the right one to pick is? Stylized multi-mesh grass shader, man, it's like a whole thing. Wind animation and player interaction? Whoa. Create a multi-mesh instance with your grass mesh. Apply a spatial shader as a material override. Yeah, I'd like that. If you want to use texture grass, and set player position for the shader, edit the instance parameter through a script. Whoa. That's cool. Wouldn't it also need to know, like, the size of the player, too? Oh. Player displacement size. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This seems awesome. Is it Creative Commons 0? Fartoys. Fartois. Ah, yes, a good fartoise. The license is CC0, baby. Let's go. I mean, we could try it. I mean, I could try it. We've been doing shaders all day today, you know? We could just keep it going. Just keep the shader party going. Why not? Alright, forget this decal. Get out of my face. Also, wait, didn't my entire game break? Maybe today is that day! I know. I'm kind of thinking about it. I think I need to reload my project also. Oh no, it's fine. That was wild. For a second though, it was really bad. What have we even done? Tree ring. Yeah, we added a tree ring. I don't care about any of this. Can we just start this over? I'm just gonna discard all of these changes right now. Discard them. Yeah, don't care. Just get it out of here. Get out of my face. Redo. Hey, what's up, Kai? Been silent watching a bit on my lunch. Thank you for choosing Hyper Game Dev. Don't know that much backstory on your game journey and detailed video on Survive Escape. Thanks for sharing. I remember your booth. Oh yeah, I did have a whole booth for Dreamscom. I think a lot of people learned about the game from my Dreamscom booth. Dude, there was even an article in an actual gaming magazine that got written based on my Dreamscom booth. I want to say that was in Edge magazine, or like PlayStation, no, not Edge, PlayStation, Jesus, I don't even remember anymore. I tweeted, dude, no Twitter on stream. No Twitter allowed on stream. Ever. I have been on Twitter and things, yeah. I have been on Twitter and terrible things have come up on stream. Not on stream, off stream. And I intend to not let that happen on stream. By never ever doing it. Okay, I'm just looking real quick for this Dreamscom inspired article. Yeah, it was super cool. A few dreamers were in the article. Gosh, Twitter has always been so hard to search. And then I can't even really see the post. Oh jeez. Oh Twitter, why are you like this? Why aren't you better? Why aren't you better, Twitter? Alright, this was useless. Why did I think this was a good idea? Oh, wait, it's on the website. Why did I don't need to do all that. It's on the website. This website is actually, I'm gonna go down soon. It's Twitter, that's why, yeah. Oh, here we go, Play Magazine article. And it's the Twitter link as well. There we go. Yes, Play Magazine right there. Bam. Bam. Yeah, so this was the whole article, right? So there's some of you dreamers might know Dorian. But look at that. Look how much, look, they even talked about me streaming on here. How dope is that? It's even got the whole story I just told you on here. Yeah, it was pretty cool. It was a pretty cool experience. So yeah, that Dreamscom booth made an impression for sure. You make the smallest tree break. You have an idea? Oh yeah? Hey, what's up, Pressapar? It wasn't, no. It was. It blew my mind. I was so nervous. I was so scared. I was shaking doing this interview. The imposter syndrome was suffocating me. I don't know who I don't know what I'm, it was terrifying. And it was exciting. It was very exciting. But yeah, there's info. You can, you're welcome to go to the website. I don't know how much longer I'll keep it up. I mean, talking about it, I'm feeling like I should keep it up. But I was just looking at my finances, well, something that I can cut out is renewing the domain. But you guys have made me realize I don't think I do want to not renew this domain. It'll help me just want to make it the game that I want it to be. Also, Pressapire got gifted a membership. That means Pressapire gets a song. So what kind of song are we gonna sing to Precipier. We're gonna see whatever's playing right now. Precipier, Precipier, I like Precipier. It's a hard one to sing to. Oh, I can't sing to this. No. Wait, give me a different song. This is way too hard to sing to. Okay. All right, here we go. Precipier. Oh, Precipier. Precipier doesn't draw any ire from me. Precipier doesn't draw any ire from me. No. Oh. I'm on the precipice of appreciating Precipier. Precipier draws no ire from me. Just irie. That's Precipier, so fiery. Oh, Precipier doesn't draw any ire from me. Oh, Precipier doesn't draw any ire from me. Precipier, you're on fire. Yeah. There's your song, Precipier. Wow. Great. Sorry about that, but also you're welcome. Thank you for being engaged enough that you would even get gifted a membership. I appreciate that. Yes, Precipier is on fire, after all. Can't remove your villain origin story. What? Villain origin story? Oh, that's the website, yeah. I am a villain who makes video games that make people feel villainized. Alright, grass shader. Yes, right.
Player character has become a tree.
Was someone saying something about that a second ago? It's not really there. Right? My player character didn't really become a tree, right? I mean, I would play that game. Don't get me wrong. Let's see if we can get a grass shader in by the end of this stream. Let's see if we can get a grass shader in. We're really pushing it. Okay, player character is no longer a tree. All is well. Yeah, I guess so. Nature strikes back. That's actually awesome. Dude, that game idea sounds so cool. What? Like, trees and plants and, dude, water, like oceans, rocks coming to life and attacking. I love that idea. Tree Simulator 2024 Gold Edition, $3,000 worth of DLC that should have just been in the game to begin with. Let me just make sure we're good. The game is good. You know, I did discard all those changes. Just want to get a look at it, see that it looks fine, see it looks normal, and then we'll do the grass shader. All right? Unless it doesn't look normal, then I have to spend the rest of my life fixing it. Okay, it looks normal. Everything's good. This is perfect. No complaints. That's just The Sims? Oh, yeah. Man, yeah, The Sims, dude, The Sims, they really be milking you. And, dude, you could get so many great, like, assets for free from, like, people who make mods that are often better than the stuff Sims packs have in them anyway. Except for, like, the new features. Even that. Alright, so looking for this. This will be my canvas on which I paint grass, unless it doesn't work. So copy all this code. We want to create a multi-mesh instance with my, oh wait, I don't have a grass mesh. I don't have a grass mesh. $800 for all the DLC? That's so much money. Wait, how do I make a grass mesh? What does a grass mesh look like? It's just like a, surely this can't be complicated. I can't imagine this needs to be much. I know what I have in mind though. It's just gonna be a stretched prism. That one plant in The Sims you could buy that would just eat your Sims was so funny. Oh wait, I feel like I've seen that. And most should be in the base game, like the Parenthood pack. I played a lot of Sims back on Sims 1, and then I've just over my life I've watched people play the other Sims games. Pay money to be a decent parent. Oh, so like literally you can't even be that good of a parent unless you get that DLC. That's brutal. That's brutality. That ain't right. That's abuse. Let's drop a cone in there. And we're gonna simplify that cone considerably. Severely. I hardly recognize it anymore. Looks good. And then we're gonna take the vert on top and we're gonna drag it up. Bam, grass mesh. Done. Flashbacks to like Sim 2 where you could barbecue babies as a glitch. What? I really missed out by stopping at the first Sims game. Back in my day, we just trapped Sims in pools and had them set ovens on fire. There's way more fun things you can do. Feed them to plants? Barbecue babies? Now that's a good time. I don't even know what I want to make this look like. But that's it. I need to think about scale a little bit, right? So let me just get like the alien model. It could be. You're right. It could be. You know, there's worse things to be known for than desiring to barbecue babies. I don't think that's the weirdest thing to want to do. Of the things. Oh yeah, we could just bring the tree in. This tree, sure, that's that blade of grass is looking a little large there. A little bit too big. A meteor can hit a building, in which case everyone will run out before the collision. Those who do not exit the building will die. Sims automatically leave if a meteor is approaching. Unless it is a school. In which case, children are not allowed to leave and will always die? I don't even want to bring up how realistic that probably is, at least in the United States. That's in the patch notes? Dude, the people who make The Sims seem awesome. We used to watch GDC talks. I used to just do live streams where we would just watch GDC talks. That was the entire live stream. Nothing more. I would react people would hang out, we'd chat, we'd pause. And there were several that were hosted by people who developed the Sims games. And they were always really entertaining and interesting and nice seeming. I always really liked the people who worked on that game. So you know what? I can appreciate that somebody who types those patch notes had a lot of fun doing it. I'm gonna put this object origin down to the 3D cursor so when I shrink it, I don't have to keep adjusting it. It's just a blade of grass. Not too small, not too big. I think that seems fine. Let's get rid of the tree. Bam. Grass. Done. I don't really need to make it green, but what the heck. I'm gonna change it in Godot anyway. But whatever, why not? Let's make it green. Now it's green. Although this is currently linked. Don't link it. Don't do that. It's green! Alright. Save it. I'm gonna put it in foliage. Feels like a foliage. New folder. Grass. Grass 1 dash 1 underscore 00. That's my way of doing it. Sims 3 patch notes were wild. There's so much more like that. United States patch notes. Sims will no longer skinny dip with mummies. Why not? Why not? Oh, are Sims like normally afraid of mummies, but then like, but for some reason there was like an exception when skinny dipping, and they would just like be like, you know what, mummy, you all right. Also, how does a mummy skinny dip? Meteored barbecued babies. It's a feature, not a horrible sadistic bug. Sounds like a delicacy. These babies have been delicately meteored and come with a supple barbecue glaze. Sims who are on fire will no longer be forced to attend graduation before they can put themselves. This is the most important day of your life. How dare you try to not get that diploma? You walk on that stage. Ash pile or not. We can go on all day.
You scare me.
The Sims. Yeah, The Sims. It's like a game series. It started out. There's the classic one I grew up with. I say grew up with because I just never wanted to play him again. But I liked this one. It was the first one. And then from the People Simulator, from the creator of SimCity. I think it started out like they were trying to build like AutoCAD software, like software that people could use to like design and decorate their house. You remember? This is nostalgia. This is pure nostalgia. And then they found that like people were testing it and had more fun, you know, building and I guess doing game stuff and people and crap, and so they made it a game. The old lady that would hit you with her handbag if you do anything romantic in her proximity. Those are the kind of bugs you want in your game? Understandable. Dude, same. I mean, honestly, same. Like that's part of my vision with Survive Escape. And that's why I watch so many GDC talks from Sims developers. Because
what The Sims does is this amazing emergent gameplay. Like stories, like when you're, something that really stuck with me when watching the GDC talks from Sims developers is like, they don't have to write any story. Literally, the Sims just say freaking random stuff. There's just little pictures above their heads and they're just saying gibberish. And yet, there are intricate comic series, cartoons, videos that people make of that apply meaning to the interactions that Sims are having with each other. And only a game like The Sims can do that. There's other games too. I can't think of them top of my head, but they exist. That create these emergent stories where players can ascribe meaning to what's happening. And I wanted that for I want that for Survive Escape. I want it to truly be a simulation where these, and I think that's how you get your game to have bugs like that, is you create these parameters and these situations that all exist together in a world. And then, you know, obviously you're not going to come up with every possible rule and combination, but every possible rule and combination is possible. And it just makes for such exciting and interesting. And so that way every player has a different, unique experience, you know? Which I think is really, really cool. And I wanted that for Survive Escape. I still do. That lady wasn't a fan of PDA. You probably did. From release of Sims 3, all of the radio songs were covers of popular songs in Simlish, and they were beautiful. Oh yeah, you know, I remember that now. I remember hearing about that. Katy Perry did a few. That's awesome. That's awesome. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. Good morning. Streaming and The Sims. Yeah, I mean, it was just, I don't know. People were talking about it, and here we are. I don't think there's much to read into. But yes, I always stream a minimum of 8 hours on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So I am still here. I'll probably go overtime today. I bet it's hilarious. All right. I need to do a grass shader. Sims is high key great. High key great. All right. So I made a mesh for my grass, which I apparently need to do this. Which makes sense for my blade of grass. Yeah, emergent. Emergent, you got it. Well, you almost got it. Emergent. And Insane Alpha Beta was there for a lot of those GDC talks we used to watch. Okay. So you were close. You were so close. So you've got the blade of grass. So I need to create a multi-mesh. Multi-mesh instance. I don't know how to use a multi-mesh, but I guess we're gonna figure it out. New multi-mesh. Drop this down. We set a mesh. So I'm gonna go find our grass blender file. Can I just drag that in there? Heck no. Wait, how do I even do that? Oh, I see. I would have to open this. Oh, we're gonna pre-import it. Oi, oi, oi. Wait, could I just... Wait a minute. Actually, I don't even know. I actually don't even know how to set a mesh like this. I'll look it up. Yeah, those were fun. If this doesn't end up working, you should at least have that one blade in your world. Just one single grass. I like that. I like that. Muhammad and their brother had a weird glitch like cats and dogs walk suddenly on their hind legs. That's terrifying. Makes sense. I feel like I even saw a GDC talk about that. About like why that happens. It could be the alien's nose. The alien is missing a nose, actually.
That is true, that the alien doesn't have a nose. It's not really missing a nose. I don't think the alien needs a nose. No nose for the alien. Well, except for right now. But this doesn't count. This is a special situation. It's a grass nose. Naturally. There we go. Oh God, how am I gonna move it? Oh Jesus. Wait. Get it in there. Bam. It's hard to move. Oh, you know what? I don't need to grab it. We could do it here. Wow, I'm really just allowing myself to be very distracted today. There we go. Nose. Majestic. Majestic. It's definitely a different vibe, I'll tell you that. Something ain't right. Alright, but really, how the heck do I set a multi-mesh? An upgrade. That's nothing. Wait, you want to see an upgrade? You didn't ask to, but I recognize that. Check this out. I've been working on this in the member stream. Look at that. And actually, let's even put in the other one. The original. Oh, it's gonna look weird. Alright, hold on. Let's just open another blender. This is the new one. Maybe I had it in this one. Let's open it up over here. It's kind of hard to appreciate how much better it is until you see them both. So I've been working on this on the Monday member streams. Every Monday on Hyper Game Dev, if you are a member. I do just like this one, 8 to 10 hours. Sometimes longer. And I have a lot more work to go. Obviously you can see there's the quadruped. Let's get that out of here. That doesn't help it look better. Alright, this is the original one. Right there. And here's the new one. Bit of an upgrade. Bit of an upgrade. The heart is there. You can't see it right now, but the heart's there too. And then I'm also going to be working on quadruped, so a four-legged version and a bird version. But this is what we got so far. I feel like the head so much different. Look at this. Thanks, Q-Merc. Thank you. I've learned a lot. This was like the first thing that I did. This character I made in Blender. I made it in WOMP 3D and I imported it and then I edited it in Blender. And so, you know, we've picked up a few skills since then. Picked up a few skills. And funny twist of fate, the new version looks better but also less alien. Yes, and so the reason why that is because, so the alien is supposed to transform their limbs. So here's the thing. This is what the alien looks like normally on its home planet, right? This is what the alien looks like. This is its natural form. This is the alien. Just like this. And then when it eats an animal or a human, yeah, it grows limbs that match the thing that it ate. And so if it eats a human, bam, it's gonna grow human hands and human legs. So that's why I made these look more human, because they actually should look more human. And then the next step that I'm gonna work on next week is we're gonna try to make the four-legged version. So this has like the head on it. You can ignore these bones and stuff, but like I'm gonna attempt to build on cow legs and cow arms, and well, I guess they're all legs. And then there's also gonna be like a bird and stuff too. And so it's just gonna, those limbs are just gonna grow right off of it. But yeah, so that's why it looks more human, because it's actually supposed to look more human there. Why don't you make something chase the alien, and the alien should catch animal as fast as he can? I mean, what I will say is, you know, that would certainly give more purpose to why we're constantly running. Like, in this game, you're constantly running. Like, what are you running from? Why are you running? I mean, the reason why is because your mission is to collect stuff, and so you've got to keep going. But it would be kind of funny if you were chased. Actually, I am thinking that it would be nice, and it's going to be hard, but it would be nice if, like, NPCs could follow you, and they're, like, behind you. But I don't know. I think that's a little overscoping it a bit. But yeah, and then as far as them running away, like the other way around, that is definitely in the works. Was it you that suggested it? Somebody suggested it. Multiple people have suggested it. That, like, so when we destroy, like, this building, right, you'll see there's a bunch of cows in there. And the idea is that, you know, now you can collect them all. But what will end up happening is you can actually, you'll have to track them down, because they're gonna scatter. When you break that building, they're gonna freak out and run all over the place, and you gotta get them. So, yeah, that's definitely something that at some point that will be there. Yeah, feature creep. Like the whole, like, chasing from behind it, like, as cool as that is, I feel like that's gonna be a lot of extra work, and I don't know if I'm prepared for that. I don't know, it just doesn't seem necessary enough. That would be for the remake version someday. I assume the head will move to the front in that cow form. I don't know, something. Honestly, it'll be just like this. It'll just literally, like, I mean, you know what? And so it'll be more like this, Insane. It'll be like, imagine that it's got like these parts of the leg are just like really beefy. I think what's more likely to happen is that this gets, I don't know. No. Because this is sillier. You know, really the way that it's supposed to work is that this orb that is their body has like magical properties, and it just literally just pops off. It's like if you were to just take them and pin them on, you know? Like it does, nothing else forms into, it would be cool. Nothing else forms into the alien. Like, the alien's head doesn't change, the alien's body doesn't change. The only things that change are stuff gets added on. So, yeah, I want it to be like that simple. No, nothing else is gonna change. The only thing that's gonna happen is there's gonna be thick thighs and legs and stuff growing off of here. So it might make the body look a little longer, but no, it's gonna look just like this, and it's gonna be as ridiculous as it would be. At least the visual in my head looks very cool in Alien. I mean, it does look cool, and look, we're not going for cool, we're going for practical here, okay? So excited to see the cow version. Yeah, next Monday, I'm gonna start modeling it. Did you make the small tree break? I think I gave an idea.
You did, yeah. And I'm sure I credited you for it. We got Muhammad. Wait, Muhammad has 1 credit on here. That's moral support. We should give you something else. I feel like I made like an accountability one recently. Didn't I make an accountability credit? Level design, object highlights. I know I did. Accessibility, accountability. There we go. Bam. Accountability. There you go. Alright. Yeah, it is. I'm super excited. Yeah, I'm super excited. Next Monday, I'm gonna work on it. Okay. Let me do this grass. It's time to do the grass. So, I don't know how to apply a mesh to a multi-mesh, so I need to research that. I need to discover. You're welcome, thank you. These credits entitle those who are credited to absolutely no compensation. It is just for putting in the game in the credits list, so we make sure everybody is appreciated for that effort, recognized in some way. And, you know, it's nice to be able to be like, wait, if I need help, I can always talk to so-and-so. Alright, so here we go. Doop. Multi-mesh Godot house set Blender file. You did! You sure did! You can access this, by the way, if you head to the GitHub repo link in the description box. In the description box, you can find this page right here, which is a GitHub repo. And right down here, we've got this other credits page, and that will pull this document up right there. So, yeah. If you ever want to check up on it and see where it's at, is very much the possible. I should even put a link to that in the description box, actually. No AI answers. No thank you. But I specifically want it to be a multi-mesh. I'm just not sure how I even add that in. Because it's... What if I change the type? I just don't even know. I'm not really sure. I might have to, like, export it. I probably should... Wait, how do I even do that? Duplicate meshes... How do you set a multi-mesh, dude? I just, like, I don't understand. Alright, let's just look at this. Be quiet, ChatGPT. That's what Primogen says. Multi-mesh provides low level mesh instance drawing 1,000. Multi-mesh is drawback. The instance is too far away. Okay. We're reading the docs. Using multi-mesh instance. Okay. Yes. It is more fun. The basic setup requires 3 nodes, multi-mesh instance 3D node, and 2 mesh instance 3D nodes. What? One node is used as the target. The surface mesh that you want to place multiple meshes on. Whoa. In the tree example, this would be the landscape. The other node is used as the source, the mesh you want to have duplicated. We would use a node 3D as... Oh, thank you, documentation. I was like searching on Google. Documentation is like, right here, I got you. Hello, documentation. I was written to help you. Hello. All right. So if here's the ground, we've got a multi-mesh instance. I'm gonna create a new inherited scene here. And let's save this scene as a
the grass scene. Now I'm gonna come back to the terrain level, and I'm gonna add in the grass scene that we just made. Okay, grass scene is in there. I don't know if editable children will be acceptable, but we're gonna find out. Okay, and then let's see how we do this. Mesh instance, so we got 2 meshes in here, which is good. We got some weird things. This is unique. We'll see how this goes. The top level node is the mesh instance that is our target. And then this instanced within editable children is the source. So I don't know how that's gonna work, but technically that's what I need to do. Okay, looks like we're not doing the simplest. Okay. I'm not scared. Now you have everything ready. Select the multi-mesh instance node and look at the toolbar. You should see an extra button called multi-mesh next to view. Oh, okay. Populate surface. Oh, okay. Target surface. Hey, it's not grayed out. It's not grayed out. Okay, this is the target. I'm a little concerned because clicking on it didn't do anything. Oh, that's not a good sign. And then can I do this? All right, we can do the source. Wow, the hard one is the target. Oh wait, it's locked. Unlock it. Let's see if that's it. Please let that be it. Okay, hold on. Cancel this. Click on that. Unlock it. Let's see if that was the problem. Multi-mesh. Open this. Populate. Target. That. Okay. No! Alright. Okay. Alright. Well, I have an idea. It's a weird idea, but I have it, and it's mine. I'm gonna lock this again. And I'm gonna make a new mesh. And this one is going to be ground grass. The ground that's for grass. I'm gonna copy the mesh that is over here. Just gonna grab that, the same mesh here. And then I am going to paste it into our ground grass as a mesh. So there that is. Right now that's gonna clip. So I need to adjust it a bit. I'm gonna come to the settings over here. And let's give it a material. Oh, it wasn't clipping. Wait, so why could I see it if it wasn't clipping? That's interesting. Wait, let me just see it. Let me just play it the way. Is it visible in the game? That whole thing I just put in there? Oh, I don't see it. But then if I move it up, huh. But if I go and I add a surface material to it, wait, do you need me to save it? I am making the alien have 4 legs. I wonder if Muhammad's in the past. Is Muhammad in the past? I am making the alien have 4 legs. Absolutely. Oh, there it is. I just needed to refresh it. Okay. I knew it. There's some things that Godot doesn't update at runtime. It's hard for me to remember what those are, but some things you do have to like reset for it to show up. Yep, Muhammad is in the past. Or you're not anymore. You were. You're in the... Okay. Whoa, you're tripping me out, man. You're tripping me out. So it is there. That concerns me a little bit. Well, what I was thinking was I give it a material. See, like, why is that? I guess the, like the render priority maybe gets increased or something. That's probably easier than doing what I was gonna do. Yeah, we should just set. I should set the priority of it. Geometry. Wait, where is that? Visibility, global illumination. Wait, where is that? I don't even know how to do that. I guess it doesn't even get that unless it has an albedo. Why was it? Oh, maybe that's in here. It doesn't even have a material. Render. I don't know. I'm just, I would love, because what I want is I just want to leave it. I want to leave it right here. But I'm a little scared. I'm gonna leave it, and if it's a problem, I'll remember and we'll deal with it. That's gonna be the way. All right, so there's our ground grass. I'm gonna come back to the multi. Okay, we're back. I'm gonna come back to the multi-mesh. Populate surface. Populate that surface. Target surface is going to be ground grass. So we've got a target. We've got a source. What else do I want to set up? Source mesh, mesh up axis. The axis used to do up, random rotation, randomizing the rotation, random tilt, random scale. I'm just not going to care about any of this, really. The amount of mesh instances placed over the target surface. Oh, we probably want a few of them. Select the target surface. In the tree case, this should be the landscape node. The source mesh should be the tree node. Adjust the other parameters according to your preference. Press populate, and multiple copies of the source mesh will be placed over the mesh. If you're satisfied, you can delete the mesh instance used as the source mesh. Oh, that's awesome. Wow, so that's part of why it doesn't matter that it's instanced, because, wow, it'll just be gone. Okay, let's populate it. Whoa. Okay, come on now. What? Why are you gonna make it that large? Look how small it is. That's how big it's supposed to be. In the game, you can transform into the things that you eat. So if you eat a human, you grow human limbs. If you eat a cow, you grow cow limbs. If you eat a bird, you grow bird limbs. That's just sort of a main part of the game concept, and they're gonna have different abilities and drawbacks and stuff like that. Yeah. I figured you knew that. Yeah. It's why the aliens are invading Earth. They're invading Earth specifically so they can harvest creatures whose limbs they can utilize on their home planet to, you know, do things. Because naturally, they don't have any limbs. And they want some. Alright, so obviously this size is not great. Let's adjust the scale. What? What are you talking about? Oh, that's so easy. Wow, and it just adjusts it. Nice. Well, I obviously want more than that. I guess we want to say 0.1 scale? Like, it just wanted to be the scale it's supposed to be. I said aliens. Yeah, there's multiple aliens. Do you know the lore for the game? Muhammad, I thought you had ever heard the lore. It is not. Oh. Do I have a story to tell you? Okay. Alright. Alright. Let's clear some things up here. Let's clear some things up. Alright. So on the aliens' home planet, alright, they actually start out like this. They're actually just these heads. That's their first form, their nymph form, their most simple form, is they actually are just these little heads. That's what they're like. But on their planet, there is a curious phenomenon that happens. It's very different from Earth. Different things go on. And in the sky, there are these winds that go against each other. Don't ask why, it's the way it works. It's an alien planet. They go against each other, and they create pearls in between the friction. Right? So like an oyster or a clam or whatever it is that makes pearls. Except it's wind in the sky. And there they are with their little heads looking up at the sky. Now they have discovered, and they naturally gravitate towards these pearls. And what they do is they put their mouth on it. They slobber all over it. And they secrete something from their saliva that reacts with that wind pearl. The wind pearl has special properties, special magical alien space properties. And when that secretion in their saliva comes in contact with the magical space pearl, that space pearl becomes fused into their head. And it, they're like organs like grow and deposit into there, and it's this special magical thing that has super strength. It can't be destroyed. It's indestructible, right? It's very strong and it allows them to move a little better. It's just what they do. Think of it like a snail in its shell, right? That's kind of what this is. Okay. So, one day, and this is true, one day in human history, countries were sending animals into space to see what would happen. It's actually pretty messed up if you think about it. And one of those animals crash landed on the aliens' planet. And naturally, as these aliens want to do, they slobbered all over that animal. And when they did, that alien, one alien, grew limbs. It's going to be a mouse, is specifically what they ate. The alien ate a mouse. And upon eating that mouse, it got mouse hands and mouse feet. And the alien's like, y'all, we need more of these animals. Like, what if we all had limbs? We could do stuff. So, the alien commands them all to invade Earth to get more creatures. And so they do. And they dream of being able to all have limbs and build with their space pearls, their wind pearls, build domiciles and buildings and have a whole great society. Hence why they set their sights on Earth. So there's multiple aliens, and you're going to start out as just a head and a body, but you're eventually going to eat a cow, and there you're going to have 4 legs. And you're going to have to deal with that, and you have to play that way. Until you get to the end of the first level, where a cattle rancher is going to be very angry that you're eating all of their cattle. And you're going to fight that cattle rancher, and you're going to eat that cattle rancher. And that cattle rancher is a human who's going to give you your first set of human limbs. You and all of the other aliens are just running around, causing terror, eating humans, getting limbs.
But it's not just limbs that you get from those humans. No. You start to feel a little guilty. You got something else from those humans. You got some human empathy. The humans are upset. They're like, please stop doing this. They're literally protesting you. They organize against you, the aliens, for eating them. How dare you? Please stop. And you're like, as an alien, like, why do I care? It's because your empathy went down. That's the heart in the middle of the body. It's a karma system. And, well, something happens during this protest. And this is going to be a cutscene in the game. The military, who is not keen on you invading Earth, rains fire down upon you. But the military being, well, in this universe, and maybe our universe, depending on where you are, not so respecting of their citizens, they also rain fire down on the protesters. So protesters are dying, aliens are dying, and something happens. The aliens and the humans forge a bond. They both agree that violent authority is the real enemy. Well, it depends. It depends on how you play the game. Depends on how you play the game. So this is what sets up the karma system. And you are going to have to manage what you eat. If you eat cows, you're going to lose karma. If you eat everyday people, you're going to lose karma. And your little heart is going to shrink and your empathy is going to go down. If you eat violent authority, you're going to be all right. You can eat the military people who are coming to get you and all that, and you'll be all right. And so that's the game. So there's multiple aliens running around doing stuff, and you are but one. And if you think about it, right? When you're playing this game, you're not just dying and getting reborn. You're a different alien. You're fundamentally a different alien. You're not the same alien that you first played as. Whoa, look at the grass! Yo, we got grass, y'all. Dang. Thanks, Muhammad. And who knows how it ends? That's up to you as the player. How do you want it to end? And so, you know, it's going to be like you'll experience certain consequences if you are an evil alien. And you'll have different consequences if you're a good alien, right? The military is going to dislike you more if you have high karma. But then everyday people are going to dislike you more if you have low karma. And there's going to be different consequences based on that. Dude, there's just grass everywhere right now. It's just all over the place. It's cool. It's cool. The grass is a little large. The blades of grass are looking a bit big. But they're there. I like how easy it is to modify. Let's bring it down to be even smaller. And obviously the amount needs to be considerably higher. I want 1,000 of them. Oh, geez. Oh my gosh. That's not even enough. I want 100,000 of them. Ooh. Okay, that is a lot, actually. That's actually a lot. Should put empathy bars so you could know the empathy is high or low. Yeah. So that's the heart in the middle. So the heart is going to shrink or get bigger, depending on where your empathy is. So like right now, if you take damage, oh god, that's so much grass. What the heck? Why is some of it darker than, oh my gosh. I'm so confused. Why is some of it darker? It's like it's doing every other one. And some of them just have no grass. I don't know if I can change the color of the grass. But I see what you're saying. But like, I mean I can, but I don't think I can, like, on the fly or anything, unfortunately.
It just doesn't really make sense why they would go back and forth like that. It's very confusing. It's as if there's like a light source on some of them, but not others. And it's always every other one. Even though it's like randomly loading in different ones. I mean, in some ways it looks kind of cool, but in other ways, I'm very confused. This one just has no grass. How did that happen? And this one does? I must be using... I need to fix that somehow. They're supposed to all inherit from the same scene. So there's something's weird in that one. Why would it be every other one? Does it and it still fits the pattern even on the one it skips? It's wild. Dark, light, dark. No, it didn't. It didn't keep the pattern. Oh, that was dark. So it should have been dark again. It's like it's... Oh, wait, it's on each one. Oh, wait, it's on here. Oh. Wait. It's like how I look at it. Wait. Oh. And look, it kind of looks like it actually tracks with this line that's across it. And you know what is interesting about that line that's across it is when we were playing around with the material on here. Well, I don't even know if that's true anymore. It could be something to do with that. It could be something to do with that. Whoa. Wait, that makes that appear? Whoa. But it's a little hard to say. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's something, it's not quite the color, it's like something else. I wonder if, what if we do, what if we do render mode unshaded? Oh, it's still, I mean, it definitely seems like the grass blades inherit some stuff from the target, like from the multi-mesh. The populated grass inherits something from the target mesh. Which is a little surprising. And what if instead of a shader, I wonder if it's that second one that's underneath. No? Wait, I can hide that? This is very confusing. Let me also try repopulating it. I'm not exactly sure what to think about this. And can I actually, like, I can remove the target. I can just delete the target entirely. Wow. This is very surprising. Let's quick load this on here. This is a bit different than what we had before. This isn't the shader. And then on here, if I say transparency, depth draw mode, I kind of... Very accurate. I mean, I'm confused, and the thing that I'm confused about is why it has this weird, like, look at this dark light pattern on here. And then it seems to actually correspond with, I think, maybe, I don't even know, because it's like half of the mesh of each chunk has it and the other half doesn't. It's like each one is divided in half, and half of it has darker grass and the other half has lighter grass. And if I look at the mesh on here, so weird. I can actually see the division, and it seems to scale or like be along. See that faint blue line on here? Look at that. It seems to be along that line. Maybe not. Maybe it isn't along that line. Actually, I don't think it is. It's not. But it almost is. I don't... I have a lot of confusion about what's happening. There is grass, but I don't really understand... I don't understand the, like, lighting that's happening, because it looks like a highfalutin suburban front yard. Look at this. Look at these perfect, or like a I don't know. You know what I'm saying? It looks like a McMansion yard, where it's just all like perfectly got these lines on it, which I'm very confused about. So I don't know what's going on there, or what to do about it. But it concerns me. It concerns me. Because what I want is, I want it to look like it's... I don't want those chunks to be obvious, you know? Oh, yeah. It does. I feel like there are parts where I want the grass to go away, and I don't want it to be there, but I agree. It is definitely a huge upgrade. 100%. All right, so let's repopulate it then. We want to say random. It rotated by surface normal. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it needs, oh yeah, I mean, it needs design work, but I'm just trying to get it functionally working. But yeah, for sure. That makes a lot of sense. So I just need to add some random rotation. It's still doing it. Maybe I needed to rotate it more than that. Pull it to maximum. Don't be I'm like, boop. Just a little bit. No, no. Oh. Oh yeah, this is better. This is much better. Random 360. I gotcha. This looks considerably better. Okay, okay, okay. All right. Nice. I like it. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. All right. Nice. Yo, this looks sweet. There's some areas where the grass needs to be there and it's missing, and there's places where it shouldn't be. Yes. Like, it shouldn't be on any of these dirt areas, right? That is some grass. Yes. There's a lot. It is better. There's a lot of work that needs to be done. It was. Like, if that's what I wanted, I would have been thrilled. But it's not. Like, on the crops, it shouldn't be on any of the cornfields. So I'm gonna need to set up a system. I guess that's what we'll do tomorrow. Grass update, let's go! It's been a long time coming. But that's not even everything. I wanted to add a shader. I'm starting to think I don't need a dang grass shader. I mean, shoot. It kind of looks fine without a grass shader, if I'm being honest. The grass it's tough. 16 times the grass. What? I think this is, unless I would probably need to duplicate the multi-mesh instance if you mean add more. Because I've done the maximum, which is 65,536. You love this part, when the visuals come together and it really starts looking like a game. Let's go, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Just be careful, just be careful. Censored. We're gonna add a little random scale in there. Random tilt sounds bad. How much, what is the rand, is like 0 to 1? But chow. Taking Saint Alpha Beta out back? Okay. No, no. And give them a stern talking to. The scale, okay, but can you give me a little, documentation. I think you can give me more information than that. Seems a random scale. That's what I want. Tell me what random scale is. Okay, I understand, but what are the values? I'm just gonna do a massive number. Oh, 1. Negative massive number. Oh, 0. Okay. Then we can do like in between. Sometimes you just gotta press buttons. Alright, let's say randomized scale 0.1. Okay, that's too much scale. We gotta dial it back a lot there. What the frick? Is it inverting them? Okay. And some of them are like floating. Alright, I hope work goes the best it can, Mohammed. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for your suggestions and your support and all of that. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Yes. Yes. 100%. Same time. I'll be here. It's too big. It's too big. You got work too? Oh, goodbye, Principia. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate it. I hope work goes well for you too. Both of y'all. Both of y'all hope work goes well. Y'all deserve it. You really do. Work sucks. I love my job. Shut up. Shut up. Okay, a little smaller. We do kind of lose a few. So, you know, I think if I'm going to want it to be more grass, I might need like another multi-mesh instance. Because now that they're more small, it's really thinning it out a bit. It's like, what if I literally just duplicated it and then populated it again? We gotta choose everything. The target. But will it overwrite it? I might need a new target as well. I have no idea. Biggest number, scale, I don't remember. Was it 0.03? 0.03, something like that. Random rotation, populate. Oh no, it doubled. Nice. Do it again. Double it again. Populate maximum amount. Scale 0.03. Random scale 0.03. Maximum rotation. Choose the target and the source. Populate. That's a lot of grass. I don't even know if that's a lot of grass. It still might not be enough grass. You know, I might even want to consider putting more than, I don't know, one blade per mesh. You know, I might want to make it like 4 blades. Oh, I'm seeing some performance. Okay, alright. We've gone too far. The frame rate is tanking. Okay, multi-mesh has its limits. That is devastating. Okay. Alright. Roll it back. I wonder how bad it is even with just one. That is the 4090 mode? What is 4090 mode? Some performance hit? Yeah, a bit more than some. What does 4090 mode mean? Honestly, it's actually really terrible. It's actually terrible even like this. GeForce 4090. Oh, I see. Yeah. RTX on, yes. I think I'm not doing multi-mesh correctly because this is destroy that, or there's actually just so many because of how many times this is being reused. We're nearing 2005 Dell laptop mode. Yes. Yes, I would say so. This is not good. What if I just hide the multi-mesh instance? Let me start it over. Will it just like magically be a better frame rate? So let's just say I have some concerns about this grass. Now I could add more blades per mesh and then have the mesh instance have less populated. Oh, there we go. That's a little better. That's a wee bit better. It's still, and I wonder if that's because I have it in there, but it's actually still running a bit lower than it would normally. Normally it would at least bump above 100 if we're just sitting here. But if I literally remove the mesh instance entirely, the multi-mesh instance. Multi-mesh instance, I don't know. I'm not that impressed right now. It's better, but Look, now it's bumping above 100. Look at that. So I don't know. Brainslow, what on earth changed that made the grass suddenly expensive? Changed? Nothing changed. It's just the fact that it is there at all. It's the fact that there is grass. That's it. It was always expensive. I just hadn't checked it yet. It was expensive. It was always expensive. Now, I'm not saying there isn't things I could change, like LOD or something. Like, maybe there's a way I can improve how it looks or how it appears. I don't actually know. I'm not sure. You know, if I come to the source, I can't... I mean, I can do some changes. We could give it a much higher LOD bias. That'd be great if you can hide it at farther terrains. Right. Right. Which way is it that is better? I forgot. A value of 0 will force the mesh to its lowest level of detail. A value of 1 will use the default settings, and larger will keep it. Okay, we want it lower. We want it as low as possible. All the way down. All the way down. Very, very, very low detail. And then I need to repopulate it. Grab this, set the target, set the source, set the rotation, set the scale. And again, I should put more in there. I think that's gonna make a huge difference if I add a couple more blades of grass into the Blender file. Many more than a couple. Like have like a big spread of them. Maybe not a spread. That wouldn't be good because then a cool shader won't work. Ugh, that didn't help. Maybe I need to do the LOD on the target. It's very simple. Yeah, I don't even know, honestly. I don't know. It's probably just like too many. But you know, if I come to Blender and I make more of them, I mean, yeah, I just don't know. I just don't know. Yeah, that's kind of why I want to spend a whole day on the grass, you know, so we can, because I don't really have time to like dig into this as much as it needs to be dug into. And, you know, I can't leave it. So it's like, we checked it out, but I don't think I can leave it. Increase performance if you turn off the shadow. Oh! Dude, that sounds fine to me. I didn't even think about that. Yo, forget shadows. Don't need no shadows. Absolutely not. We should put a modifier on it. That would be a good idea. I don't need any shadows. No need, please. Get a mirror in there. Probably don't want to do that. Don't think that's a good idea. I'm gonna say go to the 3D cursor and just shrink it down so it's got some variety. It's not the most variety you could have, but it's something. Apply it. Come in here. I don't know. I'm not really thinking that hard. It's late. It's late. I could do this in so many different ways that are superior to this. This is what she chose. And that's what it will be. Oops. They do need to be like kind of close to each other. So that way, if we do have a shader where it changes like the appearance of it, they move as a unit. Oh yeah, this is one blade. Okay. That's okay. Yeah, whatever, who cares? The old double blade. But I do want them to be relatively nearby each other. Because, I mean, inevitably there's gonna be overlap of some kind. This is one weird way to do this. I know. I feel like there's even like a better modifier that would just like randomize this for me. Actually, you know what would have been good too? I could have probably used a sculpting tool to do it. That's okay. Sometimes the weird way is the right way. Especially when it's late and feeling a little loopy. All right, I'm gonna adjust this to be at the origins. Spin these around so they're just a little different from each other. If they wouldn't mind. There's not much variety you can do when with only 3 faces. There is, but they kind of end up pointing the same ways. It's not true. All right. Save it. Hop back to Godot. And this is gonna have captured the version that we originally populated it with. So I'm gonna have to come back to... I'm kind of curious though to see, did this overwrite? It didn't, the LOD. Oh, cast shadow off, no shadow. All right, and then we'll come to the blank grass. And let's repopulate it. And this time, we do want the same target, and the source will be the new grass. We can keep the amount lower. I'll try it at that amount. I'm probably gonna want to increase that, but let's just see where that gets us. It'll even be interesting to see what the... That didn't get us anywhere. That did not get us anywhere. It's looking a little bare. Looking a little bare. That's what that is. So what was it, 65,000? Let's try 10,000. It's still kind of a lot, actually. It's a little patchy. It's a little patchy. But patchy can be okay. And we don't have the shadows anymore. So that's gonna help just on its own. It looks like a swamp. Okay, the frame rate is terrible. I don't think reducing the shadows helped much. And I think just having like a more complex mesh just made it worse. It's terrible. At the material of mesh, there's an option, disable receive shadow. Oh, receive shadow. Yes, that sounds good too. Good call. On the material. Oh, we also should set a material override. Let's get the grass material on there. And we want to make sure it doesn't receive a shadow. Okay, turned off receiving shadows. Oh, I'm probably gonna need to repopulate it as well on the multi-mesh. Yeah, this is tough. This is tough because it's like, you know, like I don't want my game to be that slow. Like I will yeet some grass from the game like that with no mercy. None. If I have to, I'll do it. Target. Source. Random. Scale. Scale. Let's try 10,000 again. Obviously, I'm feeling less good about the little bunch. I mean, the bunch, we're not winning with the bunch. I could see the bunch being better if they were closer together, but because they're so far apart, it's kind of confusing. All right. Multi-mesh is disappointing. I mean, if you think about it, for having 10,000 of those on every chunk, and they're moving, and like it's kind of a lot. It's actually doing pretty well. Like, for considering what it's doing, it's not doing terrible, but also it is really terrible. So I don't know. I think that's something to look into. I feel like I've learned a lot just from doing this. And we can pick it up pick this up tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, we can just pick this up tomorrow. Let's pick this up tomorrow. And let's see where that gets us. Was it better at first? Was it better at first, though? But was it? Maybe it was. It didn't feel much better. I will say. It did not feel much better. Yeah. Yeah, I hear you. I just realized I was never on the shorts feed all day. I was like, man, nobody's watching on the shorts feed. But you know, I forgot to turn the shorts feed on. But that's okay. It was just you and me, widescreen stream. Just you and me. You can reset the LOD thing. What do you mean? Oh, you're saying I don't need it? Certainly isn't doing anything. So I don't know. We can revisit. I'm gonna save this as. Don't set it to on. I don't understand. You mean don't? You mean put this back to 1? Put that back at 1? Is that what you mean? Okay. Why? Shouldn't that make it worse? Are you saying, so wait, I thought LOD makes everything faster. Like if this is lower, that means it's gonna be a lower detail. But maybe you're saying that because of the processing power, in order to do all of that, that might make it even slower. All right, one more go before I call it. 10,000 populate. I kind of want to do a variety of grass. I want a grass that has like a bunch of patches, and then I want to do grass that also has something else. Quit from Blender? It's not Blender. It's not Blender, I guarantee it. I promise you, it's not Blender. Look. If I remove that mesh instance and we hit play. If the live stream alone is gonna be causing many, many more times the issue than Blender is. It's that multi-mesh. The multi-mesh is what caused that issue. You had 80, 90 FPS with one multi-mesh with 65,000. No, that was never true. I don't know why would you think that? That was never true. That was all right, do I need to stop the outro music right now? Listen, that was never ever true. Never was that true. I don't know what stream you were watching, but that was that didn't happen. That didn't happen. I wasn't checking it for a while. I mean, you know, if it did happen, maybe I don't remember. Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't think I am, though. All right, let me see if this is two separate ones, all right? I'm going to say grass 1. This is grass 201. Save it as separate. And then I'm going to return it back to a single grass. And I'm going to have that saved as its own special grass. Hey, what's up, Progigon? Well, whose fault is that? I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, you know, well, it is the end, even though I stopped the outro music. It's totally the end. I started faffing around with a grass shader, and the results are not good. They're visually, I'm told, good, and I don't disagree. There's a lot of problems I have with it. Taylor, I'm glad you got to catch me as well. thanks for checking out the VODs. I appreciate it. I love to make sure that this live stream is great for people watching it live or after. And I'm glad you could come through and enjoy it during as well. It's been lovely to chat. Finish more dev. It's almost done and not almost done at the same time. That is it, though. That's cool. That's cool. It sounds like you got a lot of work, but like, once you get a lot of that done, it's gonna be done. It doesn't sound much better. Yeah. So I mean, look, I don't think it was ever running at 70, 80 plus FPS. With them all populated. I think I hadn't started tracking it yet. I hadn't started actually tracking it yet. So I'll be interested to see how it looks. Let me fire up that outro music again real quick. I think we need that outro music back because I do. Good night. That's right. Good night. Tomorrow I will come back and I will continue to explore the multi-mesh, all right? Level design stuff, whatever coding problems come up, we'll see. But like right now, I don't know about that multi-mesh. It is not as efficient as I would have hoped. But then again, you know, with the kind of grass that we're, or the amount of grass that we're doing, like, do I blame it? I don't know. Kinda, yeah, I guess I do. 65,000. So many. So if we go back to the way this was set up and check it out, it's gonna be so slow. So slow. Yeah, it is cool. It is cool. No, I mean, it's cool. It's cool. But, you know, I mean, again, there's so many chunks that are out here at one time. And if there's, you know, 65,000 of these single, even though it's 3, 4, probably 6 polygons or so, 6 triangles or so, you know, it's still going to eat up a lot of processing, I would think. But it's nice to have it. I was gonna experiment with a shader that makes the grass like move based on the player position and stuff. But I mean, I gotta be honest, I don't even think it needs that. I think that's even overkill. And so, you know, I wouldn't want it to be in certain areas. It's not appearing in some places that it should appear. So there's a lot to look at here. To me, a grass shader isn't necessary. To me, grass is kind of pointless. But I know you guys have been asking for it for a long time, and we are doing live streaming here and video content. So to some extent, we got to give up some dev time for it. Dun, 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 dun. That was 30-40 FPS. It's true. That was just 30-40 with one multi-mesh. Okay, nice. Yeah, right. It's still a lot. It's just, it's so much. It's so much. So, you know, I can't really see it as being worth it. You know, like, why bother? Why do this? Why do this? Why have grass? You know, I mean, I feel like I could just as easily just paint some things on there. And sure, it's not gonna catch the light in the same way. It's not going to have, like, height in the same way. You know, I could try making them, like, 2-dimension. That would be really doable, easy, and probably also fine, right? I could make yet another one. Oh, geez. Sometimes I try to leave. Sometimes I do try to leave. Other times, I don't. I'm not sure which group this falls into, but it's among the two. You know, I could literally just get rid of this face, get rid of that face, get rid of that face. One face, one single face. Now that's gonna mess up the 360 rotation, obviously. We'd have to make sure it shows on both sides. Otherwise, it's gonna disappear facing the other way. It is. Just, again, somehow I'm going to have to make sure it shows on both sides. Billboarding, right. Which, like, you know, how much better is that gonna make it? Maybe better. Maybe better. Maybe better. Definitely, maybe. Maybe better. Maybe not better. Maybe not that much better, though. Maybe also not. I knew I shouldn't have played the outro again. Alright, get this one. Open up that scene. It's gonna be a long outro. It's just a long outro. Give it a material. Let's load the grass. Where does that, where do I even set that up? I don't even know where I put that on here, though. You know? Where even is that? That's like... That's not a 3D thing. I don't think it's called billboarding here. I think it's a 2D thing. So I don't even know how to make it show on both sides, honestly. So it's just gonna be invisible on one side. But out of curiosity, what happens? What happens? Add the material? Oh, so I need a different material then. Otherwise we're gonna have both sides on things I don't want both sides on. Where on the material, though? Oh, backface culling? There's definitely cull... No, I don't know what. Oh, cull mode back. Actually, it's already set to back on here, for whatever that's worth. At transparency. It looks like it's already... Apparently we've already had that on. I did not know that. That's news to me. I feel like I should have had that off all along. Oh, we want that off. Oh. I see. Billboard at the bottom. Oh. Wait, there's no billboard. The word billboard... I don't see the word... Oh, there it is! Oh, there's the word billboard! There's the word billboard. Well, I should save a new material then. So I should save this as grass two-side or something. Huh. Why did it get larger? Oh. Why billboard? Wait, it's still larger though. It like multiplied the size. Keep scale. Okay. We'll check that. We'll check that little box. Yeah, a little box. A little boxing is important. Okay, so this should be grass two-side. And then... I don't know, don't say the changes. And then... Or we're gonna say editable children on this, multi-mesh instance, populate surface, target surface, ground, source mesh, grass, random rotation. I'm gonna do everything the same. 0.03, last test. All right, last one. We'll do it a maximum. There we go. I don't know if we set the shadow. I think it's gonna have shadows and stuff, so we might still have some problems here. I doubt this is gonna make much of a difference, if I'm being honest with you. You know, it's better. It's definitely better. I mean, it looks like kind of crappy. But the frames per second are definitely better. But I would need to make sure we also do shadow stuff, right? Doesn't receive shadows. Oh. I realized I probably changed this somewhere I didn't want to change it to. No! I didn't mean to click on that. No! Go away. Go away. No. Grass. I need to fix this. I don't want to turn off shadows on this material. That was a mistake, because this is the non-two-sided one. Oh, this is the two-sided. My bad. This is the non-two-sided one. Here. Grass. Surface material. I don't want to walk away tonight with mistakes left in. I can't have that. Alright, then save this. Okay. And then for the shadow, that's on geometry. Cast shadow off. That's fine. That's good. We gotta make sure that same thing is here. Cast shadow off. Alright, last thing. That's it. That's it. We got a little bit more performance out of it by doing it. Just a tiny little bit. Not a lot, just a little tiny itty bitty bit. We're still sitting at a dangerous 58 FPS. It doesn't look that good. It looks somehow a lot worse. It just looks like specks everywhere. It looks like a mess. It looks like an accident. It's not pretty. It's not pretty. I'm not feeling it. I don't like it. I don't like it. So who knows? Where are we gonna go with grass? I don't know. Will we find out? Yeah, probably. But we gonna find out tomorrow. We gonna find out good old tomorrow. Again, thank you everybody for coming through. Thank you for hanging out. We did some great things today. Oh my gosh. Today really was not the day. Yeah, but what it was the day for was some cool hover effects. Look at that. Look at that. It looks awesome. It looks really good. You know, there's some changes I'd like to make to it, but it is deeply sufficient as far as the shader goes. So big thanks to everyone for the help that they gave in getting that set up. It would have taken me ages to do it without y'all. Some general performance improvements. Oh my gosh, with the way the highlighting works at all. Super great success there. That's it. We experimented with grass, but mostly this was all about that highlight shader and how it worked and getting it to work well. And then we played around with some grass. And besides that, I got to hang out with you guys, and I enjoyed hanging out with you guys. So thank you for doing that with me. I gotta give some love to some people who be supporting this channel. I appreciate them considerably. Did I make it appear? Did I make it appear? There's the patrons. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you can actually join for free.
you can join the Patreon for free and you'll get access to a super secret live stream I do after every game jam on Friday, where we check out your creations that you submit onto the Discord. So it's kind of a nice laid back environment to share whatever you're up to and things like that. That's totally free if you join on Patreon. You ain't gotta be one of those names on that list, don't worry. You can also join on YouTube. If you have gift memberships turned on, you can get one of those for free. If you are a member on YouTube, you'll get a song sung to you every Wednesday and Thursday when you come on through. And then I'll also make sure you get access to the Monday member live stream, which is 8 to 10 hours just like this one, emotes, badges, and all that good stuff. So thank you guys for supporting the channel with your donos, with everything. It means so very much, and just your presence. If your presence is here after the live stream, wow, you made it really far. Oh my gosh. You can keep seeing what we've been up to and the things that we do if you tap or click in the bottom left. Just a second, it's coming, it's coming. Oh, here it is, here it is. There we go. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that we did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one, and I hope I will see you there. All right, come on. Not yet. Hold on, I'm still here. I'm not gone yet. Wait for it. And I'm gone.